Meet Qin Feng, your average corporate slave grinding through life. Just another morning commute, what could go wrong? But then some guy shoves him out of the way, and he goes flying straight into a woman's chest. That woman had a boyfriend, and our boy knows he's absolutely cooked. The punch connects and sends him flying. He stumbles backwards toward the street, and gets absolutely destroyed by the incoming car. Death by accidental motorboating, what a way to go. But here's where it gets interesting. Our boy wakes up reincarnated in a mysterious cultivation world called Huanggu, and the moment he kicks his twin brother, a system notification pops up saying he earned villain points. Turns out his brother is the chosen one, the protagonist of this world, and anyone near a protagonist usually suffers. So Qin Feng decides he needs to cultivate hard to survive whatever disaster his brother will bring. Now let me introduce the family. His mother is the saintess of Mount Taibai, and she's absolutely gorgeous. The Qin family has this secret magic liquid that gives babies a massive cultivation boost from birth. Just one bowl is worth more than a hotel suite, so our protagonist is living the good life already. As for his father Qin Tian, the head of the family, well, Qin Feng would rather not talk about him. But now for the main event, our protagonist is ready to show off his abilities. The Great Emperor ability Halo activates, giving him a tenfold bonus on all attributes and a divine level technique. Everyone watching is absolutely stunned, calling him Heaven's peerless pride, the greatest genius they've ever seen. His father couldn't be more proud, but Qin Feng is thinking these people are way too noisy. So what does he do when he's annoyed? Beats up his brother to calm down, obviously. He explains to his crying brother that they're fated to be enemies, the chosen one versus the destined villain, so this is just business. Every time he smacks the chosen one, he gets villain points, and our boy is absolutely loving this system. 3 years pass in the womb because in this cultivation world they delayed the birth by 100 years, and Qin Feng has been farming villain points the entire time. Now it's finally time for his birth, and his poor brother looks absolutely traumatized. The mother goes into labor with the maids cheering her on. Meanwhile, the father is pacing outside like a nervous wreck, and then the first cry echoes through the room. The father bursts in shouting that his son Qin Feng has been born. The maid presents the baby to the ecstatic father, but Qin Feng takes one look at his dad's face and immediately thinks, ugh, so ugly. I hope I don't look like him. He starts hitting his father, and the system rewards him 2 villain points for damaging their father-son relationship. But wait, only 2 points. The system explains that villain points are based on difficulty, and apparently insulting your dad is easy mode. So Qin Feng decides to go all out, attacking his father who just thinks his son is energetic. The dad just keeps praising him, saying he has the talent of a great emperor. But then the midwife drops a bomb. There's another one still inside. It's twins. The midwife gets to work trying to deliver the second child, but apparently the second child is unwilling to come out for the time being. Qin Feng is furious while still assaulting his father. What do you mean unwilling to come out? He rants about this ridiculous fantasy world logic. How can he farm big villain points if his brother won't even be born? The maid finally offers to take the baby so the father can recover. She tries to get him to eat, but he refuses, too busy demanding his brother come out. He screams for his damn brother to come out, and suddenly the system awards him 50 villain points for completing the Cushion of Love task. Wait, 50 points just for that? Our protagonist is genuinely shocked. Turns out being held against a beautiful woman counts as a villain achievement in this world. And that's when Qin Feng realizes, is this the joy of being the villain? Over at the Qin family's garden, our protagonist is living his best toddler life. And what's this game? All the maids are calling out to him like he's the main character of a harem anime. Our boy is blindfolded and chasing after Sister Zhu Yun, who by the way is absolutely gorgeous. And he catches her, because of course our protagonist never loses at anything. He tells her she lost, and the system rewards him 200 villain points for completing a gentleman mission. Now Qin Feng is thinking this should be enough points to do something big. His status shows over 30,000 villain points saved up, and he's at the 9th stage of Qi and Blood realm. In this world, cultivation goes from Qi and Blood all the way up to Ethereal, with 9 stages each. Our protagonist starts channeling his energy, and things are about to get intense. He declares it's time to break through to the commencement realm, and the power starts exploding. And just like that, our 3-year-old has reached the commencement realm like it's nothing. Everyone's confused about what just happened, including Qin Feng, who probably overdid it. But he quickly recovers by asking Sister Biu for hugs because villain points wait for no man. And Sister Biu happily agrees because how could she say no to such an adorable young master? Our boy goes straight for the kiss and gets 50 villain points for completing Love's kiss. The maids tell him he can't just kiss girls whenever he wants, but they excuse it because he's only 3. Qin Feng plays along saying that's right, a 3-year-old couldn't possibly understand such things. Then he asks to sleep with Sister Biu and she agrees because our protagonist is speedrunning the harem route. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia dynasty, the emperor is being all lovey-dovey with his consort, but then he senses something and immediately demands to know who just had a breakthrough. He releases his spiritual consciousness, and this man is absolutely radiating main villain energy. He identifies the source as the gifted son of the Qin family, meaning our boy just got on the radar. The Emperor declares that a kid reaching commencement realm at age 3 cannot be allowed to remain alive, but back at the Qin family, the maids are enjoying the women's bathhouse and looking absolutely stunning. And who's peeking through the door? Our protagonist earns 100 points for another gentleman's mission. He insists he'd never peek if not for the system missions, and then a new quest appears to tease Bayu while she washes. He's outraged, asking who the system thinks he is. But then another mission offers 500 points to bathe with Zhuyu. And just like that, our protagonist says, let's go, and starts stripping down without hesitation. He jumps right into the bath with Sister Biu, who looks completely caught off guard. She's startled and splashes him, but the system still gives him 200 points for the gentleman's mission. He then asks Sister Zhuyu if he can bathe with her, and she hesitates because she knows something's off. But the blonde maid says of course he can, and offers to help undress him like it's totally normal. All the maids agree that he's just a 3-year-old child, so what could he possibly know? And our protagonist is absolutely loving this, thinking to himself that being a villain is the life. Later, Qin Feng checks the system shop for a skill called Unconstrained Phantom because his brother should be coming soon. He starts training, saying as a wolf you need strong teeth, and as a sheep you need strong legs. Since his brother is Heaven's chosen one, Qin Feng decides he'll become the fastest man in the entire realm. That way when things go wrong, he can immediately run away. And honestly, that's solid villain planning. Our boy is laughing maniacally at his own genius escape strategy like a true villain. 3 days pass and a heavenly sign appears, making Qin Feng wonder if his bastard brother is finally being born. But then he senses something dangerous approaching, and his expression immediately changes. A purple energy blast comes flying at him, and our boy has to dodge at full speed. He looks up to see multiple powerful cultivators floating in the sky and realizes they came for him. 2 elders start arguing about whether to start a fight, and things are about to get very messy. The cultivators are still hovering in the sky, and one of them calls out to our boy. The Emperor himself asks if this is the eldest son of the Qin family, but Qin Feng is already using his movement technique to evade, catching everyone off guard. The Emperor immediately notices that this kid's movement speed is way too fast for his age. He's thinking it's already unheard of for a 3-year-old to reach commencement stage, but mastering a movement technique too. The Qin family elder quickly steps in to smooth things over, saying children are just shy around strangers. The Emperor laughs it off and says no worries, but you can tell he's still suspicious. And then our protagonist walks up and asks if he's really the Emperor, putting on his best innocent act. Qin Feng goes full fanboy mode, showering the Emperor with every compliment imaginable like wise, noble, fearless, and unmatched. And the Emperor absolutely eats it up, laughing like he's never been flattered before. But then our boy hits him with the real question, asking if such a noble Emperor would come to someone's house as a guest empty-handed. And the Emperor's face immediately changes because he definitely came here to kill, not to bring gifts. Qin Feng keeps pressing, asking if the dignified Emperor of Great Xia really showed up with nothing. The Qin family elders are trying so hard not to laugh at this man getting hustled by a toddler, so the Emperor reluctantly pulls out a small box containing something he clearly didn't want to share. And it's the legendary Vast Sky 9 swords, divine weapons used by a sword god 10,000 years ago. Each sword is a rare divine weapon, and combining all 9 creates one of the top 10 weapons in existence. Qin Feng is looking at these legendary swords with wide eyes, already planning his next move. The Emperor asks how's that, clearly proud of his treasure collection. But internally he's struggling because he spent so much time and resources collecting all 9 swords. He decides he'll just close his eyes and pick one sword to give away, even though it pains him. But before he can decide, Qin Feng straight up snatches the entire box right out of his hands, and our protagonist happily thanks the Emperor for giving him all 9 swords like it was the plan all along. He's thinking you came here to mess with me, so be prepared to get messed with right back. The Emperor tries to explain what he actually meant, but Qin Feng keeps playing innocent. The Qin family elders immediately start praising the Emperor for being so generous with his gift. They keep piling it on, saying it would be insulting to even talk about material things with someone as wealthy as him. And now they're pledging that the Qin family will follow the Emperor's lead from now on. Qin Feng's father plays along, telling his son to kowtow and show proper gratitude, and the system rewards him with 1,000 villain points for openly robbing the Emperor of his legendary swords. The Emperor is seething internally, muttering that this whole family is working together to scam him. But Qin Feng isn't done yet, asking if the Emperor knows the rule about elders giving gifts when meeting juniors, and the Qin family elders immediately back him up, confirming that yes, that's definitely a real tradition. The Emperor is absolutely losing it, wishing he had just stayed home with his consort instead of dealing with this brat. Qin Feng gasps dramatically, asking if the great Emperor is really unable to give his junior a gift. So the Emperor reluctantly reaches for something on his belt, already regretting this entire visit. He hands over the Tianbao gourd, a heavenly treasure, and Qin Feng's eyes light up immediately. This gourd can increase cultivation speed, solidify your base, and regenerate energy in battle. Not bad at all. Our protagonist thanks the Emperor while thinking this old man is actually pretty generous when pressured. The system gives him another 1,000 points for taking the Tianbao gourd, and this hustle is going perfectly. Kyun Feng starts wondering what else he can get, and the emperor is already dreading whatever comes next. Then our boy mentions that he has a younger brother who's about to be born, and the emperor immediately starts fake coughing, saying he suddenly has urgent matters to attend to. This man literally flies away at top speed just to escape getting scammed again by a 3-year-old. Kyun Feng waves goodbye, shouting that he'll bring his little brother to visit sometime. And just like that, the emperor vanishes into the distance, completely cleaned out by the Qin family. But now Qin Feng's own father is trying to take the swords, saying he'll keep them safe for his son. Our protagonist immediately starts fake crying, accusing his father of stealing his treasures. And the father's face says it all because he definitely just got caught trying to pocket those divine weapons. The elder immediately starts scolding him, asking how he could dare rob his own son's treasure. Grandpa snatches the box back and returns it to Qin Feng, telling him not to cry. Our protagonist happily accepts the treasures back, still keeping up his innocent act. But of course those tears were completely fake. This kid is playing everyone like a fiddle. Suddenly the sky darkens with lightning, and Qin Feng wonders what's happening now. A massive fire phoenix descends from the heavens toward the Qin family estate. The father suddenly remembers that his wife Siwei is still in the middle of giving birth right now. He takes off running, cursing himself for completely forgetting about such an important moment. And Qin Feng's expression shifts because his foolish little brother is finally here after 3 long years of waiting. They arrive at the room where the new baby has just been delivered. And there he is, the heaven's chosen one himself, looking surprisingly calm for a newborn. The father proudly holds his new son while Qin Feng lurks in the background with dark energy. Kyun Feng calls out to his father, already plotting his next move against his new rival. The father introduces him to his little brother Wooer, and our protagonist puts on his best big brother face. Kyun Feng asks why the baby isn't crying, wondering if something might be wrong with him. So our protagonist does what any concerned older brother would do and slaps the baby's butt. The baby immediately starts wailing, and the father looks completely shocked at what just happened. He demands to know how Qin Feng could hit his own little brother like that. But Qin Feng plays innocent again, saying he was just worried something might be wrong with the baby. The system rewards him with 100 villain points just for slapping the Heaven's Chosen One's butt. But that's nothing compared to the 30,000 points he gets for making his brother cry and disperse his innate ancestral energy. Back in his room, our protagonist is checking his stats and noticing his cultivation speed has hit a wall. First stage of Enlightenment Realm with 32,000 villain points saved up but not enough to upgrade. But now that his foolish little brother has finally been born, villain points will never be a problem again. So he spins the wheel to see what kind of reward he can pull this time. And it lands on the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique, which sounds absolutely broken. The technique floods his mind with visions of devastating sword arts, moves that could cut through anything standing in his way. The power surges through him as he absorbs every bit of the technique. Our boy opens his eyes and immediately recognizes how formidable this sword technique really is. Now he just needs to hurry up and practice it to unlock its full potential. So he drops 30,000 villain points on a month's worth of comprehension aura to speed up the process. 1 month later, grandfather shows up wanting to spend some quality time with his great-grandson. He heard our protagonist has been practicing swordsmanship and wants to offer some guidance. But Qin Feng is thinking it would be more useful to just borrow his brother's butt for a couple days. Grandfather starts lecturing about how cultivators must be mindful and avoid arrogance. Then he decides to demonstrate his own techniques with a dramatic display of power. Stone pillars rise from the ground as green energy swirls around them. He explains this is the first stage of a heaven-level martial art called Swirl of the Falling Leaves that took him over a decade to master. Qin Feng watches with the most unimpressed expression you've ever seen. He casually flicks some leaves that slice clean through a tree branch without even trying. Our protagonist is thinking, wait, that trick requires over a decade of hard work to learn? Fast forward 5 years and both brothers are doing their cultivation training. And suddenly someone starts breaking through to a new realm with explosive force. The breakthrough is so powerful it literally blows the roof off the building. At age 5, Qin Hao hit the 5th level, and at age 8 Qin Feng reached the Transcension realm, and the elders are losing their minds. Our protagonist emerges looking considerably more grown up and immediately asks where his brother is. The father just sighs because these kids destroy the house every single year, and being their parent is exhausting. But then the system drops a bombshell quest to take his brother's supreme bone, and our boy literally spits blood from shock. He keeps asking the system if it's broken because this mission sounds absolutely insane. The system calmly explains that the supreme bone can be broken and will grow back anew. But something about this whole thing still feels way too extreme. He announces that he needs some silence to think this through properly. But his father and grandfather are completely lost, asking why he suddenly needs to find someone named Jingjing. Meanwhile, the Heaven's Chosen One himself is peacefully napping in a tree without a care in the world. And of course our protagonist finds him almost immediately. That sinister smile says everything about what he's planning to do next. He snatches his little brother right out of the tree without any warning. He starts monologuing about how he originally just wanted to be a playboy living in luxury, but because of this insignificant little brother, he has to actually work hard and cultivate. He dramatically declares that maybe this is just his fate in life. But then his adorable little brother asks if they can sneak outside and go play together. Qin Feng looks at him and asks play, and his brother nods enthusiastically. And just like that, the villain arc gets put on hold because our boy says alright. Cut to downtown where someone is dramatically crying over their supposedly dead father. The townspeople are watching and commenting about how harsh life can be for such cute children. And of course the sympathy money starts pouring in from everyone watching. Little Chin Hao is counting up 73 coins and suggests they go eat something good. Our protagonist offers to treat him to some stir-fried beef and bamboo shoots. What the little brother doesn't know is that bamboo shoots means getting beat with a stick. Qin Hao innocently declares it will be his favorite dish while our protagonist laughs ominously. But then the supposedly dead father suddenly sits up and everyone starts screaming that he came back to life. The man is completely confused, asking when exactly he died in the first place. He just shrugs it off, saying he's hungry and walks away to go beg for food. And that's when their real father shows up and starts whooping Qin Hao for running a funeral scam. Little brother immediately throws Qin Feng under the bus, saying it was all his idea, earning our protagonist 200 villain points. Qin Hao begs for mercy, saying he's still young and should be let off this time. But their father declares that a parent disciplining their child is perfectly justifiable. The little brother screams that he hates his stupid dad the most in the whole world. And here comes Big Brother to comfort him, saying don't cry, making Qin Hao think he's the best. Our protagonist smirks because a childhood without some stir-fried beef and bamboo shoots just isn't complete. And here we see the aftermath of that bamboo shoot special. Qin Hao's backside looking absolutely destroyed. But here comes Big Brother to the rescue, applying medicine while muttering about how his whole life's happiness rests on this butt. Little Qin Hao is absolutely touched, telling his big brother how good he is to him. Qin Feng pats his head like the caring older brother he definitely isn't actually being. Because after all, Little Hao is heaven's chosen one, and that means he's basically a walking villain point farm. The little brother starts complaining about how stupid dad only knows how to beat him. And that's when our protagonist sees an opportunity, telling him he has a plan to help get revenge. He pretends to hesitate, saying that he is their father after all. Qin Hao immediately promises he absolutely won't sell his brother out, and Qin Feng sighs that's not what he meant. But then he dramatically clasps his hands together and agrees to share the secret, which is exactly what he meant. He tells him that dad has a secret stash hidden somewhere, and if mother were to find out about it, the little brother's eyes light up as he declares he understands the mission completely. Cut to the secret stash being discovered, multiple pots overflowing with gold coins hidden in the forest. Mother is absolutely furious, grabbing father's head and demanding to know how long he planned to keep her in the dark. Father's face goes pale as he realizes exactly who snitched on him. He screams about that traitorous son, clearly deciding he didn't hit him enough the first time. And now we've got a full-speed chase happening through the courtyard with father wielding a feather duster. Qin Hao runs straight to his big brother for protection, gasping for air. But father catches up and grabs him by the collar, asking if he wants to try running again. The little brother wails as he gets another round of discipline while our protagonist watches fondly, thinking about his poor little brother. And there it is. The system confirms he framed heaven's chosen one, and awards him 200 villain points. Meanwhile that night, mother is looking absolutely stunning while calling out to her darling husband. Outside the room, little Qin Hao innocently asks big brother why dad is holding down mom. Our protagonist answers with the most deadpan expression possible that they're just training. And then Qin Hao gets an idea, wondering if he interrupts dad's training, maybe dad won't have energy to hit him. Qin Feng hesitates because the villain points are tempting, but if this gets interrupted then there might be consequences. But the little brother takes his silence as approval and cheerfully announces he's going in. Our protagonist's face drops as he realizes what's about to happen and desperately reaches out to stop him. But it's too late as Qin Hao bursts in calling for father while dad looks absolutely horrified. Even the family's pet bird is looking confused about what just happened. Qin Feng can only grimace as he watches the absolute disaster unfold before his eyes. But then the system starts going crazy, rewarding 200 points for framing and 500 for causing a violent beating. The rewards keep stacking, 500 for butt bloom and 1,000 for pain penetrating the soul, as our protagonist reasons that discipline is educational. Fast forward half a month, and Qin Feng is lounging around complaining about not earning any villain points since his brother's butt hasn't healed. But then something catches his attention as he looks up at the sky with surprise. A massive flying beast comes soaring through the clouds carrying what looks like an elaborate carriage. On top sits a blue-haired swordsman while a cute green-haired girl peeks out from inside the carriage. Our protagonist wonders what the Lin family from Tianxin City could possibly want with them. And then the system alerts him to an epic-level Heaven's Chosen One, making him very happy that his point drought is about to end. Now let's rewind half a month to see what brought these visitors here, starting at the Lin family estate in Tianxin City. This is Lin Hao, head of the Lin family, and he's just heard that the Qin family suddenly produced 2 heavenly gifted sons. He watches his daughter training with their servant while deep in thought about this news. Young Lin Shinner is giving it her all, striking a powerful pose as she trains. She throws a punch at a tree, knocking some leaves loose while the servant watches stoically. She cheerfully asks how she did, and the servant politely tells her she's extraordinarily talented. But her father just lets out a heavy sigh while facing away from them. Sinner notices and innocently asks why her dad is sighing like that. He quickly covers it up with the most obvious lie ever, saying he just ate too much. Then he drops the real bomb, telling his daughter about the Qin family's eldest son and asking if she'd be willing to marry him. The poor girl's face goes completely blank from shock at this sudden proposal. She protests that she's still a child, but her father cheerfully responds that young love is also love. She dramatically vows to remain single forever, even if she goes blind or crazy, rather than marry some Qin kid. But then they arrive at the Qin family and she sees Qin father first, immediately thinking how handsome this Qin Feng person is. Meanwhile, our actual protagonist is standing there confused about what's happening. The girl quickly catches herself and acts haughty, declaring that being handsome isn't enough to become her husband. She marches up to our protagonist and demands to know if he's actually Qin Feng. Then she introduces her servant Lin San and challenges Qin Feng to fight him to prove his worth. Her father Lin Hao quickly scolds her for being so rude to their hosts, but our protagonist is more interested in the servant, thinking to himself that this guy might be the heaven's chosen one. He reflects on how he's held back against Qin Hao for 5 years to avoid parental drama, only earning about 240,000 villain points total. But now someone who's neither family nor friend has been delivered right to him, and that sinister grin says everything about his plans. Our protagonist notices something interesting. Lin Hao's mouth says, "Don't be rude," but his actions show he's not intervening at all. And Qin father takes that as permission, eagerly volunteering his son to play with the guest. Our boy agrees without hesitation, and that smile says everything about what he's really planning. Lin San takes his stance and politely asks for instruction, completely unaware that he's about to become a villain point farm. And our protagonist immediately goes full power, unleashing an aura that sends Lin San stumbling back. He launches into his swirl of the falling leaves technique, because why hold back when there's points to be earned? Lin San takes the hit and the energy nearly sends him flying, but this heaven's chosen one manages to block, straining under the pressure of an 8-year-old's attack. Lin San fights back with his own technique, and honestly the animation budget just went crazy on this one. Lin Shiner is absolutely impressed by her servant's counterattack, calling it beautiful. But our protagonist notices that one swing took a lot of energy, and to him that's just an opportunity. He immediately goes for the kill with his unconstrained phantom technique, openly declaring he wants his opponent's life. Lin San barely blocks in time, their weapons creating an explosion of spiritual energy. The impact sends shockwaves through the entire courtyard, and the system chimes in with 200 villain points just for landing a hit on Heaven's Chosen One. But Lin San isn't done, counterattacking with everything he's got. And for the first time, our protagonist realizes this might actually be dangerous. He narrowly dodges the incoming strike, twisting his body mid-air. Qin Feng lands hard, skidding across the ground from the force. Meanwhile, Lin Shiner is cheering for her servant to teach that kid a lesson, which is funny considering she's supposed to marry him. Our protagonist smirks, thinking to himself, so this is how it feels to be stifled by a main character. But he's not done yet, raising his hand and calling out for his sword to come to him. Qin father immediately recognizes what's happening and screams out, "Vast Sky 9 swords." Lin Hao can't believe it, saying he heard rumors about the Emperor getting cheated out of those legendary swords but never thought it was true. Qin father can only laugh nervously, looking like a man whose son's crimes just got exposed. Lin Hao tries to call him in-law, and Qin father immediately yells back asking who is his in-law. Meanwhile, Qin Feng commands all 9 swords to combine together. The legendary blades answer his call, floating together in perfect formation, and they merge into one absolutely massive sword that basically blocks out the sun. Qin father can't help but brag that his son has the talent of a great emperor, accidentally admitting the emperor gifted them willingly. Qin Feng stands there looking absolutely badass with the combined blade, hair flowing in the wind. But Lin San isn't backing down, declaring that even with 9 swords, Qin Feng can't beat him. Lin San unleashes his ultimate technique, the Vast Sky Sword attack, a massive golden beam heading straight for our boy. Both fathers immediately panic, realizing this has gotten way out of hand. Qin father explains that the attack and the swords come from the same origin, the Vast Sky Sword god, and now they're fighting each other. He worries that even with talent, his 8-year-old son can't possibly block a technique from a sword god. So he does what any parent would do, rushing to save his son while screaming that father is coming. But our protagonist tells his dad to stay back and not get in his way. Qin father stops in his tracks, looking absolutely devastated that his dear son just rejected his help. Our protagonist takes his stance, sword glowing with incredible power, and he counters with his own ultimate move, the heaven-slaying sword technique. The two attacks collide in midair, creating an explosion that shakes the entire estate. Lin Hao is completely shook, barely able to ask what move that was. The shockwave hits everyone watching, leaving both fathers looking absolutely wrecked. Lin San can't believe it, asking how a child could possibly block that attack. But here's where it gets really good because his sword starts cracking. The blade completely shatters and the system announces 100,000 villain points for cracking the Heaven's Chosen One's Dao heart. Our protagonist starts walking toward his victim, casually announcing that he's coming for him. He's already calculating if cracking the Dao heart gave him 100,000 points, then completely destroying his spirit must be worth even more. So he grabs Lin San by the collar, deciding to just go ahead and stab his spirit directly. He starts slashing, earning 500 villain points with each cut on the Heaven's Chosen One. The points just keep stacking, 500 here, 500 there. Our boy is farming like his life depends on it. But then Kin father grabs him from behind and our protagonist is furious about being stopped mid-grind. Lin Hao nervously agrees with stopping the fight, begging them not to beat his talented servant to a pulp. Lin Hao asks if he can have a word with Kin father privately and he agrees. The two of them do that awkward dance of excessive politeness, each insisting the other go first. Kin father is internally celebrating, thinking that thanks to his son's performance, the alliance is basically in the bag. Meanwhile, Lin Shiner approaches our protagonist to tell him he's really strong, and he hits her with the most confident response possible, simply saying, "I know." She tries introducing herself, but he barely gives her an acknowledgement. Instead, he points at Lin San and asks if she can make him come play again. And she absolutely loses it, furious that she asked him to be her husband, but all he wants is to play with her servant. She storms off with an angry huff, completely done with this conversation, and our protagonist is left standing there genuinely confused, wondering what's up with her. Meanwhile, Lin Shiner storms into the guest room to have a word with her father about this whole betrothal situation. Her father asks if she wasn't unwilling to marry the first son in the first place, and that question catches her completely off guard. She immediately protests that no, she absolutely was not unwilling. Her father points out that she's 2 years older than the second son, and wouldn't they be a joke if word got out? But then he laughs it off, saying love between an older woman and younger man is actually quite popular nowadays. Lin Shiner argues that people will say their family is using her to gain power from the Qin family and that they settled for the second son because Qin Feng was off limits. Lin Hao gets absolutely heated, yelling that anyone who dares insult his daughter will have their whole family wiped out. The people outside can definitely hear this, and Lin Shiner begs her dad to stop yelling so loudly. He apologizes and promises to be quieter, but she makes her position clear. She does not want to marry Qin Hao, and that's when her father hits her with the real question, asking if she actually likes Qin Feng instead. She immediately gets defensive, calling him a narcissist and demanding to know who would ever like someone like that. Her father takes that as confirmation and declares the issue settled, leaving Shiner completely blindsided. She storms off yelling that her dad doesn't love her at all, because that's clearly the only logical conclusion here. Lin Hao is left standing there genuinely confused about what just happened with his daughter. One of the servants looks like she has something to say, but she's not sure if she should. Meanwhile, Qin Hao is out in the courtyard, noting how just moments ago they were fighting like tigers and now everyone's talking about marriage without even consulting him. But he just shrugs it off, thinking that not dealing with the hardships of love works fine for him anyway. Because as far as he's concerned, as long as he has Lin San around, that's enough for him. And Lin San can definitely feel something is off, thinking to himself that he always feels like someone's watching him. Elsewhere, Lin Shiner is sitting in a flower field doing the classic "he loves me" routine with a flower. "He loves me not," she says, plucking another petal. But then she gets frustrated because the flower isn't giving her the answer she wants. So she decides to take matters into her own hands instead of relying on some dumb flower. She spots our protagonist and calls out to him, but he's busy asking his dad if he can go out and play with brother Lin San. She quickly pivots, asking Lin San where he's going and why he didn't call her. Both fathers immediately see this as a perfect opportunity and agree with suspicious enthusiasm. Lin Hao tells Lin San to take Shiner and the young master out for a look around the city, and to keep them safe. Hyun Hao realizes he's basically the free one in a buy one get one free deal, but honestly, if Lin San does his job well, he's fine with it. And so the unlikely group heads out together, with Lin San leading the way. They arrive at Huanggu Marketplace, and our protagonist is already scheming, thinking that Heaven's chosen ones can always find valuable treasures, so whatever Lin San picks, he'll snatch it. The moment Lin San reaches for something, our boy grabs it first and tells the shopkeeper he'll take it, earning 300 villain points for stealing the chosen one's herb. Every time Lin San's hand moves towards something, our protagonist is already there. He just keeps grabbing everything Lin San shows interest in, not even trying to be subtle about it. And the system keeps rewarding him. Another 300 villain points for forcefully stealing Heaven's chosen one's treasures. Lin San is clearly annoyed, while our protagonist casually remarks that being the free one isn't so bad after all. Lin San is starting to think this kid is a little weird, and honestly, he's not wrong. Lin Shiner tries to get our protagonist's attention, asking if he can come look at something with her, but he just tells her she's blocking his way, completely shutting her down. She throws a tantrum about being ignored, but our protagonist couldn't care less. But then she immediately switches gears, saying that his fierce attitude is actually what she likes about him. The group continues through the marketplace, our protagonist still on the hunt for more opportunities. That's when someone spots something interesting at one of the shops, and our protagonist's senses immediately go on high alert. Suddenly, Lin San and this random girl are arguing about who saw it first, with actual flames in the background. Our protagonist wastes no time asking how much the item costs, and the shopkeeper offers it for 888 spirit stones. He immediately says he'll take it, figuring if two Heaven's chosen ones both noticed it, it must be something valuable. Lin San can't believe he's not even bargaining, but our protagonist just says 888 spirit stones is trivial. The system confirms he ruined the opportunity of Heaven's chosen one and rewards him with a lottery draw, and our boy realizes this really is a treasure. But when he actually examines the cauldron, he can't figure out what's so special about it. He realizes there's absolutely nothing he can see from this thing, which is slightly concerning. That's when the young girl approaches him, asking if Big Brother can give it to her. And our protagonist has an idea, wondering if since his villain system is broken, maybe it can be activated through a Heaven's Chosen One. So he offers to lend it to her for a few days if she pays him 8 spirit stones, saying he'll generously cover the other 880. And this innocent child immediately agrees to the deal. But of course our protagonist changes the terms, saying actually it's 800 spirit stones and no more. He snatches her money pouch, taking everything she has as payment, and this pure child is actually thanking him, saying he's such a good big brother. The system rewards him 500 villain points for deceiving an ignorant Heaven's Chosen One, and our boy just thinks to himself, what a dumb younger sister. Lin-san moves on to look at something else, and our protagonist is already calculating his next move. He puts his hand on Lin-san's shoulder and casually announces he wants everything in this shop. Lin-san is really starting to feel like this young master keeps secretly looking at him and showing off, but it just doesn't make sense. And our protagonist just smirks to himself, thinking that was a close one. He almost didn't get it all. Our protagonist and Lin-san are still at the marketplace, browsing through more treasures. And of course our boy's eyes are already locked on whatever Lin-san is reaching for. But Lin Shinner swoops in and grabs it first, casually declaring she'll take this one. She asks our protagonist if he's done buying, probably hoping for some actual attention from him. But Lin-san suddenly gets all nervous and says he has something to do, stuttering out a goodbye. Lin Shinner is left standing there confused, wondering why both the master and servant are acting so strange. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a green-haired girl is walking with Qin Hao, learning that Lin-san suddenly fell ill and can't go to the marketplace. She offers to accompany him instead, but homeboy just shuts her down without a second thought. But she's not giving up, declaring that she only wants Lin-san, admiring how he keeps his distance from women. She cheerfully announces she'll come back tomorrow, and Qin Hao can only stand there and accept this situation. And Lin-san, who overheard everything, is absolutely mortified, repeating her words in complete disbelief. Later that night, our purple-haired servant is having an existential crisis, lamenting that his goal was to be a high-quality servant. He emphasizes that he wanted to be a servant, not a— well, let's just say he has very specific concerns about this arrangement. The next day, the whole city is buzzing as the official engagement between the Qin and Lin families is publicly announced. With the alliance finalized, the families exchange their farewells as the Lin family prepares to depart, and our protagonist is already doing the math, realizing his twofold treasure-finding tool just became onefold since they're leaving. Lin-san watches from the carriage, probably relieved to finally get away from all this chaos. But wait, there's the green-haired girl again, and Lin-san looks like he wants to disappear into thin air. The girl is already in their carriage, while our protagonist watches from below with clear interest, and she's blushing, thinking the young master is looking at her, which is absolutely not what's happening here. Back at the Qin mansion, things are about to get very interesting. Our protagonist is checking his system stats, idly thinking about how nice it would be to run away from home with Lin-san. But then he notices he's sitting on 150,000 villain points and a lottery draw, which is honestly not bad for a few days of work. He's genuinely excited to see what he'll draw this time, and honestly so are we. And the system delivers big time, granting him a god-level Buddhist technique called Heavenly Dragon's Might that deals double damage against demons. The power immediately starts surging through him, golden energy exploding everywhere. A massive golden dragon manifests above him, and this is absolutely insane to witness. The dragon roars with earth-shaking power, letting everyone in a 10-mile radius know something big is happening. Our protagonist absorbs all that divine energy, his body practically glowing from the power surge. When it's finally over, he's sitting there completely exhausted, breathing heavily from the intensity. He notices a dragon pattern has appeared on his shoulder, which apparently lets him use god-level Buddhist techniques now. But the power keeps surging uncontrollably, and our boy is definitely not having a good time right now. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash of golden light. When the dust settles, our protagonist is standing in what used to be his room, debris everywhere, muttering a very appropriate curse. He realizes he needs to put on a show and pretend this was intentional, so he quickly asks the system for an upgrade. The system obliges, and another wave of golden power surges through him as he screams from the intensity. That's when his father and the family ancestor come bursting in, calling out his name in panic. The ancestor is absolutely stunned, marveling at his terrifying power of comprehension, while his dad is just staring at what's left of the house. The system congratulates him for breaking through to the third stage, which only cost him a casual 100,000 villain points. Oh, and also another 30,000 for the second stage of Transcension Realm, and our protagonist is starting to sweat. 130,000 points gone in an instant, and our boy is actually mourning his savings like he lost a loved one. From outside, you can see the massive hole in the roof, and the ancestor is yelling for someone to bring the best spiritual elixirs. He's really not messing around, screaming at people to hurry up and move it. The next day at the Imperial Court, the officials are in an uproar over the Qin family's alliance, demanding punishment. But one advisor speaks up, recommending peaceful negotiations since strange things have been happening and they can't afford internal conflict. Another supports this, warning that the Yinyu dynasty has grown stronger and two chosen sons of heaven have appeared as their true enemies. The emperor weighs his options, knowing they need powerful families to unite, but that would give the Qin family's two chosen ones time to grow. He laments that if only the royal family could produce their own chosen sons, none of this political maneuvering would be necessary. Meanwhile, at the Qin family meeting, they're discussing the imperial family's moves, and someone's ready to throw hands if war comes. They analyze the situation, noting that with their new alliance and the Yinyu dynasty watching, the royal family would be sacrificing a lot to attack. The ancestor explains that as a prestigious family, once they grow too powerful, they become a target, and a quick battle is what the emperor wants. Our protagonist overhears everything from outside, noting how the imperial family is really banding together just to maintain their power. He's peeking through the door, wondering if they're really gonna war and if he should just make his escape now. But then he closes his eyes and firmly decides against running away. He admits that as a transmigrator, he originally planned not to get emotionally invested since having weaknesses makes you vulnerable. But these past 8 years, the Qin family has been nothing but loving and faithful to him, and he can't just watch them die. And that's when it hits him, the perfect solution to all of this chaos. He bursts in announcing to his ancestor and father that he's thought of a way to solve everything. But his father immediately tells him to get out, while the ancestor tells him to shut his trap. The ancestor, however, is curious and asks to hear the solution, much to the father's annoyance at the obvious favoritism. Our protagonist explains that the whole situation exists because he and Qin Hao disrupted the power balance, so if they conceal themselves, there's no reason for war. The ancestor points out that even if they hide, the royal family won't stop unless they die or become disabled. Our protagonist simply responds with a confident agreement, clearly having anticipated this exact response. And then he drops the bomb, declaring that the solution is mutilation, specifically digging out Qin Hao's supreme bone since it'll grow back anyway. The ancestor actually thinks the plan might work, but Qin Feng's father is absolutely not having it. He argues that Hire is only 5 years old, way too young to go through something like this. The ancestor explains that becoming supreme takes more than just the bone. You need willpower, spirit, and above all, destiny. Hire must overcome having his supreme bone removed and go into hiding, so he can reach the supreme level after it regrows. The cover story is perfect. The young master was jealous of his brother's gifts, so he personally dug out the supreme bone and fled after being discovered. The former family head was furious and announced Qin Feng is cut from the family and wanted dead throughout Huanggu. While Qin Hao suffers the physical pain, Qin Feng will endure both physical and mental torment as a labeled traitor, hunted endlessly until his brother grows up to clear his name. The father refuses to accept this cruelty, saying if the Imperials want war, then they'll have war. They're not afraid of those bastards. He reaches out to his son, promising to protect both him and Hauer, even if it costs him his life. Our protagonist declares he'll bear any obscenity for the family, and the system immediately rewards him for acting as a hypocritical villain with a new inventory ability. The ancestor warns him that once he goes through with this, there's no turning back and no chance to regret it. Our boy responds with some poetic wisdom about treasured swords needing to be sharpened, plum blossoms only blooming from bitter cold, but internally he's screaming that they held him back for 8 precious years. And he just wants to dig out that bone, get those unrivaled eyes, and go find some beautiful women. The ancestor finally agrees, shouting his approval. But the father is still in shock at what's been decided. He drops to his knees and begs the ancestor to reconsider. He insists there must be another way, while Qin Feng watches his father's desperation. Our protagonist is internally cursing because his performance has hit a roadblock with all this opposition. The ancestor places a hand on the father's shoulder, explaining this plan minimizes the family's losses even in the worst-case scenario. But the father cries that Fenger is only 8. Qin Feng helps his father to his feet, telling him he doesn't need to kneel. He promises his father that the children will definitely return safe. And with that, Qin Feng turns to leave while his father can only call out his name. The father watches his son walk toward the bright doorway, murmuring an apology to both his children. That night, young Qin Hao sleeps peacefully in his bed, completely unaware of the shadow approaching him. Wait, that's not Qin Hao, that's a girl stirring awake. Qin Feng looms over her with lightning crackling in the background, and things are about to get real. She innocently reaches out to him with a smile, calling him brother. And then he does it, slashing into her as she screams in agony. She stares up at him in disbelief, blood dripping from her mouth as she weakly calls out brother. Qin Feng coldly declares he's taking the supreme bone, pulling it from her body. The system congratulates him for wounding the chosen one and putting his life on the line, awarding a whopping 800,000 villain points. Our protagonist touches his eye as power surges through him. His eyes begin to glow with an intense supernatural light. He examines his reward, a glowing cauldron materializing beside him, and asks if these are the unrivaled eyes. He leaves the cauldron for his wounded sibling, calling her his foolish baby brother, which confirms this girl is actually Qin Hao. He leaps out the window thinking the unrivaled eyes are the best path forward, so borrowing the bone was never the real goal. Behind him, healing energy from the cauldron begins surrounding the injured child, stabilizing her condition. Outside in the pouring rain, a figure kneels in the courtyard near Yoon Ki-yue's room. It's Chin Feng, collapsed with blood on his hands, the weight of what he just did crashing down on him. Inside, the father has to physically restrain the mother who's clearly devastated by the news. Chin Feng looks up at the building where his parents are, rain pouring down around him. The father holds his crying wife close, both of them broken by this impossible situation. With blood on his face mixing with the rain, Chin Feng calls out that he's leaving, saying goodbye to his parents. And then he's gone, leaping across the rooftops into the stormy night. The mother bursts out into the courtyard, desperately calling her son's name. Her face is twisted in anguish, tears streaming down as she screams for him. She collapses to her knees, screaming into the empty rain-soaked night. The grief becomes too much and she faints, with the father rushing to catch her and calling her name. Outside the Kin family gate, our protagonist takes one last look back and thinks his goodbye to everything he's known. The ancestor's voice reaches him telepathically, explaining that with sunrise the death warrant will spread throughout Honggu, and asking where he plans to go. Qin Feng answers simply, saying he's heading to the Yinyu dynasty. The ancestor tells him to stay alive and return, and as Qin Feng walks away, the system rewards his hypocritical villain act by doubling his inventory space. The system also asks if he's allergic to romance, which honestly is a fair question given how focused he is on power. The next morning, the sun rises over the Qin family estate. A cheerful maid with braids carries a wash basin, happily calling out that the sun is already shining on the young master's butt. But then she sees something that makes her drop the basin completely. She runs through the halls screaming for someone to come quick, because the second young master has been attacked. A crowd gathers around the injured Qin Hao wrapped in bandages, and someone says the assailant was the eldest young master. The servants can't believe it, insisting Qin Feng was always polite, refined and smart. There's no way he could do this. But the evidence speaks for itself and the servants exchange worried glances. The father has to play his part, shouting in apparent rage. But the emotional strain is too much and he starts coughing violently. He coughs up blood and collapses, calling out his son's name as everything hits him at once. The servants catch him as he falls, shouting for the family head. Someone explains the official story to the crowd, that Qin Feng was secretly jealous, stole his brother's supreme bone and fled after being caught. The ancestor steps forward and officially announces that Qin Feng is banished from the family and must be killed on sight. A servant worries that with the supreme bone gone and Qin Feng lost, what means does the family have to win the coming war? The ancestor coldly declares that someone with behavior like that isn't worthy to be part of the Qin family. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia Dynasty Imperial Palace, the emperor is absolutely thrilled, celebrating that one chosen one is now crippled and the other ran away. He laughs that heaven truly is helping the Great Xia Empire, and immediately announces he's choosing new concubines to celebrate. The court officials bow in unison, chanting "Long live the emperor." But somewhere in the forest, our protagonist is riding a donkey with the biggest grin on his face because he finally saved up 1,000,000 villain points. He immediately presses the exchange button on his system screen. Power surges around him as the system congratulates him for spending 1,000,000 points on a 100% great completion card. And just like that, his 33 Heavenly Fortune art reaches 100% great completion, making this whole tragic escape actually worth it. And just like that, our protagonist is already testing out his brand new power upgrade. But then he hears something in the distance that makes his ears perk up. Even his donkey is looking at him like, "Are you hearing what I'm hearing right now?" Our boy immediately leaps into action to investigate the situation. And what does he find? A group of thugs surrounding someone on the road, and the person they're harassing is absolutely gorgeous, because of course she is. Our protagonist realizes he hasn't had any female contact in 8 whole years, and suddenly this feels important. The girl screams as one of the creeps gets too close for comfort. This is his moment, time to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. He leaps down from the tree with a dramatic entrance already prepared. But wait, someone else got there first and is already kicking the thug's face in. This mysterious swordsman just completely stole our protagonist's thunder. He stands protectively in front of the beauty, lecturing the thugs about harassing young women in broad daylight. And the girl is already looking at this guy with sparkles in her eyes. Are you kidding me right now? The thugs start threatening them, claiming they're part of the mighty Tiger Gang. But then one of them spots something very interesting and calls his boss over. It's a wanted poster with Qin Feng's face on it, offering 100,000 spiritual stones for his capture. The thug grins like he just won the lottery, announcing they're about to get rich. Lin steps forward with his sword drawn, asking what exactly they think they're doing. He glances at Qin Feng and asks if these are old acquaintances of his. Our protagonist has absolutely no idea who these random thugs are supposed to be. And then the thugs all swallow some kind of pills and start getting pumped up. Lin recognizes those as berserk pills that can double a person's fighting power. But wait, if they were just planning to have fun with the girl, why would they need power-boosting pills? The implications of that question make Lin imagine some extremely concerning scenarios. He visibly shudders at the thought because honestly same, no time to think about that. He needs to take them out before the pills kick in, and with one devastating sword strike he cuts through all of them at once. The man's swordsmanship is absolutely devastating, way stronger than before, and the system happily chimes in, congratulating Qin Feng for 300 villain points just for being nearby. Lin himself looks shocked at how powerful that attack was, noting that he's gotten even stronger. Qin Feng casually strolls up and greets him like they're old friends running into each other. The girl introduces herself as Ziwan and thanks them both for saving her. Lin acts all noble about it, and Ziwan is eating it up while Qin Feng is thinking, what about me though? But one of the thugs is still alive and crawling away. He threatens that with 100,000 stone bounty on Qin Feng's head, they'll never escape. And then he launches a signal into the sky with the Tiger Gang's symbol blazing for everyone to see. The thug cackles that their gang leader is at the third stage of spiritual martial realm. Lin steps up beside Ziwan and promises to protect her no matter what comes. Qin Feng just gives him a thumbs up and wishes him good luck with that. Then he grabs Ziwan and books it, because he's not about to let Lin have this showing off moment. Meanwhile, at the Kuksui Mountain ruins, that signal is spotted by some very interested parties. The leader grins and notes that it looks like they finally found Qin Feng's trail. When someone mentions the ruins they were exploring, the leader doesn't even hesitate. He declares they can find the treasure after catching Qin Feng because that bounty is guaranteed money. Back with our crew, Lin watches Qin Feng run off and realizes the dilemma of the situation. Lin ends up chasing after them, calling for Qin Feng to wait up. Ziwan is confused because he was just boasting about protecting her, and the system rewards 500 points for ruining Lin's moment. Qin Feng is thrilled that he can earn villain points just by stealing the protagonist's spotlight. When Lin catches up and asks why they're running when Qin Feng is clearly strong enough to fight, Qin Feng launches into a speech about how relying on others' power doesn't make you a real man. He declares that he wants to rely solely on his own strength to make his way in this world. Meanwhile, he's internally telling his system to shut up because it's clearly mocking him. But Lin is actually impressed by this speech and says he admires Qin Feng's ambitions. Qin Feng asks why Lin is even out here instead of returning to Tianxin City. Lin says he's out to learn through experiencing the world before heading back home. Ziwan chimes in that she's also out learning through experience, and Qin Feng's eyes narrow. After reading novels for 10 years, he knows exactly what protagonists really mean when they say that. They claim it's about self-improvement, but really they're hunting for ruins, treasures, or beautiful women. And all the beauties they save are spoiled rich girls who conveniently can't take care of themselves. It's because protagonists always protect these helpless girls that they become so dependent later. Looking at Ziwan's expensive clothes and clueless expression, our boy is thinking maybe he should make an investment too. So our crew found themselves a nice cozy cave for the night, complete with roast meat over the fire, and Lin immediately goes into simp mode, offering his portion to Ziwan like the gentleman protagonist he is. She accepts it with a smile, and honestly she looks absolutely adorable doing it. But Qin Feng immediately starts teasing her about eating his food, meaning she'll have to take care of him later. And poor girl nearly chokes. He suggests splitting up guard duty with Lin taking the second half of the night. While standing guard outside, Qin Feng remembers he still has an unused lottery draw from when he dug out that supreme bone. So naturally, he decides to spin the wheel while munching on some chicken, because why not? And the system announces he won a god-level stealing technique called non-existent space snatch, which sounds incredibly suspicious. The power manifests as these glowing spatial portals that can apparently grab things from anywhere. Qin Feng immediately tests it out by snatching a stone from thin air, and his face lights up like a kid on Christmas. He realizes this is basically like clairvoyance from novels that can see through anything, including clothes, and declares it a valuable treasure. And then he looks back at the cave where Ziwan is sleeping with the most suspicious expression imaginable. The little laugh he lets out right here is giving major red flags, and honestly someone needs to stop this man. He walks back to the cave entrance and activates his new power while Ziwan is sleeping. And suddenly he's holding her chest undergarment in his hand, looking absolutely mortified because that was not the plan. Ziwan wakes up and immediately notices something very important is missing from her person. She's covering herself, looking absolutely scandalized and demanding to know what happened. She starts doing the math. There's only 3 people in the cave. Qin Feng is on guard duty, and that leaves only one suspect sleeping right next to her. So she immediately starts chasing Lin, demanding he give it back while he looks absolutely bewildered. Qin Feng strolls in casually, asking what's wrong and what did brother Lin take from her. Ziwan just points at Lin furiously while poor Lin is sitting there with question marks floating over his head, and the system immediately rewards 500 villain points for successfully framing the protagonist and making the goddess hate him. Ziwan storms off absolutely fuming, while our boy is just standing there knowing exactly what he did. Lin asks Qin Feng what's wrong with Lady Ziwan, and our protagonist just shrugs, saying he has no idea. But then a scream echoes from outside the cave that makes them both freeze. Lin immediately grabs his sword and rushes out, shouting that something bad has happened. Qin Feng is thinking, wait, did the protagonist just set up a hero saves the damsel scenario to boost his favorability after being hated? He decides forget laying low, it's time to show his cards and steal this moment for himself. He blasts past Lin at ridiculous speed, leaving the protagonist wondering what kind of movement technique that even was. A beam of energy streaks toward where the scream came from. He arrives to find Ziwan face to face with a massive saber-toothed tiger beast and immediately announces he's there to save her. He swoops in and grabs her without hesitation, and the way she's looking at him right now is hitting different. He carries her princess style while dodging the beast, and Ziwan is absolutely not complaining about this arrangement. The close-up on her face says everything. She's definitely feeling some type of way about young Master Qin right now. Once they land safely, she thanks him for arriving in time to save her from harm. But the tiger beast isn't done. It comes crashing through the trees, still looking for a fight. Ziwan shouts for him to watch out as he moves to shield her from the attack. But internally, Qin Feng is panicking because in the chaos, he definitely touched somewhere he shouldn't have. He's relieved that she apparently didn't notice, but the awkward tension is very real right now. Lin catches up and warns them that this is a 9th stage Transcension Realm beast, and they need to work together to beat it. But Qin Feng is already scheming, thinking if he impresses the protagonist's goddess enough, she might switch sides entirely. He asks if they really need to team up for something this week, with the most arrogant smirk imaginable. He tells Ziwan to stay put while he handles the saber-toothed tiger, and she actually looks worried for him. And then he launches himself at the beast without any hesitation whatsoever. Lin shouts for him to stop being reckless and that they can only win by working together. Qin Feng yells back that he's really annoying while drawing his sword with energy crackling around it. He swings his blade with power surging through every strike, and unleashes the heaven-slaying sword technique in all its glory. The blade tears right through the tiger beast, drawing blood and making it roar in pain. But instead of going down, the beast's eyes glow red with rage as it prepares to counterattack. Ziwan screams for young Master Qin to watch out as the beast charges at him. Lin rushes in to help, but Qin Feng is internally fuming that this guy still wants to steal his spotlight. So Qin Feng starts channeling energy between his palms, calling out the heavenly dragon technique, and a massive golden dragon erupts from his attack with devastating might. The dragon slams directly into the tiger beast with enough force to shake the entire forest. A massive explosion sends smoke billowing everywhere as Qin Feng watches the destruction unfold. The tiger goes down and the system rewards 500 points for preventing the protagonist from showing off to his goddess. Lin is standing there completely speechless, unable to even form words at what he just witnessed. Ziwan runs over gushing about how strong he is, and Qin Feng plays it cool, saying it was just an insignificant skill. But internally, his legs are shaking and he's thinking that move drained way more energy than he expected. Suddenly, the sound of applause comes from the tree line and everyone turns to look. A stranger emerges praising young Master Qin's impressive skills with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Turns out it's the Tiger Gang leader who found them, and he's demanding an explanation for all his dead subordinates. But Qin Feng immediately points at Lin and introduces him as his big brother, saying they'll have to get through him first. Then he grabs Ziwan and announces he's going to go rest while leaving these good-for-nothings to his big brother. Lin just smirks, knowing exactly what game Qin Feng is playing, and the system drops 2,000 villain points for successfully scheming against the protagonist. The Tiger Gang leader wastes no time splitting up the hunt, sending his men after Qin Feng while he personally handles Lin. And Lin finds himself staring down a 3rd stage spiritual martial realm cultivator, which is basically the equivalent of bringing a knife to a tank fight. The gang leader launches himself at Lin with his weapon spinning, fully expecting to end this in one blow. Their weapons collide with enough force to light up the entire forest. But Lin is holding his own, blocking strikes while already having taken down several of the gang members around him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is dragging Ziwan through the forest, while she actually has the audacity to worry about Lin of all people. Qin Feng reassures her that Lin is heaven's chosen one with a powerful protagonist halo, and she's just standing there like, what halo? But before she can question his sanity further, a poison dart catches her from behind. Ziwan goes down hard, and Qin Feng's carefully crafted escape plan just got a lot more complicated. The gang member who threw it is already celebrating, thinking he just scored an easy kill. But Qin Feng is absolutely not having it, and that gang member just signed his own death warrant. One hit sends the guy flying into a tree so hard the bark cracks around him. Qin Feng rushes back to check on Ziwan, and our boy is genuinely worried about the protagonist's woman right now. He's internally cursing himself for burning all his energy showing off earlier, but the system conveniently offers a recovery pill for just 1,000 villain points. 1,000 points seems cheap, so he immediately takes the deal, only to find out it only restores 10% of his strength. Of course, this dog system would pull something like that, so now he's spamming the exchange button 9 more times like his life depends on it. With his strength back, he starts channeling energy to heal Ziwan's wounds. But wait, he's questioning the system because her injury is on her back, but the healing technique requires treating through the chest, and that's definitely suspicious. Against all odds and questionable medical logic, it actually seems to be working. Qin Feng is staring at his hands in disbelief because that really shouldn't have worked, but he's not complaining. Later, Qin Feng wanders through the forest ravine wondering if Lin managed to escape his situation back there, and then he stumbles upon what looks like a war zone, with trees absolutely demolished everywhere. He's thinking typical protagonist nonsense, overcoming a realm difference like it's nothing special. But then he hears something approaching from nearby. Footsteps, and by the sound of it, more than a few people are heading this way. He ducks out of sight just in time to overhear some very interesting intel about Lin heading to some ruins after injuring the gang leader. So naturally, Qin Feng decides the best course of action is to drop down right in front of them like an absolute menace. The gang members immediately recognize him and start throwing around threats, which honestly is adorable given what's about to happen. Our boy just confirms his identity with a smile and casually asks where exactly these ruins are located. They're so excited that he just handed himself over that they immediately try to surround him, which was their first and last mistake. Qin Feng doesn't even give them time to blink before launching a devastating energy slash. And just like that, the entire group gets absolutely folded in a single strike. He casually mentions they should have treasured the chance to live he gave them, standing among the carnage like it's just another Tuesday. He grabs a map off one of them and finds out Lin went to somewhere called Kuxwei Mountain Ruins, and now he's curious why. But he decides that's future Qin Feng's problem, and pockets the map for later. He heads back to check on Ziwan and finds her still peacefully sleeping, completely unaware of everything that just happened. With her resting, Qin Feng figures now is the perfect time to finally integrate that supreme bone he's been carrying around. He's reasoning that since they're blood brothers from the same mother, the supreme bone theoretically shouldn't reject him. And then he grabs his sword with a look that says he's about to do something incredibly stupid. And yep, there it is. Our boy just stabbed himself in the chest to create a spot for the bone, because apparently that's how this works. He collapses immediately because, shockingly, stabbing yourself hurts a lot. But he's pushing through the pain, thinking he just needs to get the supreme bone in and everything will be fine. The moment the bone goes in, his entire body lights up with energy, and he's screaming in absolute agony as it merges with him. He starts coughing up blood as his body struggles to handle the transformation. He finally goes down completely, thinking that this really does hurt as bad as it looks. Ziwan wakes up to find Qin Feng collapsed against her, and she is absolutely not prepared for this situation. She immediately starts calling him shameless because from her perspective this looks extremely inappropriate. She's even kicking at him, accusing him of pretending to be asleep, which honestly is fair given his track record. But then she notices all the blood and her attitude shifts completely. She gets him somewhere safe and checks that he's still breathing, genuinely worried now. That's when she notices something strange about the spiritual energy flowing through him, and it definitely doesn't match her moon god palace techniques. She starts putting the pieces together, remembering how she was dying from poison but somehow woke up completely healed. The realization hits her that young Master Qin must have saved her life while she was unconscious. But now his spiritual power is going haywire and needs to be suppressed immediately or things are gonna get very bad. Ziwan makes up her mind, saying he's been kind to her and she can't just abandon him when she's the only one who can help. So she embraces him and starts channeling her own energy to stabilize his condition, and honestly this scene is kind of beautiful. The pink spiritual energy swirls around them as his power finally starts to calm down. Qin Feng finally wakes up and immediately notices the supreme bone merge was successful. His strength has increased again. But Ziwan is staring at him with a blush and says something about his eyes looking different. Qin Feng is confused, asking what's wrong with his eyes because he feels completely fine. That's when he notices some bees flying by, and something feels very different about how he's seeing them. His hand shoots out on instinct to catch one of them. He actually catches the bee with ease, and Ziwan is absolutely floored by how fast his hand moved. But to Qin Feng, that bee was moving so slowly he's wondering why anyone would be impressed. And that's when it clicks, the supreme bone didn't just strengthen his body, it also upgraded his unrivaled double pupils to a whole new level. So after discovering his upgraded double pupils, Qin Feng has a brilliant idea and asks Ziwan to slap him as hard as she can. And Ziwan is looking at him like he's absolutely lost his mind. Which honestly is fair, but our boy is way too excited about this, practically begging her to hurry up and hit him. She's already apologizing in advance, clearly thinking this is some kind of test she's about to fail. So she goes for the slap, moving in what she thinks is a normal speed. But to Qin Feng with his upgraded eyes, it's like watching someone move through honey, and he catches her wrist effortlessly. And now he's just standing there processing the fact that his perception has become absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Ziwan is nervously asking if she did something wrong, completely unaware of what just happened. Our boy smoothly transitions from science experiment to flirting, complimenting her soft hands while casually asking where they should go explore next. He mentions a secret treasure hunting location, and she's immediately on board because of course she is. Remember that map he swiped from those Tiger Gang members he eliminated? Turns out it's finally time to use it. And right on cue, the system triggers a villain mission to steal the Chosen One's treasure, with a gold chest as reward. That's when Qin Feng realizes why Lin San didn't go back to Tianxin City. He was here hunting for treasure this whole time. Ziwan peers into the mysterious portal and asks if young Master Lin is really in there. Qin Feng assures her that Tiger Gang intel is solid, and they both agree to head inside. They emerge on the other side, and Qin Feng immediately notices there's somewhere special. The sign confirms it. This is the legendary mountain boundary mentioned in ancient texts. Ziwan is confused about finding Lin, but Qin Feng is already stripping down like he's at a spa. Our boy standing there shirtless explains that the Qin family records mention a spiritual pool here that can help cultivators break through. He explains the pool has a dragon vein with abundant spiritual energy, and if a man and woman cultivate together, time slows down so one day equals a year. He's thinking that using his heavenly dragon technique earlier damaged his foundation while the supreme bone was still merging, so he needs to recover before facing Lin and the gang. and then it hits him. This explains why his parents disappeared for 8 years. They were here the whole time building their relationship. Flashback to young Qin Feng reading a book titled 18 Styles in the Room, and suddenly everything about this family makes a lot more sense. He's musing about not wasting time when Ziwan catches up and asks when exactly is the right time. And then she gets a full view of him from behind and freezes completely. She screams at a volume that could probably alert everyone in the entire ruins. Qin Feng whips around, startled by her sudden outburst, and without hesitation he grabs her mid-scream. He scoops her up and leaps straight toward the water because apparently this was his solution. They crash into the spiritual pool together, sending water everywhere. For a moment they're both submerged in the glowing waters. Ziwan surfaces coughing and sputtering, clothes completely soaked. She immediately starts demanding to know what the hell he thinks he's doing. But Qin Feng tells her to keep it down unless she wants to lead the entire tiger gang right to them. She realizes he pushed her into the water to protect her, and when she asks, he just says why else would he do it. Her attitude completely shifts, and she starts approaching him, asking where he's hurt, so she can help apply medication. Qin Feng says medication won't be necessary, but if she really wants to help, she could take off her clothes and soak in the pool with him. And Ziwan's brain completely short-circuits as she stammers about taking off her clothes. She can barely get the words out, asking if he really means soaking together. Qin Feng explains with perfect logic that if she keeps her clothes on, how can her body absorb the spiritual power, and if they don't soak together, how will time slow down? And Ziwan convinces herself it makes sense. Plus, Qin Feng is only an 8-year-old kid, so what would he even know? She smiles and agrees that if it's for cultivation, they should definitely soak together. The system immediately pings congratulating him for successfully deceiving a young girl from a respectable family, earning him 300 villain points. Qin Feng turns away with a smirk, claiming he really didn't deceive her, then immediately admits, yeah, actually he totally did. They position themselves to begin cultivating together, steam conveniently covering everything important. And honestly, this scene is giving major romance arc vibes as they begin their dual cultivation. 3 days later in pool time, which is apparently 3 years of cultivation, Qin Feng is deep in meditation, and then he feels it, the breakthrough he's been building toward, and energy explodes outward from his body. The system confirms he's broken through to the 3rd stage of the Transcension Realm, netting him 1,000 villain points. Meanwhile outside, the Tiger Gang members are freaking out, wondering why the entire ruins are shaking. The rocks start collapsing around them as Qin Feng's breakthrough energy destabilizes the whole area. And that's when they break through and find Qin Feng and Ziwan sitting there together, both clearly not fully dressed. Everyone just stares at each other in complete silence, because this is incredibly awkward for all parties involved. Ziwan immediately starts trying to explain that this isn't what it looks like, which is exactly what someone would say when it's exactly what it looks like. One of them recognizes Qin Feng by name, and the leader immediately orders them to capture both of them. Ziwan asks why they're targeting him specifically, and our boy says it's probably because he's too handsome. And Ziwan is just standing there speechless at the audacity of this man. The gang leader threatens them, saying they're surrounded and should surrender the easy way or the hard way. But Qin Feng just smirks, asking if they're sure they have him surrounded, thinking this is perfect practice right after his breakthrough. The gang members charge at him all at once, clearly not understanding what they're walking into. Qin Feng summons his weapons, explaining that since there's so many of them, he'll test the power of all 9 swords separately. The 9 swords disperse outward, each one flying toward a different target. And then he brings all 9 swords together for one devastating combined attack. The swords tear through the gang members like they're made of paper, blood spraying everywhere. The gang leader is absolutely horrified, demanding to know how an 8-year-old has this kind of terrifying strength. One of the surviving members screams for everyone to run, pure terror on his face. But running doesn't help when Qin Feng's sword catches him anyway, and the system rewards 100 points for the kill. When the dust settles, the system tallies up 232 kills and 23,000 villain points. Qin Feng casually tells Ziwan they should get moving, while she's standing there absolutely stunned at how strong he's become. Our boy just smirks and asks if the gains from this trip weren't pretty good, because honestly he's not wrong. Ziwan asks where they're heading next, and our boy pulls out that map he swiped from the Tiger Gang earlier. He points to their destination, the Bloody Body Tree, which sounds ominous as all hell. But when they arrive at the location, they find a woman tied to a tree, and she's looking absolutely stunning despite clearly being in distress. A whole squad of Tiger Gang members surrounds her, and their leader assures them she's weak because she just gave birth. Qin Feng is immediately disgusted, calling out that these bastards actually laid hands on a mother who just gave birth, and Ziwan is so angry she starts pinching his arm, while he winces and tells her to go softer. Our boy retaliates by pinching her thigh and claims they're even now, which earns him a stingy guy insult. But their playful bickering gets cut short when they hear something that makes them both freeze. The gang members have started attacking the woman, multiple spears piercing through her body as blood sprays everywhere. They keep stabbing her without mercy, and honestly this is just brutal to watch. The assault continues as they all pile on, giving her no chance to even defend herself. Ziwan can't take it anymore and screams for them to stop, because even she has her limits. She confronts the gang leader directly, demanding to know if this is really how the mighty tiger gang operates. The leader recognizes Qin Feng immediately, thinking his lucky day just got even better with this unexpected bonus. He reminds Qin Feng that last time he only escaped because Lin San was there to save him. This time though, he's confident there's no escape as he charges in with his fists glowing with energy. But our boy catches the attack effortlessly and tells him he has quite the imagination. Maybe he should become a story writer instead. With a flick of energy, Qin Feng sends the leader flying through the air like he weighs nothing. Qin Feng casually asks if the guy is convinced now, while the leader looks absolutely humiliated. That only makes the leader angrier as he screams that Qin Feng is courting death. Ziwan tells Qin Feng to go save the woman while she handles this guy, and he agrees without hesitation. The gang leader unleashes his signature technique, summoning a massive fire tiger that roars with destructive energy. Qin Feng observes the tiger descending the mountain technique and admits it's a little interesting. But a little interesting isn't nearly enough as our boy summons his golden dragon aura with sword in hand. He smirks and delivers the most devastating line possible, telling the guy that his dragon is bigger than his tiger. The gang leader is absolutely seething at this brat's audacity. He decides to go all out, pouring every ounce of power into his tiger descending the mountain technique. But Qin Feng responds with his heavenly dragon's might, golden energy exploding outward. The golden dragon completely overpowers the tiger, consuming everything in its path. The gang leader gets absolutely folded by the attack, sent ragdolling through the air. And he's not the only one, as the entire group of soldiers gets blown away like leaves in a hurricane. The system congratulates him for killing 88 people and awards 8,800 villain points, while Qin Feng notes he wasn't even planning a massacre today. He casually mentions that after this, the mighty tiger gang won't have many members left to speak of. With the battle over, they regroup with the rescued rabbit demon woman who's clearly been through a lot. She immediately bows and thanks the young master for saving her life. She explains that she came to the ruins seeking the blood Bodhi tree to cultivate her children's spiritual souls, but got captured while weakened from childbirth. She mentions she doesn't need many blood bodies, just 10 would be enough for her children. Qin Feng puts on his magnanimous face and says he can give her 10. Considering her motherly love. But then he drops the price tag of 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones per piece, and Ziwan nearly chokes. The rabbit woman's face falls as she admits she doesn't have any spiritual stones. Qin Feng suggests that if she doesn't have money, they can discuss other resources as payment. He immediately pulls out pen and paper like some kind of medieval loan shark, ready to take inventory. But when she reveals she has no resources either, Qin Feng is genuinely shocked and declares he's never seen anyone this poor in his entire life. They start walking together, and the woman hopefully asks if her benefactor is willing to give her some anyway. Qin Feng shuts that down immediately, telling her not to ask dumb questions if she doesn't have money. They settle down to rest, and that's when the rabbit woman reveals something absolutely precious. These are her kids, and they are the cutest little rabbit demons you've ever seen munching on berries. Ziwan immediately melts and starts petting one while cooing about how adorable it is. The rabbit mother offers to let Ziwan adopt one if she likes them that much. And wouldn't you know it, one of the baby rabbits has already attached itself to Ziwan like she's its new mom. But then the rabbit mother suddenly jumps up and bolts into the forest, leaving everyone confused. Ziwan asks Qin Feng what they should do now that they've apparently been adopted by a baby rabbit. The system chimes in with a helpful notification that this little guy is actually an epic-level demonic beast that needs to be fed natural treasures. Qin Feng's eye twitches as he realizes this little monster has the same rank as his younger brother, and requires expensive food daily, which is why the poor mother was so desperate. Ziwan notices he's gone quiet and asks what's on his mind. Our boy decides they'll raise it regardless of whether she likes it or not, because an epic-level demonic beast is too valuable to pass up. Ziwan smiles softly and calls him tender and kind, completely missing that he's thinking purely about investment value. She suggests naming him Big Eater since he eats so much, and Qin Feng actually considers it. But Ziwan thinks that sounds terrible and suggests Little Rabbit instead, while Qin Feng stubbornly insists on Big Eater, and the argument goes back and forth. Ziwan finally suggests Xiaobai, meaning Little White, and this one actually seems promising. They compromise on Bai Fantong as the formal name and Xiaobai as the nickname, though Ziwan pouts that he never lets her have her way. Their bonding moment gets interrupted when a massive energy burst lights up the sky and someone announces they found Lin San with a jade box. Multiple cultivators are flying toward the commotion, and Qin Feng overhears them complaining about the Lin family trying to hoard everything. Qin Feng notices the Shiman family is here too, and Ziwan confirms she heard Lin San's name mentioned. Our boy decides they need to head over there too, and Ziwan agrees without hesitation. They arrive at a cave entrance where a confrontation is already brewing, with someone demanding Lin San get out of their way. So here's the situation at the cave entrance, where a mysterious man in black is offering a jade box to the so-called sword god successor. Our protagonist is watching this whole exchange and immediately something feels off about how nice this guy is being. Based on years of reading experience, if a chosen one gets his treasure stolen and stays calm about it, someone's definitely about to get wrecked. Qin Feng decides to leave Lin San to his fate, and drags Ziwan away from the scene because why get involved when chaos is about to unfold? Meanwhile, the Jimin family guy is talking major trash, mocking Lin San for calling himself a sword genius when he can't even break a simple spell. And to prove his family's superiority, he decides to demonstrate by smashing the spell protecting the jade box himself. His sword connects with the protective barrier, and the impact sends sparks flying everywhere. Lin San jumps in to help, because apparently his competitive spirit won't let someone else show him up. He throws everything he's got into breaking this barrier, determined to prove he's worthy of the Sword God title. And of course, once the big shots start fighting, everyone else wants a piece of the action too. The entire group converges on the jade box, pouring their combined power into breaking this barrier. But here's the problem. The spell isn't weakening, it's actually draining their cultivation instead, and now nobody can retreat. And then the whole thing erupts, blasting everyone away like they're nothing. Meanwhile, our protagonist and Ziwan are watching this disaster unfold from a safe distance, and yeah, that's terrifying. Q and Feng had a feeling that mysterious guy was up to no good. And look at that, completely right as always. All those cultivators who jumped in are now scattered on the ground, groaning in pain and completely drained. And to make things worse, Lin San realizes the entire ruin is about to collapse on top of them. The seaman guy immediately starts screaming for everyone to get out before they're buried alive. But while everyone's panicking and running, that mysterious guy in black is just standing there completely unbothered, still holding the jade box. Turns out this was his plan all along, use everyone else to weaken the seal while he takes the prize for himself. And our protagonist sees this opportunity and thinks, you know what, I can work with this chaos. The system immediately starts chiming in with rewards for completing the villain mission, a gold treasure chest, and a whopping 1,000,000 villain points for looting the Chosen One's opportunity. The ruins continue to collapse as the cultivators scramble to escape the destruction. The shaman guy finally notices the mysterious man has the jade box and loses his mind, screaming about getting robbed. He orders his men to retrieve the jade box at any cost, because his pride absolutely cannot handle this loss. But the mysterious man just smirks as he secures his prize, clearly not worried about a bunch of exhausted cultivators. He pulls out a spatial teleportation talisman, because of course he came prepared with an escape plan. The teleportation magic activates around him, ready to whisk him away to safety with the treasure, and he has the absolute audacity to wave goodbye as the seaman guy charges at him in desperation. The sword slash cuts through nothing but sparkling light as the teleportation completes just in time. The shaman guy is absolutely seething, screaming that the teleportation won't take him far and to chase him down immediately. Our protagonist and Ziwan watch the whole angry mob take off in pursuit, leaving the area conveniently empty. Ziwan clings to Qin Feng, saying she's scared, though honestly the danger has mostly passed at this point. Some random cultivator left behind is calling them cowards for hiding, which is rich coming from someone too weak to join the chase. Ziwan immediately starts teasing Qin Feng, asking if he's scared of that little insult. They watch the pursuit disappear into the distance, creating a massive dust cloud. Qin Feng decides it's time to follow the action because there might be more opportunities to exploit. Ziwan is completely confused about why they're suddenly chasing after danger instead of away from it. They take off after the pursuit, keeping a safe distance but close enough to see what happens. But Qin Feng is already thinking ahead, realizing the power gap between these experts means it's time to level up. The system chimes in with perfect timing, congratulating the host for opening the gold treasure chest and obtaining sword intent. And just like that, our protagonist instantly comprehends the sword intent that takes normal geniuses years to master. Ziwan suddenly senses an extremely powerful sword intent and warns that they might be in danger, while Qin Feng plays dumb. Ziwan tells Qin Feng to be careful, not realizing that the dangerous sword intent she's sensing is coming from him. Our protagonist thinks it's cute that the sword intent dares to threaten him, when he's the one who just mastered it. He channels his new power and blasts through the rock formations with pure sword energy, showing off just a little. Meanwhile, the mysterious man who escaped has found a nice quiet spot to finally open his prize and see what's inside. He opens the jade box with anticipation, ready to claim whatever legendary treasure was worth all that trouble. And the box is completely empty, his face going through about 5 stages of grief simultaneously. He's in complete denial, insisting there must be some hidden mechanism or secret compartment that he's missing. Ziwan asks Qin Feng if he actually comprehended sword intent, and he casually confirms it like it's no big deal. She explains that Lin San was called the #1 sword genius in 100 years specifically because he comprehended sword intent at age 12, which was a world record. Qin Feng asks if that's really all it takes to be called a genius, completely underwhelmed by the achievement. He says breaking that world record isn't a big deal, and Ziwan can only stare in disbelief at this absolute prodigy. The system offers to exchange 1,000,000 villain points for a guaranteed great completion card, and that's too good to pass up. Ziwan has no idea what Qin Feng is doing, since she can't see the system interface he's interacting with. The system confirms the transaction, and now Qin Feng is about to become even more ridiculously overpowered. His sword intent instantly reaches the great completion stage, and there's still one lucky draw chance remaining. The lucky draw pays off big time, granting the invincible sword heart, which sounds exactly as broken as you'd expect. The invincible sword heart is the ultimate form that sword practitioners spend their entire lives chasing, and it gives a 10 times damage multiplier. Ziyuan notices something different about Qin Feng and thinks he somehow became more handsome just now. She starts questioning whether she's imagining things or if he really did change somehow. She asks what kind of cultivation technique he's been practicing that's making such a visible difference. Qin Feng makes up some nonsense about cultivating the heart of man, which totally isn't a thing but sounds impressive enough. After getting 2 consecutive sword technique buffs, our protagonist is itching to test out his new powers on someone. And just as he's looking for someone to practice on, Ziyuan spots something approaching in the distance. So Ziyuan's got something interesting to show our protagonist, and she pulls out what looks like a bamboo scroll, asking if he knows about the sage bamboo scroll. She explains that this thing was written by ancient sages and comes in 3 volumes called Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, and apparently only those with the right destiny can even see what's written on it. Every time this scroll appears in the world, it causes absolute chaos and bloodbaths, because everyone who's ever comprehended it became ridiculously famous and powerful. Our protagonist is obviously intrigued and asks to see it, because why wouldn't he want to check out something that legendary? He takes the scroll and opens it up with this cute little excited expression, clearly expecting to unlock some broken cultivation secrets. But here's the thing, our boy is completely baffled because he can't see anything on it, and he's insisting that with his intelligence and comprehension aura, Ziyuan gently explains that the scroll isn't just about being smart, it's about destiny, like the destiny of Buddha himself, and our protagonist's response is absolutely peak villain energy as he just tosses the scroll aside, declaring that anything that doesn't work for him is rubbish. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, the adorable little rabbit companion, notices the discarded legendary artifact and has some thoughts about it, and this little creature just hops right onto the ancient sage's treasure like it's no big deal whatsoever. Qin Feng watches as Xiaobai uses the legendary scroll that causes bloodbaths across the land as a mattress, but then Ziyuan suddenly realizes something and asks how he even got this scroll in the first place, and our boy internally panics because he's been caught. Before he has to explain himself though, they both hear someone in the distance yelling about Lin San and calling him a liar. Qin Feng's ears perk up at the name Lin San, the so-called #1 sword genius of 100 years, and our protagonist immediately takes off toward the commotion, because where there's drama, there's opportunity, with Ziyuan calling out for her stingy brother to wait up. They arrive to find a standoff between Lin San's group and a bunch of angry cultivators, with someone desperately asking how many times he has to tell them to believe him. It's the mysterious man from before, and he's absolutely losing his mind, screaming that the jade box he stole was completely empty. Lin San's companion suggests they just show these guys what they're dealing with instead of wasting time talking. Lin San pulls out this gorgeous ornate sword and smugly tells everyone to take a good look at it. The 2 Seaman family members are just standing there absolutely confused about what's happening. And then Lin San demonstrates exactly why he's called a genius, unleashing a massive sword energy attack that has someone questioning if a mere spiritual martial realm cultivator dares challenge him. One of the Seaman guys manages to block, but he's absolutely furious, calling Lin San arrogant. But Lin San just hits him with that smug face, asking if they have any creativity because they always say the exact same thing. Now we've got the full picture from above, with Lin San's side facing off against the Seaman cultivators, and our protagonist has arrived at the perfect time to make things interesting. Qin Feng looks at all these potential targets and thinks this is the perfect opportunity to test out his newly upgraded sword abilities. And then our boy just casually releases his sword intent, and everyone immediately recognizes what it is. The Seaman cultivators are absolutely losing it because an 8-year-old just displayed sword intent, which is 4 whole years earlier than Lin San, who is considered the record holder. Ziyuan and Lin San watch from the sidelines, with her thinking he's gotten even stronger after just a few days, and Lin San noting that the stingy brother really loves showing off. The main Seaman guy is stunned, trying to comprehend how someone in the transcendent realm could have this level of sword intent. And then it hits him, that's not just sword intent, it's also the invincible sword heart, which is supposed to be impossible. He starts backing away, questioning if this is really possible, wondering if this kid is actually just a child or something else entirely. But the younger Seaman brother refuses to show fear, mocking his older brother for being scared of some kid who just comprehended sword intent. This guy Erlang decides to call out Qin Feng directly, asking if he's the traitor of the Qin family who survived by taking his brother's supreme bone. And Qin Feng just smiles and confirms it, then casually asks if this guy wants to fight him. Erlang's face twists into a menacing grin, saying that's exactly what he wants, while his companion in the background is already thinking they're doomed. Our protagonist takes a fighting stance with peak disrespect, offering to give the guy 10 free moves because he looks a little flushed. That absolutely sets Erlang off, demanding if Qin Feng is insulting him and swearing he'll make him regret it. Meanwhile, the smarter Seaman members are already running for their lives, screaming for everyone to get out of there fast. Someone yells about being disappointed in their cowardly comrades, while Erlang declares he'll make the Qin brat taste his sword. Qin Feng flashes that signature villain smile and beckons them forward, promising he's not going anywhere. Erlang launches into a full rant about how Qin Feng thinks he's superior just because of his talent, swearing to take his head. Multiple cultivators charge at once, all thinking they can overwhelm an 8-year-old with numbers. But our protagonist just stands there completely calm with his sword drawn and that terrifying blue aura swirling around him. And in an instant, they're all getting absolutely destroyed, with the system cheerfully congratulating him for each kill and stacking up those villain points. Meanwhile, back at what looks like the Qin family headquarters, an elder and official are receiving some very interesting news about their young master killing the mighty tiger gang leader instantly. The official is trying to process how this is even possible, since that gang leader was at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm, concluding that Feng must have used the Supreme Bone's power. The elder expresses concern that if Feng becomes obsessed with power that isn't truly his, it could corrupt his path, but the official doesn't think that will happen. The elder has been teaching Feng for years and knows the boy has his own pride and won't be easily swayed by the Supreme Bone's temptation. The official asks if there's anything else to report, clearly expecting that to be the end of the surprises. But the messenger has more news, reporting that the young master didn't just wipe out the mighty tiger gang but also annihilated the Shimin family. The official nearly loses his composure at this news while the elder has to tell him to sit down and calm himself. The elder asks for the full report, and the messenger reveals that the young master has also comprehended both the Supreme Sword intent, and the elder just bursts into ecstatic laughter, declaring that Feng's future is absolutely limitless, and this is excellent news. But the news has also reached the Imperial Palace, where a messenger rushes in declaring that something serious has happened. The Emperor of Great Xia looks up from his scrolls, asking why there's such haste in delivering this news. The messenger reports everything about Qin Feng, from killing a 3rd-level cultivator with 1 slash to obtaining both the sword heart and sword intent. But the Emperor is completely unimpressed, questioning what there is to fear from a prodigy who strayed from his family's protection. And with cold ruthlessness, the Emperor simply orders to have him killed. The messenger bows low, praising the Emperor's wisdom, and the execution order is officially given. Back with our protagonist, Lin San is watching from the shore as Qin Feng and Ziwan play in a pond, internally struggling with the fact that an 8-year-old has completely surpassed him in the way of the sword. And the system chimes in with beautiful news, congratulating Qin Feng for hitting the Chosen One's confidence and earning 100,000 villain points. Our protagonist is pleasantly surprised by this notification, wondering if he really just got 100,000 points for existing. Seeing an opportunity, Qin Feng cheerfully calls out to Lin San, complimenting his impressive swordsmanship and innocently asking if he could teach him some basic moves. And Lin San absolutely explodes, demanding to know if Qin Feng is mocking him since he's already mastered the invincible sword heart, but wants to learn basic moves. Our protagonist immediately plays the victim, running to Ziwan and complaining that Lin San is being mean to him when he genuinely only knows how to draw a sword. Lin San is absolutely fuming about the sword technique claim, and the system happily delivers another 100,000 villain points for destroying his confidence. And then Ziwan takes Qin Feng's side, scolding Lin San for being so mean to him when he's just a child. Those words hit Lin San like actual weapons, the phrase "just a child" piercing through his soul along with being scolded by his crush, and the system celebrates with yet another 100,000 points. And Qin Feng has this absolutely devious, satisfied smirk on his face, knowing exactly what he's doing to the poor guy. Lin San starts to leave and Qin Feng calls after him with fake encouragement, telling him not to be discouraged since he's still the #1 sword genius of 100 years. And then our boy delivers the killing blow, saying that he only comprehended those techniques while running away after passing gas, which is just peak disrespect. Lin San can't take it anymore and starts walking away while the system delivers another 100,000 villain points for the psychological damage. But Qin Feng isn't done milking this golden goose, calling out for brother Lin not to leave yet. Our protagonist actually starts chasing after him, saying he still wants to talk, which is genuinely terrifying from Lin San's perspective. Internally, Qin Feng is laughing at how he earned 400,000 villain points from just a few sentences and absolutely cannot let this cash cow escape. What follows is Lin San desperately screaming for him not to come any closer while Qin Feng enthusiastically chases after his new favorite target. But suddenly the chase is interrupted when everyone looks up to see figures descending from the sky on a flying cloud. And there's this imposing military commander in red and black armor, declaring that under the Emperor's orders, Zhang Reihu has come to take Qin Feng's head. The pressure from this guy is so intense that everyone on the ground physically reacts to the overwhelming aura. Lin San wants to know who this big shot is, and Qin Feng explains that he's the personal bodyguard of the Emperor. Lin San quickly assesses that this guy's cultivation is above both of them, plus he has thousands of iron-armored riders, meaning they're basically dead if they fight. Qin Feng starts to say he might have an idea, while internally he's thinking this is the perfect chance to make Ziwan fall for him. Then our protagonist puts on his most innocent face and asks the commander who exactly he's looking for, playing dumb. Zhang Reihu isn't playing games though, loudly declaring his full title and that he's here on the Emperor's orders to take Qin Feng's head. And then Qin Feng hits everyone with the most manipulative request, asking if the uncle could please not kill brother Lin and sister Ziwan when he kills him. Both Lin San and Ziwan are absolutely stunned by what they're hearing from their stingy brother. Qin Feng tells Ziwan not to be afraid, that he'll protect her, and if he dies at least she'll be safe because the man only wants him. When Ziwan asks if he's willing to die for her, our protagonist doesn't hesitate to say he'd do anything for Sister Ziwan. Then he walks forward with his arms spread wide, telling the uncle to just do it since he's only an 8-year-old child and should be easy to kill. Zhang Raihu raises his sword overhead and tells the kid to prepare himself for death. Ziwan screams that she won't allow her stingy brother to die, her emotions reaching a breaking point. And that's when the sky literally explodes with power, a massive energy blast and lightning striking down toward the flying cloud. Qinfeng admits he took a gamble, but seeing what just happened, he knows his comfortable life is about to begin. Because descending from the heavens is a massive ice dragon, and riding on its head is someone absolutely breathtaking. And she is absolutely gorgeous. This woman in flowing red robes with curves that could end wars, arriving just in time to save our protagonist and looking like the most beautiful thing anyone has ever seen. Meanwhile, back at the Qin family estate, a messenger comes running in with some very urgent news. The spy reports that the emperor has sent Zhang Raihu to assassinate Qinfeng at the border between the two dynasties, and the patriarch and ancestor react exactly how you'd expect when they hear their golden goose is about to get cooked. The patriarch immediately starts barking orders to mobilize the 13 high guards. Because if Qinfeng dies, all their plans go up in smoke, and nobody wants that. But back at the scene, the Moon Celestial has arrived on her absolutely massive ice turtle creature, and everyone is just staring in awe. She introduces herself as the Moon Celestial, one of the top 5 experts of the Yinyue dynasty, which is basically like saying she's a walking natural disaster. She spots the pink-haired girl, and asks if she's the Yinyue dynasty's goddess, and the girl confirms it. And the Moon Celestial is absolutely thrilled, because apparently finding her niece out here is like hitting the jackpot. And look at her, absolutely stunning in those flowing red robes with cherry blossoms everywhere. Like the Manhwa artist decided to make her impossibly beautiful and succeeded. Zhang Raihu is not having it though, telling the Moon Celestial to know her place since this is Great Xia territory. But she just plays innocent, asking if it's really appropriate to threaten a weak woman like herself. And honestly, the audacity is immaculate. Zhang Raihu doesn't appreciate the games and starts charging up an attack, about to tell her to leave. But the Moon Celestial casually tells him to back off, and the power radiating from her is genuinely terrifying. And with one hit, the leader of the Imperial Guard goes down while his men scream for their general. She tells him that in his next life he should be more courteous to weak women, which is the most devastating burn while simultaneously ending someone. And then she just blows a kiss like she didn't just one-shot the Emperor's personal bodyguard. The soldiers check on their general only to realize he's not breathing anymore, and they're completely in shock at the power gap. Meanwhile, Qinfeng sees his chance and tells Ziwan they need to go now while the going is good. But the Moon Celestial has other plans, snapping her fingers with power radiating from her hand. And just like that, Qinfeng and Ziwan find themselves floating in the air whether they like it or not. The Moon Celestial asks Ziwan where exactly she thinks she's going, with a look that says you're not escaping that easily. Qinfeng is completely confused about what any of this has to do with him, but Ziwan seems to know exactly who this is. The Moon Celestial beckons them over with a soft "come here," and honestly, who could refuse? Qinfeng and Ziwan are gently set down in front of her, and our boy is already calculating his next move. She asks them to explain what exactly is going on here, genuinely curious about the situation. Ziwan calls her aunt, confirming their family, while Qinfeng immediately thinks maybe he should switch his capture target to this goddess instead. The aunt starts scolding Ziwan for leaving home without a word and running off to the Great Xia dynasty to avoid her. But Ziwan quickly changes the subject, excitedly explaining that Qinfeng is only 8 years old, but has already comprehended both sword intent and the invincible heart. The Moon Celestial's interest is piqued immediately, asking if this is the Qinfeng with Emperor talent, who supposedly dug out his brother's supreme bones. And that's when our boy makes his move, asking the Moon Celestial if she believes in love at first sight, because of course he does. She laughs and asks if he even understands what love at first sight means at his age, accusing him of just being guided by appearance. He admits it completely, saying he's decided that when he grows up he'll marry her, which makes Siwan absolutely furious that he only has eyes for her aunt. She comments that he's pretty confident for someone who isn't very big, and he responds that a man's confidence isn't based on height but on the shamelessness deep in his heart. And our protagonist has this absolutely smug expression because he knows exactly what he said and he meant every word. The Moon Celestial absolutely loves it, calling him a rascal but admitting she likes his style. Meanwhile, poor Ziwan is just standing there watching her crush flirt with her aunt, and the expression says it all. But their little moment gets interrupted when soldiers on a flying cloud approach their position. And who should show up but Qinfeng's father, sending a telepathic message saying he's here to save his son and will pretend to be threatening. Qinfeng is internally annoyed, thinking his dad shows up now when there's a rich, powerful woman right in front of him. So he immediately hides behind the Moon Celestial, claiming the Qin family is here to kill him, and he's absolutely terrified. His father receives a notification that his message was rejected, and the confusion on his face is genuinely hilarious. The Qin elder steps forward with fake pleasantries, claiming Qinfeng has mistreated clan members and asking the Moon Celestial to hand him over. But Ziwan steps up with fire in her eyes, declaring that if they want to fight, they can fight. but Qin Feng belongs to her. And everyone, including the Moon Celestial, the Elder, and Qin Feng's father, just stares in complete shock at her declaration. Ziwan doubles down, telling them they better go back the way they came if they know what's good for them. She looks to her aunt for support, and the Moon Celestial is genuinely impressed by how bold this girl has become. The Moon Celestial thinks it through, realizing that forcing Ziwan to leave would create inner demons in her cultivation path, so she turns to the Elder and asks what happens if she says no to his request. The Elder's aura turns dark as he threatens not to show her the courtesy of a host if she refuses. But she just smiles and tells him that he alone won't be able to stop her, radiating absolute confidence. And with that, the giant turtle creature starts moving toward a massive portal that opens up in the sky. The Moon Celestial casually says, "See you later," as they head through the portal, leaving the Qin family behind. But Qin Feng's father decides to act, charging up a fire attack and telling the Moon Celestial not to be so arrogant. And the Elder immediately smacks him on the head, calling him an unfilial child for nearly ruining everything. The father is completely confused, asking what he did wrong this time while nursing his head. The Elder explains that it's wonderful Qin Feng gets to enter the Moon Celestial Palace, but the father complains that she looks down on them. The Elder scolds him for being superficial, saying lack of patience leads to chaos and grand plans, and smacks him again. They discuss their predicament since the Qin family and palace are watching, and the Elder says he has a plan. The Elder suddenly launches a massive golden energy ball toward the portal while the father questions if this is really for Qin Feng's own good. The energy blast rockets toward its target, and it becomes clear this is part of the Elder's elaborate scheme. The attack collides with something, creating a spectacular explosion of power. The turtle creature's shell is shown in detail as it continues through the portal, completely unfazed. The Elder starts yelling that Qin Feng used stimulants to corrupt their Dao hearts, putting on a performance for the watching soldiers. The soldiers panic, realizing that stimulants scattered in the forest will drive the beasts crazy and there'll be fish meat on the chopping board. Everyone immediately scatters, running in different directions and being told not to form pairs, which is absolute chaos. The father questions whether the ancestor is serious about the stimulant thing, and the Elder casually confirms it while they escape. And now we arrive at the Yin Yue dynasty's Moon Celestial Palace, which looks like something straight out of a fairy tale. Inside, servants bow and greet the Moon Celestial as she walks in with Qin Feng and Ziwan. And our boy notices something important. He's completely surrounded by gorgeous women servants, and he's covering his eyes trying not to look at anything inappropriate. But then he accidentally ends up face first in a situation that would make anyone's brain malfunction, and the view is absolutely blessed. And our protagonist gets a massive nosebleed while cursing the author for testing him like this, which is honestly the perfect way to end this episode. So now that they've arrived at the Moon Celestial Palace, the lady herself wastes no time and asks Qin Feng directly if he wants to officially join. And our boy is practically drooling at the opportunity because of course a palace full of beautiful women sounds like the greatest deal in history. He hits her with the classic line that according to the rules of the martial world, since she saved him, she should marry him. The audacity of this man. And the Moon Celestial just laughs and calls him an interesting little guy, which honestly means he's somehow charming his way through this. She places a moon seal on his forehead and officially appoints him as a god of the Moon Celestial Palace. Just like that, our boy got a promotion. Qin Feng immediately asks if he gets to live with all the palace members and train together, and the Moon Celestial says she'll personally handle the training. Ziwan chimes in asking if she'll get to live with her aunt the Moon Celestial to train and eat together, looking absolutely thrilled about the arrangement. But the Moon Celestial gives a suggestive close-up look and asks if he's really looking to train with her specifically, and the tension here is palpable. Our boy doubles down and says even if they don't train, they could still live together. This man has absolutely zero chill and maximum riz. And Ziwan catches on immediately, screaming that this guy is really thinking about her aunt, while the pink-haired goddess next to her looks equally unimpressed. And that's when someone grabs him by the hair with absolutely zero mercy, because flirting with the aunt in front of the niece was never going to end well. Ziwan declares that since her aunt is busy with duties, Qin Feng will be living with her instead. And the pink-haired goddess is like, live with you? Qin Feng's totally fine with it though, thinking to himself that raising someone from scratch isn't impossible. This man is already planning long-term. And then we get a 7-year time skip, and Qin Feng has grown into an absolute unit, bathing under a waterfall with a body that would make sculptors weep. And of course there's a whole audience of palace girls watching from behind, calling him handsome and saying they want to touch his abs. The Gooners are eating well. But here's where it gets crazy, because the little rabbit mascot is literally selling tickets to watch Qin Feng bathe. 5 minutes of viewing time per ticket. This rabbit is running a whole business. And the girls are literally fighting over who gets the ticket first, screaming at each other about who came first. The demand is apparently through the roof. They're getting nosebleeds and shoving each other trying to get the best viewing angle. The proportions on these ladies are absolutely arguing with physics, by the way. And this rabbit, this absolute capitalist, starts offering Qin Feng's childhood boxers for 20 spiritual stones each. The merchandise game is unmatched. The rabbit proudly announces they can pick tickets or boxers, like some kind of deranged game show host at a bath time peep show. This little creature has the audacity to call itself a good rabbit, smart and thrifty, while literally running an underground viewing operation. The hustle is honestly impressive. But the girls have had enough of negotiations and just lunge at the rabbit in a full-on scramble. It's absolute chaos out here. The rabbit goes flying, screaming that they're trying to kill it. Turns out running an illegal peeping operation has consequences, and the poor thing gets launched right into the water with a massive splash. The hustle just caught up to it. The rabbit pops back up to the surface looking completely bewildered, still clutching its little money pouch. At least it saved the profits. Meanwhile, Qinfeng catches a sword mid-air with his bare hand, looking absolutely badass and unfazed. 7 years of training clearly paid off. And who threw that sword? The pink-haired goddess, now fully grown and looking absolutely devastating. She's impressed by his quick reaction, and honestly so are we. The Moon Celestial shows up with the goddess and praises his understanding of sword intent and sword spirit, saying it's getting deeper by the day. Our boy says if he's not strong enough, how can he possibly marry the Moon Goddess? He should at least have this much determination. The man has goals, and the goddess immediately kicks him into the water, yelling that he's doing it again with the ant comments. She is not having this Moon Goddess obsession. Qinfeng emerges from the water in the most dramatic way possible, hair flowing, muscles glistening. The author knew exactly what they were doing with this panel. The palace girls are losing their minds, saying he's even more handsome wet, and that they want to take him home. The thirst levels in this palace are unprecedented. And then one of them suggests it's not impossible to share, and the others are actually considering it. The girls in this palace are down catastrophic. They start dividing up days, odd numbers go to one and even numbers go to the other, and they all agree. They're literally drawing up a timeshare contract for this man. Meanwhile, Qinfeng is still in the water going on about how he's been thinking about the ant since childhood, asking the goddess if she's even noticed the beauty next to her. The goddess looks ready to commit violence. She hits him with a massive water splash from the shore while the Moon Celestial watches from above. This has apparently become a daily occurrence. But then the goddess sees something in the water and her face goes completely red with shock. Something has caught her off guard in the worst way possible. Qinfeng stands up in the water with nothing but a cloth and comments that it's pretty big. The goddess screams rascal, and honestly she has every right to be outraged. She starts chasing him through the water, threatening to tear him apart, while he calls out to the Moon Celestial for help. The daily routine at Moon Celestial Palace is genuinely insane. But then the Moon Celestial drops something serious, asking Qinfeng if he's interested in the Imperial Dynasty's once-in-a-decade deathmatch tournament. Qinfeng stops dead in his tracks at the words deathmatch, and accidentally bumps right into the goddess, who is still chasing him, and the collision is exactly as awkward as you'd expect when a shirtless man crashes into an absolutely stacked goddess. The camera angle here is doing the Lord's work. The goddess argues that Qinfeng is already esteemed as a divine child, and competing for Holy Child of the Yin Yue dynasty would be beneath his status. But the Moon Celestial explains that the Holy Child is essentially a prince who can inherit the Emperor's position, and when Ziwan becomes Moon Goddess, it would be very convenient for them. The goddess is worried though, pointing out that in a death match, unexpected accidents can happen and he could actually die. Meanwhile, Qinfeng notices this girl really doesn't treat him like a stranger anymore. But our boy gets serious for once and says that work is also important. He's not about to let a death tournament scare him away from the grind. He agrees to enter the tournament, thinking that he's running low on villain points and it would be even better if he could meet the beloved chosen one. Now here's where things get interesting. The goddess presses against him in the water and asks what's so hard about it, and Qinfeng is visibly trying to keep his composure. And then her hand starts reaching down into the water, and the situation is rapidly escalating beyond what anyone expected. Qinfeng's face goes through about 15 different emotions at once, and none of them are comfortable. Our boy is in uncharted territory right now. He immediately screams that there's a snake in the water, and the goddess freaks out too. Whether there's actually a snake or he just needed an exit strategy, the result is the same. The peeping gallery of palace girls and the rabbit all start screaming about snakes too, running around in pure chaos. Qinfeng suddenly realizes just how many people have been watching him bathe this whole time, and the horror on his face is absolutely priceless. The Moon Celestial arrives at the scene and the peeping girls immediately drop to their knees, trying to explain that they made a mistake. One of the girls is screaming in pure embarrassment, face completely red. Getting caught peeping by the Moon Celestial herself is basically a career-ending moment. But Qinfeng shows up fully dressed now in his blue and black robes, standing over the kneeling girls looking absolutely menacing. The glow-up from Bath Boy to Divine Child happened real quick. He tells the Moon Celestial not to worry, he'll teach these girls a lesson for her, and he's holding a switch with the most unsettling smile imaginable. The girls are looking up at him in their underwear, blushing and trembling. The power dynamic here has completely flipped from earlier, and honestly the vibes are questionable. He lays down the law, telling them they are absolutely not allowed to peek at him while he's bathing ever again. The irony of the former pervert enforcing privacy rules is chef's kiss, and the girls immediately bow down thanking both the Moon Goddess and the Divine Child, which is not exactly the punishment you'd expect, but somehow it works. The Moon Celestial tells him he's too indulgent with them, but Qinfeng just waves it off saying it's harmless fun. Our boy has fully settled into his role here. But then Qin Feng suddenly senses something, mentioning there are some guys nearby. The rabbit picks up on it too. The rabbit starts trembling with anxiety, clearly sensing that whoever is approaching might be trouble. When even the shameless merchant rabbit gets scared, you know it's serious. And that's when a new face appears, a silver-haired man with a confident smirk saying it's time to relax and unwind. The rabbit gets snatched up by Qin Feng while calling out for Sister Ziwan. Someone is definitely here looking for trouble. The Moon Celestial warns that envoys from the Daxia dynasty will be arriving in the next 2 days, and reminds Qin Feng that Xiao Huang has always considered him a thorn. He needs to be careful. Qin Feng gives a confident thumbs up saying he'll handle it, while the poor rabbit in his grip is convinced its life is coming to an end. The contrast here is perfect. But before he can even prepare, a servant arrives reporting that a student from the Great Jia dynasty is already outside the palace, demanding to challenge him to a battle. Qin Feng raises an eyebrow with genuine interest while the rabbit finally feels alive again. Someone wants smoke, and our boy is more than ready to deliver. So remember that challenger from Dajia who showed up demanding a fight? Well, he's outside the Moon Celestial Palace, literally blasting the front door with energy attacks. This guy is screaming at the top of his lungs for Qin Feng to stop hiding and come face him. The audacity of showing up to someone's house and demanding a fight is honestly impressive. And he just fires a massive energy blast straight at the palace gates, because apparently property damage means nothing to this guy. But the palace girls rush out with their spears and immediately shut him down, calling him presumptuous. And honestly, this guy has the nerve to taunt them, saying Qin Feng must not dare come out to accept the challenge and is instead hiding behind women. Bold words from someone being held at spear point. And the palace girl is just standing there completely stunned by the sheer disrespect of this random showing up and trashing their front door. Meanwhile inside, Ziwan is absolutely fired up and ready to go teach the Dasha envoy some manners. But Qin Feng tells her to hold on a moment. Qin Feng asks if there's a possibility this challenger is just a pawn being used by someone else. And he explains it's not about setting him up personally, but about pitting the noble families of Dasha against the entire Yinyue Empire. Our boy breaks down the whole scheme. Over the past 7 years, the Great Jia dynasty has been recruiting emperor's disciples to weaken the noble families, and now they've sent these prodigies as envoys, knowing if anything happens to them, the families will go to war with Yinyue. And while Dasha's noble families and the Yinyue Empire tear each other apart, the Dasha royal family sits back and reaps all the benefits. Classic divide and conquer. But Qin Feng isn't worried at all. He steps outside with a confident smirk and says there's only one way to find out if his theory is right. A guard immediately greets him as his lord, and even the red-haired palace girl is there. Our boy has a whole entourage now. The challenger spots Qin Feng and immediately gets hyped, screaming that he's finally here. This man has been waiting for this moment his entire life apparently, and without any hesitation he immediately swings his blade at Qin Feng. No hello, no introduction, just straight to violence. The blade comes flying right at Qin Feng's head, and he doesn't even flinch. He just casually sidesteps the entire attack like it was nothing. The gap between these two is already painfully obvious, and then Qin Feng opens his mouth and the disrespect begins. He says he thought it was going to be a powerful master, but it turns out it's just garbage at the 4th level of spirit martial arts. He literally brushes dust off his sleeve while saying it. The disrespect is at critical levels. The challenger is absolutely furious, declaring himself an emperor's disciple at the extraordinary 9th level. But Qin Feng is completely unimpressed, standing there in the background. The poor guy goes full chibi mode, raging about where Qin Feng gets the confidence to look down on someone with extraordinary talents at the 4th level. The answer is simple. It's because he can. So Qin Feng casually asks how he wants to do this, one-on-one or a group fight. And the challenger immediately picks one-on-one because of course he does. Qin Feng just smirks and says, understood, with the most suspicious finger gesture. If you've been watching this series, you know that smile means nothing good is about to happen, and our boy immediately tells all the palace girls to attack this one challenger together. He literally interpreted one-on-one as one challenger versus everyone. The challenger's face says it all. He's nervously looking around like this wasn't the deal, right? And he gets absolutely demolished by the palace girls while screaming that Qin Feng is shameless. Which, honestly, accurate. The palace girls are standing over him victoriously while he screams that he doesn't accept this outcome. Getting beaten by a squad of beautiful women with spears is honestly not the worst way to go. Qin Feng looks down at him with absolute coldness and says, whether you accept it or not, what does that have to do with me? The villain energy is immaculate. But here's where it gets really good, because Qin Feng pulls out a whole abacus and says it's time to settle the score. This man came prepared. He starts listing off every single damage. Floor damage, secondary level, door damage, 3rd level, pillar, total loss. And then he adds mental damages for the palace sisters. This man is running an insurance scam, and the grand total comes out to 1 million high-grade spirit stones. He even gives a thumbs up while saying it like he's doing the guy a favor. The challenger completely loses it, screaming that all this damage together is barely worth 1 spirit stone. But Qin Feng's math doesn't care about your feelings. Qin Feng generously offers a discount, saying he just wants 999,999 supreme spirit stones. and the challenger just breaks down screaming that he has no money. The emperor's disciple is apparently broke. Not a great look. And that's when Qin Feng hits him with the most terrifying line possible. He says it doesn't matter if you don't have money, you can pay with your body. The vibes just shifted dramatically. And the next thing you know, Qin Feng is riding through town on a horse banging a gong like a traveling salesman, advertising his new product. This man is selling the emperor's disciple. He's literally yelling authentic strong men of Dasha, no need for 998 or 888, only 98, bring him home immediately. He turned the emperor's disciple into a clearance sale item. The challenger is absolutely losing his mind, threatening that the Zhu family and the emperor himself will come after Qin Feng for this humiliation. Meanwhile, he's literally being paraded through town half naked. Qin Feng just looks at him through the cage bars and tells him he should worry about himself first. The absolute savagery of this situation cannot be overstated. Our boy keeps hawking his merchandise, screaming about strong men with immediate delivery. He's genuinely enjoying this way too much, and the townspeople are actually buying into it, commenting about how impressive it is that he's an emperor's disciple from a renowned family. Someone even says they have a friend who might be interested, and then an actual customer shows up. A father walks over and asks Qin Feng to consider his daughter. The human trafficking arc is apparently in full swing. And then the daughter is revealed, and she is built like an absolute unit. The crowd in the background is just as shocked as we are. Even Qin Feng looks uncomfortable for once, muttering that this might be going a little too far. When the villain himself has second thoughts, you know it's wild. But then Qin Feng tells the father it'll cost extra, and the father immediately agrees. Money talks, and this deal is happening whether anyone likes it or not. The challenger is being dragged around in chains screaming for someone to let him go, and Qin Feng is casually presenting him like a product on display. This is honestly one of the most humiliating defeats in Manhwa history. Qin Feng actually has the audacity to tell the challenger not to make that face, because he carefully selected this slightly plump girl for him, and being plump is the best. The matchmaking skills are truly unhinged. The challenger is trying to protest, but Qin Feng just shoves something into his mouth. Whatever it is, the challenger didn't consent to this. And the challenger, now wearing a collar by the way, frantically asks what Qin Feng just fed him. The panic in his eyes tells you it's nothing good, and Qin Feng casually reveals it's a top-notch aphrodisiac so powerful that even pigs would go crazy. He says this with a smile. The man is genuinely terrifying. When the bystanders give him looks, he casually explains that he travels a lot, so it makes sense to carry elixirs for self-defense. Sir, that is not self-defense, that's a war crime. The entire crowd goes dead silent with a literal crow flying overhead. Nobody knows how to process what they just witnessed, but Qin Feng isn't done. He presents the drug challenger to the plump woman and tells her to go ahead and try touching him. This whole scene has gone completely off the rails, and the woman reaches out and touches his arm, with flowers and hearts floating everywhere. The aphrodisiac is kicking in fast. The camera zooms in on her hand pressing against his abs, and honestly the vibes here are deeply questionable. This whole situation would concern any reasonable person. And then the aphrodisiac fully kicks in, because the challenger is now looking at her with literal heart eyes, reciting poetry about how a day without seeing her feels like 3 years. This man has been chemically reprogrammed. He suggests they go to bed and talk in detail, and she agrees. The emperor's disciple who came here to challenge the divine child is now going home with a stranger. The father bows and thanks Qin Feng for his divine assistance while the new couple walks away in the background. Our boy just waves it off like it was nothing. But even Qin Feng looks a little disturbed by how well this worked. The hearts are floating everywhere while the couple walks off into the sunset, and our villain has created a monster. And the system notification pops up congratulating him. Insulting someone's dignity has earned him 1,000 villain points. The grind never stops. Even Qin Feng is surprised, wondering if this actually counts. He's basically questioning the morality of his own system at this point, which is peak self-awareness. But then a royal carriage comes rolling through the streets, and the announcement is that Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia dynasty has arrived. Everyone needs to make way. A boot hits the ground with authority, and you can already tell whoever is stepping out of that carriage means serious business. Qin Feng immediately recognizes her. Princess Nanfeng is the emperor's most beloved daughter, and the representative of Dasha's envoy, and it turns out she's the one pulling the strings behind the challenger the whole time. The princess doesn't waste a second. She demands to know how Qin Feng dares humiliate an imperial disciple of the Great Xia dynasty and what punishment he thinks he deserves. But Qin Feng hits back immediately, asking if the princess really thinks she can question the moon god's palace and its divine child on Yin Yue territory. He asks if Dasha has already conquered the Yin Yue dynasty without telling anyone. The princess calls him presumptuous and orders her guard to chop Qin Feng to death on the spot. The warrior responds with a yes without hesitation. Diplomacy has officially left the building. The fire warrior advances surrounded by flames, and Qin Feng just calls them all a bunch of pigs for trying to kill people on someone else's territory. The diplomacy gap is incredible, and our boy decides he'll happily oblige, dashing forward with a smirk saying he'll accompany them and have some fun. When Qin Feng says fun, it usually means pain for the other side. His sword strike tears through the air with blinding speed, leaving a trail of pure energy in its wake. The fire warrior barely manages to block it, and Qin Feng has the nerve to ask if that's all he's got. This man was supposed to execute Qin Feng and he's already on the back foot. Qin Feng closes his eyes with complete calm and simply says, "You lose." The fight is already over before it even really started. The warrior stares in disbelief, unable to process the word that just came out of Qin Feng's mouth. Lost? Already? But this warrior isn't accepting defeat that easily. He grips his sword and starts powering up, because apparently the princess's guard has a second phase. Boss fight energy is back on the menu. Qin Feng has the nerve to stand there and claim he's a gentleman who would never poison anyone. "Sir, we all saw what you did last episode." And then he casually corrects himself, saying it's not poison, it's an aphrodisiac. As if that somehow makes it better. The challenger's entire soul leaves his body when he hears that. The realization of what's coursing through his veins right now is hitting different. And the poor guy is already imagining his future with the plump girl while crying. The aphrodisiac has written his entire love story without his consent. So the challenger manages to crawl all the way to Princess Nanfeng's carriage, begging her to save him from whatever Qin Feng has done. And from inside the carriage, all you hear is a sigh. But instead of the princess stepping out, a brand new character appears. This is Fang Chang, and he introduces himself as the princess's representative, here to formally apologize on her behalf. Fang Chang politely asks Qin Feng to detoxify their subordinate for the sake of diplomacy between the two nations. But the system just lit up, identifying this guy as the chosen one with an epic level rating. And Qin Feng is absolutely ecstatic. 7 whole years he's been waiting for the chosen one to show up, and here he is just walking right into the trap. He's rubbing his hands together like a merchant who just spotted a whale customer, talking about hospitality and warm welcomes. The greed in his eyes is not even slightly hidden. So Qin Feng agrees to help detoxify the challenger right away. He hops on a horse looking all cooperative and friendly, which honestly should be everyone's first red flag. But instead of actually helping, our boy launches himself into the air with the grace of someone about to commit a war crime. The challenger is standing there with question marks floating over his head, having no idea what's about to happen. The detox method is apparently very hands-on, and Qin Feng delivers a devastating kick straight to the challenger's most vulnerable area. There's even a little illustration of an egg cracking at the bottom. That is not a detox, that is a vasectomy. The challenger collapses to his knees in unspeakable pain, and the system congratulates Qin Feng with 1,000 villain points for, and I quote, leading to the downfall of countless descendants. This man just ended an entire bloodline. And that's when Princess Nanfeng finally peeks out from her carriage. Purple eyes, gorgeous outfit, looking absolutely stunning because of course the princess is beautiful. She steps out fully and tells Qin Feng not to bully people too much. Meanwhile, the challenger is literally crumpled at her feet. The princess is giving justice and the gooners are eating well with that outfit. But Qin Feng doesn't back down. Instead, he starts questioning why a virtuous princess like her has a man secretly hiding in her carriage. The implication is absolutely scandalous. Princess Nanfeng calls him presumptuous and goes for what looks like a slap. She's had enough of this man's complete lack of respect. But Qin Feng casually catches her hand mid-swing with the most annoying smirk on his face. This man has zero fear of royalty, and Fang Chang sees this happen, and something in him visibly snaps. Fang Chang explodes with rage, sword drawn, flames erupting behind him, screaming not to touch the princess. The chosen one's protective instincts just kicked into overdrive. But Qin Feng just grins wider, openly wondering if this over-the-top reaction from just a touch means Fang Chang and the princess are having an affair. The man knows exactly which buttons to push. And now Qin Feng is scheming, thinking if the chosen one has feelings for the princess, then turning him into an antagonist should be easy. The villain playbook is wide open. So Qin Feng gets right up in the princess's face and asks her directly, "Do you dare to fight me?" He's holding her hand like it's a romantic scene, but the intent is pure chaos. And the princess accepts without hesitation. Qin Feng specifies this is a one-on-one fight where nobody is allowed to interfere no matter what happens. Those last 3 words are doing a lot of heavy lifting. Fang Chang immediately tries to object, but the princess shuts him down and agrees to the terms. She has no idea what she just signed up for. Princess Nanfeng declares she's going to teach this arrogant, dirty, aphrodisiac-carrying, woman-relying scoundrel a lesson. Honestly, the resume she just read out loud is devastating and completely accurate. And the two of them face off in the middle of the street with a crowd gathering to watch. Both sides tell each other to bring it on, and the energy is absolutely electric. Princess Nanfeng wastes no time, coming in from above with a dagger strike that's actually insanely fast. She's not playing around. Even Qin Feng is genuinely impressed by her speed. This princess is not just a pretty face, she's actually dangerous. They clash up close, and Qin Feng is actually considering using his double pupil technique. But then he has a much better idea. He deliberately lets her blade cut his shoulder, drawing blood. Because in his mind, winning the fight doesn't matter. Villain points are the only currency that counts. The princess lands another solid hit and sends Qin Feng staggering. She's actually winning this fight, which is exactly what he wants her to think. She taunts him, saying the so-called first genius is nothing special. And honestly, she looks incredible while doing it. The confidence, the purple eyes, the whole vibe is immaculate. But Qin Feng just smiles with his eyes closed, casually wiping the blood off his shoulder and asks, "Is that so?" That tone means he's about to do something absolutely unhinged. And suddenly the princess realizes something is missing from her outfit. She's blushing, hearts are floating everywhere, and she's wondering when exactly he took that away. Because this absolute menace is now holding up the princess's undergarment and asking the crowd if anyone wants to see what she's wearing underneath. The crowd is split between calling it shameless and begging him to continue. Fang Chang completely loses it, screaming that Qin Feng is shameless, which to be fair is an objectively correct assessment of the situation. But the local crowd actually defends him, saying in the Yinyue dynasty any weapon beneficial to combat is fair game. And the system drops a fat 10,000 villain points for defiling the goddess in the Chosen One's heart. Qin Feng asks if she can even still fight, or if she wants to back down. Meanwhile in his head, the chibi version of himself is drooling over all these villain points and planning to squeeze every last one out of this encounter. But the princess is not backing down. She charges in again with pure fury, and Qin Feng just stands there waiting like he's got all the time in the world. Their weapons collide in a burst of pink energy, and the princess is actually going all out. She's fighting with her pride on the line now, but Qin Feng catches her mid-attack, pulling her in close and restraining her. The fight just became very intimate very quickly, and the princess's eyes go wide with shock because she realizes what's about to happen. He kisses her, right there, in the middle of the street, in front of the entire crowd and the Chosen One who has a massive crush on her. The absolute audacity of this man is genuinely terrifying. And the system immediately rewards him with another 10,000 villain points for defiling the goddess in the Chosen One's heart. Qin Feng is speedrunning the villain points grind and he's not even trying. Fang Chang is marching over with his boys, and Qin Feng's inner monologue is literally just about how he needs to earn as much as possible while the opportunity is here. The grind never stops. And then Qin Feng tells the princess to open her mouth. She's confused, but something about the way he's holding her makes it impossible to resist. The vibes here are deeply concerning. The close-up on the princess's face shows her completely flushed, with his finger pressing against her lips. Whatever he's planning, the princess has temporarily lost the ability to think. He goes in even closer and she's stammering out a weak response while blushing so hard you could cook rice on her face. The cherry blossoms in the background are really selling this moment. Meanwhile, the bystanders are losing their minds, screaming about how it's broad daylight and he actually used his tongue. The crowd is getting more content than they paid for, and Fang Chang has reached his absolute breaking point, screaming that he will kill Qin Feng. The Chosen One has been fully antagonized, which is exactly what our villain wanted. And now Fang Chang reveals his true power, summoning a massive golden Buddha behind him with his sword drawn. This is the Chosen One going full boss mode, and the energy is absolutely insane. The system notification drops, and this time it's 100,000 villain points. Our boy Qin Feng just hit the jackpot by making the Chosen One completely snap over his beloved princess. Fang Chang unleashes a devastating attack, the golden Buddha energy spiraling around him as he charges in with killing intent. This is not a sparring match anymore. But Qin Feng just smiles, surrounded by blue energy, saying this is exactly who he's been waiting for. He baited the Chosen One into attacking just so he could test his own power against him. Staring down the giant golden Buddha, Qin Feng decides it's time to upgrade his physique as well. Because why not power up mid-fight against the Chosen One? He calls out to the system, requesting to upgrade Shadow Wanderer. The man is literally shopping in the middle of combat, and the system confirms it, redeeming the third volume of Shadow Wanderer for 100,000 villain points. All those villain points he just farmed are going straight into upgrades, and with the new upgrade coursing through him, Qin Feng launches into the sky with his sword, cutting through the fiery golden energy like it's nothing. He channels his blue energy against the golden onslaught, and the two forces are colliding with enough power to shake the entire area. Fang Chang screams that there's nowhere left to hide, pouring everything he has into this attack. The Chosen One is fighting with pure rage and heartbreak fueling every strike. The Golden Buddha energy erupts in a massive wave that covers the entire battlefield. This is the Chosen One's full power, no holding back. But Qin Feng meets it head-on with an ornate golden sword wrapped in blue energy. The Shadow Wanderer upgrade is already paying dividends. The two attacks collide in an explosion of gold and blue light, and the shockwave is enough to stagger everyone watching from the sidelines. And Qin Feng's blade cuts straight through the Golden Buddha's defense. The Chosen One's ultimate technique just got completely overpowered. Fang Chang's face says it all. Sweat dripping, eyes wide, the realization that he's completely outmatched hitting him like a freight train. The blue energy tears right through him, and Fang Chang can do absolutely nothing to stop it. The Chosen One who showed up to avenge his princess is getting completely demolished. And Fang Chang goes down, coughing blood everywhere. The Chosen One came in with righteous fury and left with a hospital bill. Qin Feng just farmed the protagonist for villain points and won the fight. Peak villain behavior. Qin Feng is standing there like he just finished a light workout, casually noting that Fang Chang is the first person to ever survive his heaven-destroying sword technique. The princess rushes over to check on Fang Chang, and to his credit, the Chosen One puts on a brave face and says he's fine. Spoiler alert, he is not fine. The princess is holding some kind of medicine bottle and she's completely at a loss for words. You can practically see the gears grinding to a halt in her head. She hands the medicine over to Fang Chang and says that's good, clearly relieved he's not dead. The bar for success here is hilariously low, and the system drops a massive notification congratulating Qin Feng for destroying the white moonlight in the Chosen One's heart and awarding 100,000 anti-villain points. Wait, anti-villain points? That's a new currency. But then the system hits him with another notification, a mission to inherit the will of coveting someone else's wife. And Qin Feng's reaction is priceless because even he is going, wait, what? Chibi Qin Feng immediately goes into denial mode, insisting he's not that kind of person and would never covet another man's wife. The system really said what it said though. But then the system reveals the reward, a god-level treasure chest for successfully separating the two of them. And just like that, our boy's morals become extremely flexible, saying he'll give it a try. So Qin Feng walks right up and asks Princess Nanfeng if she just stuck out her tongue, right in front of Fang Chang. This man has zero shame and infinite audacity, and the entire crowd goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop in this town square right now. Nobody was ready for that question. The princess absolutely loses it, screaming that he's shameless. She's blushing so hard you'd think her face was on fire, and honestly, fair reaction. But Qin Feng doesn't stop there. He asks her how many teeth he has because she would know, right? The implication alone is devastating. And then he says it directly to Fang Chang's face. They kissed for so long that she could probably count every single one of his teeth. This man is committing emotional terrorism in broad daylight. And Fang Chang is standing there with torn clothes, a bloody wound, and an aura so dark the sky behind him literally changes color. The Chosen One is holding on by a thread. But Qin Feng isn't careless about it. He notes internally that a dog that doesn't bark isn't necessarily harmless, and that Fang Chang still has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. The system shows 5% mission completion, and even Qin Feng is concerned, pointing out that this mission is extremely dangerous. But then he pumps himself up with his own motto. High risk, high return, high reward. The princess has had enough of this humiliation and announces they're leaving. And honestly, if someone publicly described my kissing technique to my bodyguard, but Qin Feng isn't done yet. He calls out asking if the princess is leaving already, while internally screaming that his task isn't finished. The grind waits for no one. And then he pulls out her pink outer garment and tells her she left something behind. Remember, he stole this from her during the fight last episode. This man kept it as a prop for this exact moment. The princess turns around completely confused, sees her own garment on the ground, and has about 17 question marks floating above her head right now. And then it clicks. She realizes what he's done and screams that Qin Feng is a rascal. The chibi rage mode has been fully activated and her brain chemistry is permanently altered. Qin Feng, with the most innocent smile you've ever seen, asks if she doesn't want it, then can he take it back? This man treats emotional warfare like a casual hobby. The princess immediately snatches it back with the speed of someone who just realized her underwear is on display. She's blushing, furious, and embarrassed all at the same time. She gives him one last look over her shoulder before walking away. And you can tell she's thinking, we'll see about this. The Sunder energy is off the charts. And the system pings again, confirming that both parties now feel bad and the mission is at 10%. Qin Feng just doubled his progress with a wardrobe incident. Later that night, Qin Feng shows up at the inn for foreign envoys with his little rabbit companion, and the rabbit wants to know what they're doing here so late. A massive sword slash cuts through the air right at the inn, and the energy alone is enough to shake the entire building. Subtle entrance this is not. Qin Feng casually explains they're here to make money, and the rabbit's eyes immediately light up, claiming to be an expert in this business. These two are built different. And before Qin Feng can even explain the plan, the rabbit takes off running. He calls after it, asking where it's going, but this little entrepreneur has already started the mission on its own. Meanwhile, the princess is alone in her room thinking about a certain someone. The Gooners are eating extremely well with this outfit, and she's clearly not able to get Qin Feng out of her head. But then something interrupts her thoughts. A rabbit just appeared out of nowhere in her room, and the princess is genuinely startled because, well, where did this thing come from? And then the rabbit opens its mouth and asks if she lacks love and needs a man. This cute little creature just walked into a princess's bedroom and opened with the most aggressive pickup line imaginable. The princess immediately thinks of Fang Chang and wonders if he sent this rabbit. She's blushing and connecting the dots, thinking maybe the Chosen One finally made a move after all these years. She asks the rabbit directly if Fang Chang sent it, and the rabbit says of course. Now the rabbit is absolutely lying because its actual master is Qin Feng, but she doesn't know that yet. The rabbit pulls out an entire abacus and starts doing business calculations, saying it's been waiting 7 years for its master to make a move and there's clearly demand for this market. And the princess is actually buying it. She's thinking that if Fang Chang hadn't been playing this ambiguous game for 7 years, her first kiss wouldn't have been stolen by that scoundrel Qin Feng. The rabbit is playing her like a fiddle. The rabbit starts doing the math and demands 10,000 top-quality spiritual stones as a middleman fee. This little creature just monetized emotional manipulation in a feudal society. Capitalism always finds a way. The princess just freezes up completely and the rabbit nervously asks if the price is too expensive. The silence is deafening. But then the rabbit sweetens the deal by pulling out a mysterious bottle, claiming it can double her happiness. And the rabbit is asking for payment right now. Aggressive sales tactics from a bunny. The princess takes the bottle, clearly not sure what she just agreed to. She's got the expression of someone who clicked accept terms without reading the contract. The rabbit gives her a little thumbs up and asks if she's not going to try it. The peer pressure from this adorable little scam artist is incredible. So the princess actually sniffs the bottle, and the look in her eyes immediately tells us this was a terrible idea. Whatever is in that thing just hit her system like a freight train, and the princess starts trembling, completely flushed, asking what's going on. Whatever was in that bottle is absolutely not legal in any dynasty. The vibes here just got very concerning very quickly. And right on cue, Qin Feng appears at the window, yelling at the rabbit for slacking off. But really, he timed this perfectly. He sent the rabbit ahead to soften the target. He grabs the rabbit, and the little scammer proudly announces that it's already concluded the deal and now it's Qin Feng's turn. This rabbit just closed the sale and tagged its boss in for the follow-up. And Qin Feng's face says it all. He's genuinely confused, asking what the rabbit means by his turn. Even the villain didn't anticipate his own pet going this hard, but then something catches his attention, and his eyes narrow with that signature calculating look. Whatever he's seeing right now just changed the entire game plan. Because the princess is right there, completely under the effect of whatever was in that bottle, calling out to him in a voice that would make anyone's brain chemistry malfunction. The Gooners have reached peak content right here. She asks him if his master is Qin Feng, clearly still half thinking this whole thing was set up by Fang Chang. She has absolutely no idea she's been talking to the actual mastermind this entire time. The rabbit's jaw hits the floor and even it seems confused about what's happening. The princess is stammering and nothing about this situation is going according to anyone's plan anymore. The princess tries to fight off the effects by activating her spiritual energy, golden light swirling around her as she desperately tries to regain control of herself. But whatever was in that bottle is stronger than her willpower. She's sweating, head in her hands, barely holding on. She knows she's losing this battle, and then she reaches out toward Qin Feng, calling his name. She can't resist anymore, and the villain just stumbled into a situation even he wasn't prepared for. She's right up against him whispering his name, and Qin Feng is actually panicking, telling her to calm down. For once, our villain is the one who doesn't know what to do. Meanwhile, outside the inn, Fang Chang is walking over with a rose in hand, having a whole character development moment. He's thinking he shouldn't have blamed everything on the princess and that she did nothing wrong. But underneath that romantic gesture, his real thoughts are much darker. He's vowing that in the next life and death elimination match, he will personally cut Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces, roses and murder plots in the same brain. He puts on his best smile and calls out for the princess, rose in hand, looking like a man about to finally confess his feelings after 7 long years. If only he knew what was happening upstairs. And then he looks up at the window and sees it. Qin Feng is in the princess's room, with the princess, at night. The rose in his hand might as well burst into flames right now. And Qin Feng notices Fang Chang below, smirking internally about how the Chosen One really knows how to pick the perfect timing. This was either a coincidence or divine comedy. And right there in full view of the window, the princess is clinging to Qin Feng in a way that would absolutely destroy any man watching from below. The Chosen One's heart just got deleted in real time. Fang Chang is absolutely losing it. The rage on his face could power a small nation. 7 years of devotion just got obliterated by one villain with a drug bottle and good timing. Qin Feng looks down at Fang Chang while holding the princess and casually asks what he's here for. The audacity of this man is genuinely terrifying. He's taunting the Chosen One while cuddling his crush. Fang Chang is screaming that it's impossible, absolutely impossible, with literal lightning crackling around him. The Chosen One has been pushed past his breaking point for the second time today. And then the princess, still under the potion's effect, asks Qin Feng if he really said he likes her. He confirms it without hesitation, and this man is saying whatever needs to be said to farm maximum villain points. And the scream that comes out of Fang Chang could shatter glass. Every word from that room is a dagger directly into the Chosen One's soul, and he can do nothing but watch. Fang Chang is in shambles, crying about how they've only met a couple of times and it can't compare to 7 years of feelings. Meanwhile, the system quietly updates the Prime Minister's ambition mission to 50%, and the system drops 200,000 villain points for attacking the ego of the Chosen One. Chibi Qin Feng is losing his mind with excitement over the numbers. The villain points grind has never been this lucrative, and now the chibi version of our boy has the most sinister grin you've ever seen, saying he won't be polite anymore. When Qin Feng stops being polite, that's when the real damage starts. So Qin Feng goes for the finishing blow. He asks the princess, between him and Fang Chang, who does she dislike the most? And this question alone is a weapon of mass destruction aimed directly at the Chosen One's heart. And the princess, with her beautiful eyes looking right at him, answers with one name, Fang Chang. Fang Chang hears it all, muttering that it was a mistake after all, and the system absolutely erupts, completing the Prime Minister's will mission with a divine treasure chest and awarding 500,000 villain points for making the Chosen One no longer believe in love. Qin Feng just speedran Heartbreak for 500,000 points. Peak villain behavior. Fang Chang is absolutely losing his mind right now, and the demonic energy pouring out of him is unlike anything we've seen before. The Chosen One is screaming with everything he has, his dark energy erupting like a volcano that just got its heart broken. And there it is, Fang Chang, with those glowing red eyes, vowing to cut Qin Feng into pieces. The Chosen One has officially entered his villain arc. But while Fang Chang is having his meltdown outside, the princess is up here asking Qin Feng to kiss her. The Gooners are absolutely feasting right now, and the system pops up congratulating Qin Feng for forcing the Chosen One into a demonic state. Even our boy is surprised, asking if that actually counts as going demonic. And then it happens. The kiss actually lands. Pink hearts everywhere. And Fang Chang's soul just left the building permanently. But here's the twist. In chibi mode, Qin Feng has the audacity to scold her, saying she doesn't even have any villain points and still wants to take advantage of him. The princess is standing there completely confused with question marks over her head, while Qin Feng calls her a freeloading weirdo. The audacity of this villain knows no bounds, and the princess is just standing there looking absolutely devastating, barely able to say the word you. The Gooners have officially reached peak content this episode, and Qin Feng goes on a whole speech about how men are valuable too, and that she's the one who made the deal with the rabbit first, so technically he's the real victim here. The mental gymnastics are Olympic level. The princess has had enough. She's screaming at him to get out of her room, and honestly, given everything that just happened, that's the most sane reaction possible. But as Qin Feng leaves, he's already calculating his next move. The blackening of the Chosen One is 10 times stronger now, and if he doesn't power up fast, the death elimination competition is going to end him. And on his way out, the princess yells that nobody even cares about him. Our boy just got literally kicked out after stealing a kiss. Somehow he's still winning. Meanwhile, the rabbit is absolutely bewildered, asking the princess what happened and why she didn't go through with it. This rabbit really thought its sales pitch was airtight, but being the ethical scam artist it is, the rabbit won't refund the money. Instead, it offers the princess a carrot, claiming it'll help her detoxify. Business is business, apparently. And before the princess can even respond, the rabbit grabs its bag and yeets itself right out the window into the night. Customer service has officially ended for the evening, and the princess is left holding this carrot, genuinely asking herself if carrots can actually detoxify anything. The answer is no, absolutely not. Meanwhile, somewhere far more mystical, at the Moon Goddess Palace Spirit Pond, we meet another character who's been watching all of this unfold. And she immediately starts comparing herself to the princess, pointing out her own assets. The confidence on this goddess is absolutely unmatched, and frankly, she's not wrong. She's sitting there under the moonlight showcasing exactly why she thinks she should be the one getting attention. The proportions on this goddess are arguing with physics and winning. And then she completely loses it, ranting about why Qin Feng kissed the princess and not her, and why he snuck out in the middle of the night to find another woman. The jealousy is nuclear. She huffs about why he would even bother showing up now, full Sunder energy activated. She's mad, but she clearly wants to see him. Because right on cue, Qin Feng shows up with the rabbit on his shoulder, and the goddess declares she will never forgive him this time. Spoiler alert, she absolutely will. She turns to him and asks what he's doing here, trying to act unbothered. But her body language says she's been waiting for this moment all night. And Qin Feng just looks at her with that signature smirk, thinking to himself that this girl has really grown up. Not bad at all. Our boy is already scheming. The goddess proudly declares that a goddess is on a completely different level from a mere princess, and the chibi Qin Feng next to her is eating this rivalry up. And then Qin Feng casually tells her to cover up because it's windy and she might catch a cold. The smooth criminal riz on this man is genuinely terrifying. But the goddess immediately freezes up, her entire face going dark. Qin Feng asks if something's wrong, completely clueless about why touching her clothes might be an issue. She screams at him to mind his own business. But then Qin Feng flips it around and asks where she was going so late at night. The interrogation energy is mutual here. Without missing a beat, he says he went to get her some late-night snacks and hands them over. This man went from kissing the princess to bringing midnight food to the goddess in the same hour. And just like that, the goddess's eyes light up like a child on Christmas morning. She asks if it's really true, all her anger evaporating instantly. But then she takes a bite and immediately complains that there's no salt in the Chinese hamburger, because even divine beings have food standards apparently. And without hesitation, Qin Feng asks the system to exchange a bouquet of purple roses, 1,000 villain points for flowers. He presents the roses and delivers the smoothest line of the century. His love for her is so strong it doesn't need any extra flavor. Even the translator had to call him a Riz master. The goddess is mid-bite, completely frozen, staring at him with eyes that have clearly short-circuited. Her brain chemistry just got rearranged by a man with saltless food and purple roses, and she's completely gone. Spiral eyes, face red, brain offline. The goddess has been successfully down-batted by a saltless hamburger and some Riz. Peak villain behavior. She grabs the roses, screams that she hates it, and runs away. Classic Sunder. She's clutching those flowers like they're the most precious thing she's ever received. And the rabbit, watching the goddess sprint away in the distance, confidently tells Qin Feng that this deal can absolutely be closed. Later that night, Qin Feng checks his villain points and sees over 1 million in the bank. Time to cash in. He exchanges 1 million points for the Grand State of Perfection Harmony card, and the moment he uses it, Golden Dragon energy erupts from his body. The Great Vajra Dragon technique has officially reached grand perfection. Our boy just hit endgame stats in the middle of the night. The rabbit wakes up to a literal golden dragon manifesting in the room and immediately recognizes it. That poor bunny just wanted to sleep. The dragon is absolutely massive, filling the entire room with golden fire. and the rabbit decides that going back to sleep is the only rational response to this situation. But Qin Feng isn't done. He's still got a divine-level treasure chest from breaking Fang Chang's heart, and he's ready to crack it open. He gives the command to open the divine-level treasure chest with the confidence of a man who knows the loot is going to be absolutely broken. And out comes a Sword Intent upgrade card. The golden chest bursts open with light, revealing a glowing card with a sword symbol. The gacha gods are feeling generous tonight. Qin Feng examines the card, confirming it will boost his Sword Intent to the 2nd level. He asks the system if the damage increase is significant, and the system confirms it absolutely is. The system gives him the green light, and Qin Feng crushes the card without a second thought. When the system says use it, our boy uses it immediately. Massive sword energy explodes outward as the upgrade takes effect, and Qin Feng's Sword Intent officially advances to the 2nd level. The stat sheet just got even more ridiculous. But even after all that, our boy is sitting there casually asking if 2nd level Sword Intent is actually strong. He just upgraded to an insane tier, and he's not even sure about it. And that's when he notices something. A tiny bug crawling on his neck. Now in this world, random insects showing up is never just random insects. So he obliterates it with a burst of energy, and the bug explodes in a flash of blue light. Somebody was trying to spy on our boy, and it did not end well for the bug. He looks at the aftermath and casually remarks that his new power seems okay. Just okay. This man could probably level a mountain and call it decent. But he's not done shopping. There's still a lottery ticket from the earlier reward, and he decides to use everything all at once. And the lottery hits the absolute jackpot. A divine-level physique called the Heavenly Tyrant Body. The description says the more battles he fights, the stronger he becomes, and at max level, it can slaughter saints and immortals. That's not a physique, that's a cheat code. And Chibi Qin Feng is absolutely losing his mind. Star Eyes fully activated, screaming that it's actually a special physique. The excitement is contagious because this pull was insane. The power starts surging through his body immediately, and Qin Feng can feel just how impressive this new physique really is. The ground is literally rumbling, but then the transformation apparently yanks his consciousness into some kind of energy vortex, and our boy is screaming as he gets pulled through what looks like a dimensional wormhole. And suddenly he's on a battlefield, sword in hand, charging directly at an entire army. The Heavenly Tyrant Body doesn't do tutorials, it throws you straight into the action. Qin Feng looks down at the massive sword in his hands, genuinely confused about what's happening. Even for a man with a cheat system, this is unexpected. But there's no time to think because an armored warrior is already on top of him, and their weapons clash with enough force to send shockwaves everywhere. And the warrior just disintegrates. One strike and the enemy dissolves into nothing. The power of the Heavenly Tyrant Body is absolutely terrifying. Qin Feng looks at his own hands, asking if this is really the power of the Heavenly Tyrant Body. The answer is yes, and it's only going to get stronger from here. And with that confirmation, he charges forward again, calling upon the Heavenly Body to grant him even more strength. Our villain just went from broken to completely unfair. Blue sword energy cuts through the entire army like paper, soldiers flying in every direction. Qin Feng is speedrunning this trial like it's set to easy mode, and when the dust settles, Qin Feng stands alone on the battlefield, sword energy still swirling around him. Between the grand perfection, 2nd level sword intent, and now the Heavenly Tyrant Body, the death elimination competition doesn't stand a chance. Back at the Moon Goddess Palace, and the morning of the death elimination match has finally arrived. The rabbit is having the time of its life laughing at something, and you already know whatever happened is going to be ridiculous. Because Qin Feng has been sitting here since last night, and the rabbit left claw prints all over his face. The death elimination match portal is about to open, and our boy looks like he lost a fight with a cat. The rabbit is clinging to him, trying to get his attention, because apparently sleeping through the start of a life and death competition is not ideal. And then the rabbit drops some critical intel. Apparently all the sisters from the Moon Goddess Palace have worn black stockings for the death elimination matches. This is the real important information, and that gets his attention immediately. He's wondering if black stockings are really that effective. And honestly, the fact that this is what wakes him up tells you everything about our protagonist's priorities. But then reality hits when he touches his face and it hurts. He asks where the mirror is, completely unaware of the claw print situation happening on his cheek right now. The rabbit quickly covers for itself, telling him it must be from overexertion during cultivation, and that he just needs some rest. Classic deflection from the actual culprit. The rabbit reminds him the death elimination match is about to start, and asks if he should prepare. Qin Feng casually agrees, because why would he be stressed about a life or death competition? And the rabbit lets out a massive sigh of relief that he didn't discover the claw prints. That was a close call for the little furball. Meanwhile, the live broadcast for the death elimination match is in full swing. There's a whole arena set up with snacks and everything, because apparently watching people fight to the death is a spectator sport here. And they've got a full commentary desk going with an old martial arts master and a gorgeous purple-haired host. This is giving sports broadcast energy, but the sport is murder. The audience is already roasting our boy. Someone points out Qin Feng is ranked over 30,000, and even though he's supposed to be a genius, so the host brings in a renowned martial arts master named Ma Deguo to analyze exactly why Qin Feng is ranked so low. They literally called in an expert to roast him on live television. Manhwa introduces himself as the founder of the primal chi technique, and he's got that self-satisfied energy of a man who's been waiting for someone to ask his opinion. His expert analysis: Qin Feng is diverse but not focused. The man knows too many techniques but hasn't mastered any single one. Which, spoiler alert, is completely wrong because our boy has maxed out everything secretly. He doubles down, saying quantity doesn't mean strength, and asks why it took Qin Feng 7 years to break through to the 9th level. This man is building his whole career on being wrong about one person. And the crowd eats it up. They're gossiping that Qin Feng's been playing around with the maids at the Moon Goddess Palace instead of training. The rumor mill is absolutely nuclear right now. The host asks, what if Qin Feng becomes a dark horse? And Manhwa shuts that down immediately. He insists martial arts is about depth over breadth, and that's how he became a master himself. He's literally screaming about how Qin Feng can't possibly stage a comeback. This man is putting his entire reputation on the line to trash talk someone who could level a mountain. And the entire audience is nodding along, saying the expert's analysis is reasonable and convincing. Everyone in this arena is about to look so stupid and they have no idea. Manhwa sits there with the smudgiest grin imaginable. This is the face of a man who thinks he just delivered a masterclass in analysis. The copium levels are going to be incredible later. Back with Qin Feng, he sneezes because someone's clearly talking about him. The rabbit begs him not to bring it into the competition, and a golden teleportation circle appears beneath their feet. And just like that, they've been teleported into the battlefield. Qin Feng immediately asks who's talking behind his back, because even across dimensions, he can feel the disrespect. Qin Feng surveys the area with the rabbit perched on his shoulder, wondering if this is really the life and death battlefield everyone's been hyping up. And the answer is absolutely yes. The battlefield is massive, with floating structures, waterfalls, and rolling green hills stretching into infinity. This is not a small arena, this is an entire world. But it's not all scenic views. The ground is littered with skulls and bones half submerged in murky water. This place has a body count and it's not being subtle about it. Qin Feng looks at all the death and destruction and calmly says it really lives up to its name. Our boy is impressed by the ambiance of a graveyard. Peak villain energy. But then he spots movement in the distance. Someone's already here, and in a deathmatch that means things could get violent very quickly. Instead of fighting though, our boy has a plan. With tens of thousands of participants and monsters everywhere, charging in early would be stupid. Better to lay low and preserve strength while everyone else wears each other down. And once everyone's exhausted and weakened, that's when they swoop in and reap all the benefits. Our villain is playing this like a strategy game, and honestly it's kind of brilliant. Meanwhile, back at the broadcast, the commentators are laughing because Qin Feng has dropped from rank 30,000 all the way to 50,000. 0 points. They think he's crumbling under pressure, but our boy hasn't even started yet. The crowd starts speculating about who might have beaten him, bringing up Yi Jian from Sword Villa. This kid is 18, already in the Dao realm with 3rd level sword intent and a heavenly sword body. Sounds scary until you remember what Qin Feng has. They're already writing Qin Feng off, saying they expected him to make a bigger splash, but he's turning out to be a disappointment. These people are building up the most spectacular face slap moment in history and they don't even know it. And over at the Yin Moon Dynasty's throne hall, even the emperor is watching Qin Feng's 0-point ranking. The whole kingdom has eyes on this competition, and look who's enjoying this. Princess Nanfeng is absolutely delighted that Qin Feng is having a bad day. The pettiness is radiating off her like a force field. But the Moon Goddess and her companion are watching too, and they're not happy. She's wondering what this troublesome little brother is doing instead of actually competing. And what is he doing? He's fishing. Our boy is literally relaxing under a tree with a fishing rod while the entire world watches his ranking plummet. The rabbit is begging him to do something, but Qin Feng is vibing. He stretches casually and says it's all about timing. While everyone's killing each other out there, our villain is doing time management from under a tree. The rabbit finally hands him his sword, and Qin Feng drops some philosophy about how a true gentleman is not a vessel. The rabbit has no idea what that means, and honestly, neither do we. He explains it means a true gentleman wouldn't stoop to killing enemies with weapons. The rabbit is staring at him like he's lost his mind, and that's a fair reaction, honestly. The rabbit can feel that something is deeply off about this whole situation, but it can't quite figure out what. And honestly, given Qin Feng's track record, the rabbit should be very worried. Because here's the actual plan. After a full day of battles, everyone will be exhausted and thirsty. So Qin Feng is going to poison the water supply. This man just went from gentleman philosopher to biological warfare in 30 seconds. And he's not being subtle about it either. He's got a face mask on and is carrying an absolutely massive bag of medicine. The rabbit is questioning if they really need this much, which, fair question. And then our boy starts cutting open a massive toad he found by the water. Whatever he's extracting from this thing is definitely not FDA approved, and the vibes are getting increasingly unhinged. He argues that without using strong medicine, you can't get valuable results. The rabbit is standing there in the background rethinking every life choice that led it to this moment. But it's not just the competitors who found the water. 2 massive rhino monsters are drinking from the stream, and Qin Feng is watching from a tree branch like some kind of chaotic puppet master. And the medicine kicks in hard. The monsters go absolutely berserk. charging off into the wilderness with red eyes and foaming mouths. The rabbit cheerfully announces that the medicine is working. This is chaos by design. And the drugged-up monsters run straight into a group of fighters. They barely have time to shout a warning before the beasts are right on top of them. The fighters try to take it down, but this monster is juiced up on whatever Qin Feng put in that water. It's swinging with way more aggression than normal, and these guys are not prepared. The beast plows straight through their formation, sending warriors flying in every direction. Whatever Qin Feng fed these things, it turned them into roid-raging tanks. And there's our boy, sitting in a tree like he's watching reality TV, commenting on how intense the battle is. The rabbit confirms everything is going according to plan, just in time. The fighters eventually manage to take the monsters down and celebrate their victory. High-level kills means their rankings will shoot up. Little do they know, Qin Feng literally set this entire encounter up. Covered in blood and exhausted, they decide to wash up and grab some water. One of them volunteers to go find a water source. And you already know exactly which water source they're about to find. They find the river and start washing up, splashing the poisoned water all over their faces. This is the part where I'd be screaming at the screen not to drink it, but here we are. And it hits almost immediately. The bald one starts feeling hot and flushed, and the pink swirly aura around him is screaming that something very wrong is happening to his brain chemistry right now. And then all three of them start having extremely concerning thoughts about each other. Hearts everywhere, comments about lips and muscles, and the whole scene is giving Diddy Party energy at maximum volume. Qin Feng, you absolute menace. And then they snap out of it simultaneously, all three looking at each other in absolute horror as they realize what they were just thinking. The brain cells are coming back online and the damage report is devastating. They all start screaming that it must be an illusion, desperately trying to convince themselves that what just happened wasn't real. Spoiler alert, gentlemen, it was very real, and it was Qin Feng's fault. But these guys aren't the only ones at the water. Two women walk by the river, casually complimenting each other on their battle skills. They have no idea about the pharmaceutical disaster in the water supply. And that's when the drugged-up fighters spot the women. Their eyes light up and they literally just shout the word woman, because the medicine has completely fried whatever remained of their self-control. The women immediately get on guard, drawing their weapons and demanding to know what these creeps want. This situation just went from comedy to genuinely dangerous real fast. And these guys aren't even trying to hide it. One says they just want to be friends, while the other demands she make him happy first. The vibes are absolutely criminal and somebody needs to intervene immediately. It gets worse. One of them has literally stripped down and is chasing the women while they scream for him to stay back. This is a federal-level incident happening in the middle of a death match. This absolute degenerate says the more they resist, the more excited he gets. The medicine has turned these fighters into the worst possible version of themselves, and Qin Feng created this entire nightmare on purpose. And right on cue, our villain swoops in like a hero, yelling at the rascal to let the girl go. He literally created this problem and is now solving it for the villain points. The audacity is genuinely unmatched, and the two women look up and recognize their savior. It's Qin Feng, the man who poisoned the water, drugged the fighters, and engineered this entire crisis just so he could play the hero. Peak villain speedrun, and the girls are already falling for it. The drugged-up fighter is screaming at Qin Feng to leave him alone, but it's way too late for that. And Qin Feng doesn't even hesitate. He hits this man with a blast that lights up the entire area, and the system pops off immediately. Congratulations on defeating Yangji, plus 1000 villain points. Our boy is farming these drugged fighters he created for points. The efficiency is terrifying, and the poor guy is on the ground absolutely losing it, while Qin Feng just watches him grovel like this is perfectly normal entertainment. But more of the drugged fighters show up, and the bald one is demanding to know what's going on. These guys still have no idea Qin Feng is the one who put them in this state. And Qin Feng just starts swinging. The bald guy barely has time to react before he's getting absolutely carved up. And the villain points are rolling in like a slot machine hitting jackpot. 2 more Yangji defeated notifications, 2,000 more points. This man turned a deathmatch into a point farming simulator. Bodies everywhere. The rabbit is literally flying through the air, looting people, and another 1,000 villain points just casually drops. And the rabbit is absolutely loaded down with loot, sparkling with excitement, yelling that they've made a fortune. This rabbit went from moral support to war profiteer in record time. And then Qin Feng turns to the women and drops some righteous speech about showing mercy and hoping they take care of themselves. The two girls are absolutely swooning. This man created the crisis, solved the crisis, and is now getting hero worship for it. And now even the drugged fighter is thanking him. This man is literally saying if it weren't for the young hero showing up, he might have done something terrible. Sir, the young hero is the reason you lost control in the first place. And Qin Feng just tells him to get lost with the most disgusted expression possible. The guy even asks if they'll meet again, like he just made a lifelong friend. The audacity of this entire exchange is genuinely unmatched. And the beaten fighters all stumble away, some literally holding each other up just to walk. Qin Feng has single-handedly dismantled an entire group of competitors without anyone suspecting a thing. Meanwhile, at the Hall of the Yin Moon Dynasty, the spectators are watching all of this unfold. One of them calls Qin Feng quite clever, while another face palms and desperately insists they do not teach him this stuff. The Moon Goddess is genuinely mortified. She's thinking she never expected Qin Feng would choose this method to defeat his enemies. Ma'am, nobody expected this. This wasn't in anyone's playbook. And now she's gone full chibi rage mode, yelling that even if he has no shame, could he at least consider the reputation of the Moon Goddess Palace? But Qin Feng doesn't care about reputations. He's standing by the river declaring his three-part mission. Break eggs, and break eggs. Meanwhile, the rabbit has its own version, which is make money, and make money. These two share exactly one brain cell, and it's focused on profit. And everyone who crosses his path can only call him a beast as they watch him walk away. The fighters on the ground are looking at him like he's a natural disaster in human form. Now here's where it gets truly evil. The other fighters realize all the water sources have been tampered with, and they're panicking about what they're gonna drink. And right on cue, they hear someone yelling about selling water to the highest bidder. And there he is. Qin Feng is literally running an auction in the middle of a death match, selling clean water, starting at 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. He poisoned the supply and is now selling the cure. This is monopoly economics with extra steps and no ethics. And the bald fighter has had enough. He slams the ground and calls Qin Feng shameless, trying to rally everyone to take him down together. Which, fair, but also maybe don't drink from random rivers next time. And the mob starts rising up. Multiple fighters are getting to their feet, looking absolutely furious, ready to jump Qin Feng all at once. The whole crowd closes in with red eyes and drawn weapons. And what does Qin Feng say? He says being handsome really does make you a target. This man is about to get jumped and his biggest concern is his own attractiveness. But instead of fighting, our boy launches something into the air. The rabbit is bracing for impact on his head, and the fighters around him have no idea what's about to hit them. And then he just bolts. He tells everyone to enjoy themselves because they have a long way to go, and he's grinning like he just pulled off the heist of the century. Which honestly, he kinda did. Whatever he threw is now doing its thing, because the remaining fighters are covering their noses and telling each other to hide immediately. This man just chemical warfared his way out of a mob beating. But then a new face appears, and this one's different. A handsome man with piercing blue eyes is wondering who could be causing this much chaos. And honestly, the answer should be obvious by now. The hiding fighters recognize him immediately. They whisper that he's the envoy sent by the great Jia dynasty, a man named Fang Chang. And the way they say it, you can tell this guy is not someone you want to mess with. And then comes the backstory drop. Apparently Qin Feng defiled Fang Chang's beloved, which drove this guy into absolute madness. They're asking if this makes him Qin Feng's mortal enemy. Which, spoiler alert, yes, absolutely yes it does. And right on cue, the shirtless bald fighter spots Qin Feng in the distance and starts chasing him. Fang Chang sees this too, and now he's wondering if that's really the man who ruined his life running across that field. The bald fighter watches with a smirk, declaring that those who commit many wrongs will bring about their own destruction. He's acting like karma is finally catching up to Qin Feng. And honestly, karma has been trying to reach this man for 24 episodes. Fang Chang takes off after Qin Feng at full speed, yelling at him not to run if he has the guts. And our boy is absolutely sprinting with the rabbit bouncing on his back. Guts? This man runs on calculated cowardice. But even while running for his life, Qin Feng is monologuing about how the chosen one always has perfect timing, whether it's catching a cheating wife or gaining experience. He's treating his own pursuer like content, and then our boy actually starts taunting him. He tells Fang Chang to come chase him if he has the courage, because he's happy to play along. The absolute disrespect of inviting your mortal enemy into a trap while pretending it's a game. And Fang Chang takes the bait. He powers up with fire energy swirling around him, declaring he's not afraid. But here's the thing about chasing Qin Feng through the battlefield. The water. He drank the water, didn't he? And just like that, Fang Chang's body starts failing him. He's stumbling mid-chase, wondering what's happening to his body, completely unaware that Qin Feng's pharmaceutical nightmare is already in his system. And then it clicks. Fang Chang recognizes the medicine. It's the same drug that Qin Feng used on the princess. If the princess was drugged, then she didn't betray him willingly. And just like that, years of hatred and madness start to dissolve, because the woman he loved was a victim too. Qin Feng accidentally gave his enemy the closure he needed, which is peak irony. And this emotional breakthrough triggers something massive. Buddhist scriptures about form and emptiness start manifesting around Fang Chang, because apparently having your heart healed unlocks enlightenment in this world. Fang Chang enters full meditation mode, channeling the Heart Sutra itself. Golden characters from the Buddha Heart Sutra are swirling around him like a divine download. This man went from rage to enlightenment in about 30 seconds. And someone very powerful is watching. A figure with a crown observes that Fang Chang is comprehending the true essence of both Buddha and demon simultaneously. One thought to become a Buddha, one thought to become a demon. This is not normal enlightenment. And then comes the death sentence. The powerful figure declares that if Fang Chang completes this comprehension, the consequences will be unimaginable. This child must not be allowed to live. Death flags just got planted at maximum speed. The scene cuts to a palace throne room, and a woman realizes something terrible is about to happen. She immediately shouts that things are not good, because she knows exactly what that killing intent means. The princess urgently tells the elder through sound transmission that Fang Chang might be in danger. The elder reassures her that he's already sent someone to secretly protect Fang Chang's safety, but given the level of threat we just saw, a bodyguard might not cut it. and the princess is not playing around. She swears that if anyone so much as touches Fang Chang, she'll bring down her father's wrath and crush the life token to summon her grandfather. This woman is ready to start a whole war over her man. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Qin Feng stops running and looks confused. He's asking if that's really it, because Fang Chang just stopped chasing him. Something doesn't feel right to our boy. But then the system comes through with a brand new mission. He's triggered a special quest for disrupting the enlightenment of the Chosen One, and the reward is a Sword Intent upgrade card. Our boy accidentally stumbled into another cheat code, and that grin says everything. There's a reward on the table? Then Fang Chang's little meditation session is about to get severely interrupted. Our villain is already cooking up his next scheme, and honestly, nobody is safe. Fang Chang is deep in his enlightenment, with a full-blown Buddha manifestation towering above him like a divine download in progress. And here comes our boy, strolling up to the scene looking absolutely immaculate with the rabbit perched on his shoulder, energy swirling around him like he owns the entire battlefield. And he has the nerve to greet Fang Chang like they're old friends, waving hello like he didn't just accept a quest to destroy this man's entire spiritual breakthrough. Fang Chang's eyes snap open mid-meditation and he is furious. He's screaming Qin Feng's name and asking what he's doing here, which is a valid question with a terrifying answer. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng shoots to her feet in alarm because she knows exactly what happens if Qin Feng disturbs Fang Chang's enlightenment. The man could go completely berserk and destroy himself from the inside out. She's begging the elder to let her go save Fang Chang, practically trying to pull free from his grip. But the elder tells her not to act rashly, which is easier said than done when your lover is about to get trolled into insanity. The elder reassures her that Fang Chang has the protection of the Buddha's relics, and even if Qin Feng had multiple heads and arms, he still couldn't break through that defense. That is some bold confidence considering who we're dealing with. And to be fair, the Buddha's relics are no joke. These are top-tier treasures condensed after the Buddha's passing, supposedly impervious to all evil and impenetrable by any enemy. That's a pretty solid defense on paper. And Qin Feng can see the barrier himself, impervious to evil, impenetrable by any enemy. So naturally, he's already thinking about the loophole. The system tells him to ruin Fang Chang's opportunity, and Qin Feng actually asks why he should ruin someone's chance at enlightenment. Then the system hits him with a motivational proverb about swords being sharpened through grinding. Sir, that is not what that proverb was meant for. Qin Feng reads the system's motivational speech and asks, "This is my line." The system cheerfully tells him to keep his spirits up. Even the cheat system is gaslighting him at this point. But then the gears start turning. He says since he can't let Fang Chang get stronger, and charges up his energy. That smile tells you everything you need to know about what's coming next. He pulls out a book and says he'll do it strategically. And Yongji takes one look at the manual and asks what kind of martial arts technique this is. Oh sweet summer child, that is not a martial arts manual. And Yongji immediately gets a bad feeling about this. Her instincts are screaming at her, and honestly they should be, because our boy is reading aloud from what can only be described as the most explicit romance novel in cultivation history. It's got detailed descriptions about wild nights, intoxicating pleasure, and energy channeling through very specific body parts. This man brought an adult novel to a meditation disruption mission. And it's working. Fang Chang's Buddha manifestation is literally shaking, his concentration shattering in real time. He mutters that Qin Feng is a jerk, which might be the understatement of the entire series. And back at the palace, Yongji turns to someone and asks if they taught Qin Feng this technique. The accusation is already forming. Princess Nanfeng goes into full panic denial mode, screaming that it wasn't her, she didn't do it, and to stop talking nonsense. The lady doth protest way too much. She's absolutely fuming that her years of carefully building a glorious reputation have been completely demolished by this one man. Welcome to the Qin Feng experience, princess. Nobody's image survives contact with him. And Qin Feng has the gall to look at the camera and say he thought she was decent and honorable, but it turns out she's just a simp. This man is weaponizing romantic literature and calling other people down bad. The irony is staggering. He keeps reading, narrating about a delicate fair hand reaching out and a soft melodious voice whispering in his ear. He's turned Fang Chang's enlightenment session into a romance audiobook experience that nobody asked for. And here's the beautiful part, even Qin Feng himself is getting a little flustered by the content. His heart is racing from his own weapon of mass distraction. You made this bed, my guy. The content is hitting different though, because even our villain is getting a reaction out of this material. Back at the palace, Princess Nanfeng is desperately begging the elder to find a solution before Fang Chang completely loses it. She knows if this continues, his mind will be consumed by rage and madness. But before anyone can intervene, a purple energy blast comes screaming out of nowhere straight at Qin Feng while he's still sitting there reading his spicy literature. Someone else wants a piece of him. Qin Feng senses it instantly. A sneak attack? Our boy might be morally bankrupt, but his reflexes are top tier. And the attack is massive. A giant purple energy sword tears through the landscape with enough force to split the earth in half. It slams into a tree instead of Qin Feng, and he's already dodged clear. He remarks that the attack was quite fierce, like he's reviewing a restaurant instead of almost getting killed. And there's the attacker. A young archer is cursing because Qin Feng actually managed to evade his shot. This is a new challenger entering the ring, and he does not look happy. But he's not done. He follows up immediately with a barrage of purple energy arrows raining down from the trees. The entire forest lights up with energy projectiles screaming through the canopy, tearing apart everything in their path. Qin Feng is scrambling to dodge while screaming about being shot at again, and the rabbit on his shoulder is yelling that it really does not want to get pierced. These two share one brain cell and it's currently dedicated to survival. Turns out this archer, Bai Ri, is no random grunt. He achieved fame young, reached the first level of the Dao realm, and is currently ranked 153rd in the elimination tournament. That's a legitimate threat. The spectators are already calling it, saying Bai Ri's victory is guaranteed. And normally you'd agree, but these people clearly haven't been watching the last 24 episodes. And Qin Feng has had enough of running. He snaps back about how whether he steals your wife or becomes your stepdad, people keep chasing him to shoot at him. And then he says if the tiger doesn't roar, do you think he's a kitten? Oh, it's on now. But instead of charging head-on like a normal person, he ducks behind a tree with the rabbit and starts scheming. That devious grin means Bai Ri is about to have a very bad day. Bai Ri draws his bow back for another shot, fully locked on and ready to end this fight from range. But Qin Feng blitzes out of cover at full speed, closing the distance before the archer can react. You want to play a ranged game? And he unleashes a devastating sword technique, blue energy carving through the air in a massive arc that could split the sky itself. Bai Ri's jaw drops. He can't believe what he's seeing. How is a 9th level cultivator outputting this kind of damage? And Qin Feng just grins and says there's one more step to go. That's not a threat, that's a promise with a smile attached. And out of nowhere, a chicken gets launched by the energy blast, which is honestly the most random collateral damage this battlefield has seen yet. The system dings with a congratulations for hitting 1000 villain points for Eternal Harmony. He's farming evil reputation like it's a daily login reward. Bai Ri goes down hard, screaming as he crashes into the ground. The rank 153rd fighter just got absolutely dismantled in a single exchange. And Qin Feng hits us with a thumbs up, declaring that he's truly accumulating boundless merit. This man just beat a ranked fighter into the dirt and calls it a charitable act. The delusion is inspirational. He plops back down near Fang Chang's meditation spot, celebrates another 1000 villain points, and announces he's going to keep going. This man is treating the Chosen One's enlightenment like a grinding spot in a video game. He picks the novel back up and keeps reading, narrating about chatting with a girl until 2 in the morning. Time flying by when you least expect it. He's reading a romance novel like bedtime stories for a meditating monk. And then the content gets so spicy that even the manhwa has to cut away. The rabbit literally takes over the screen to inform us that the content didn't pass review and they're switching to an interview segment. This story just censored itself. That's how bad it was. We cut to a talk show segment where an interviewer is grilling Master Ma, the so-called expert who previously said Qin Feng was a jack of all trades, who wouldn't shine in this tournament. She's asking how he explains a 9th level cultivator one-shotting a Dao realm opponent, and Master Ma is absolutely sweating. He can barely get a word out because his entire professional analysis just got clowned on live television. The interviewer pushes harder, asking if Qin Feng's strike contains some hidden power, maybe a special constitution. She's not letting this man off the hook. Master Ma goes into full denial mode, insisting it's impossible, absolutely impossible. When your expert analysis is just screaming impossible repeatedly, maybe you're not much of an expert. He scrambles for an excuse, claiming Qin Feng probably took some kind of short-term strength-boosting elixir, because admitting he was wrong is apparently harder than making things up on live broadcast. Then he doubles down with actual analysis, claiming that since Qin Feng's sword intent broke through to 2nd level, his supreme bone and ancient heavy pupil can't be that strong. He estimates Qin Feng's ceiling at around top 100. Write that down because it's gonna age like milk. And the other commentators nod along like this makes perfect sense. Indeed, Master Ma, your analysis is truly reasonable. The collective copium in this broadcast room could fill a stadium. The rabbit announces that the censored content has been fully absorbed by the Chosen One, so we're returning to the live broadcast. Yes, the rabbit is literally running quality control on how much inappropriate material Fang Chang can handle. Qin Feng notices Fang Chang's enlightenment is speeding up despite the disturbance, so he decides to find even more exciting pages. This man is escalating the psychological warfare in real time, and the Buddha manifestation protecting Fang Chang starts to crack. That supposedly impenetrable divine barrier is breaking apart because of a romance novel. The monks who created the Buddha's relics did not anticipate this attack vector. Qin Feng shouts that it's finally done, the exhaustion on his face, suggesting he's been reading for a while. Even villains get tired when they put in this much effort. The barrier shatters in a massive explosion, and Qin Feng is actually annoyed, complaining that he just found an exciting part but Fang Chang already finished absorbing everything. He's mad about the Chosen One's reading speed. Let that sink in. And Fang Chang is in bad shape. He's coughing up blood, his enlightenment completely shattered, the backlash tearing him apart from the inside. This is what happens when your spiritual breakthrough gets sabotaged by adult fiction. The system congratulates Qin Feng for completing the task and rewards him with one sword intent upgrade card. He just got paid for reading dirty books out loud. And then comes the big one, 500,000 villain points for severely injuring the Chosen One. That's 500,000 evil points from a single reading session. The return on investment here is absolutely criminal. But is Qin Feng satisfied? Of course not. He looks at the rewards and asks if that's all, saying he thought he might get another chance to draw a prize. This man just crippled the world's hero and he's complaining about the loot drop rate. And since the rewards weren't enough, Qin Feng starts draining energy directly from the downed Fang Chang. He's not just beating the chosen one, he's looting the body. He holds up a glowing orb and declares he's taking it as compensation. That's the Buddha's relic. He just stole the supposedly impenetrable divine treasure from the man he destroyed with a romance novel. Peak villainy achieved, and the system rewards him again for seizing the chosen one's opportunity, giving him a prize draw chance. He complained about not getting enough rewards and the universe literally said fine, have more. Fang Chang is literally crawling on the ground begging him to return the Buddha's relics, and Qin Feng is just standing there laughing, saying he's relieved now. The chosen one has been reduced to begging the villain for scraps. Character development in reverse. And when begging doesn't work, Qin Feng literally kicks him away. The disrespect levels have transcended measurable scales at this point. He walks away with a smile, declaring that returning the relic is impossible in this lifetime. Fang Chang is left behind screaming in the background. Another day, another protagonist's treasure stolen. He takes off running with the rabbit, and the rabbit asks what they're running for. A fair question when you just dominated everyone in the area. Qin Feng asks the rabbit if it knows the old saying about the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, meaning there's always a bigger predator watching from the shadows. The rabbit's eyes go wide as it asks if someone has been following them. Qin Feng's survival instincts are kicking in, and when this man senses danger, you better listen. And right on cue, someone blocks their path. A dark figure tells Qin Feng he has a big mouth and talks too much, which fair criticism, but also you're about to find out why he's still alive after 25 episodes of running his mouth. The new challenger reveals himself, and he is something else. Long white hair, black robes, massive sword, and he says he needs Qin Feng's help to sharpen his blade. That's one of the most menacing introductions this series has seen. Qin Feng demands to know who he is, asking why he should listen. Meanwhile, the system confirms this guy is not the chosen one, so there's no bonus villain points on the table. Qin Feng's already doing a cost-benefit analysis mid-confrontation. The swordsman introduces himself as wielding the blade of the famous sword Villa, drawing twin swords with the confidence of someone who has never lost a fight in his life. And then he simply says, "Here I come, no trash talk, no monologue, just pure intent to fight." This is a swordsman who lets his blade do the talking, and that is infinitely more terrifying than any speech. He says he'd like to learn from Qin Feng and launches forward with devastating speed. The polite phrasing makes it scarier, honestly. And Qin Feng's eyes go wide. He barely registers the speed before the attack arrives. He thinks this guy is incredibly fast. Their blades collide and Qin Feng realizes what he's dealing with. First level Dao cultivation, third level sword intent, and even the heavenly sword's body. He admits this is the strongest opponent he's faced since the tournament began. That is not a statement he makes lightly. Yijian presses the attack with a slash so fast it distorts the air around it. This man is not giving Qin Feng a single moment to breathe, but even Yijian is impressed, noting that Qin Feng's body technique is mysteriously agile. The respect is mutual, which makes this fight infinitely more interesting than the usual beatdowns. Yijian calls out from across the field, asking how Qin Feng likes this next move. He's treating this like a sparring session between equals, and the energy between these two is genuinely electric. He unleashes a spinning sword technique with so much force that the entire battlefield warps around him. The raw power output here is on a completely different level from anyone Qin Feng has fought today. But Qin Feng reads the situation clearly. This swordsman is determined to settle who's superior, and there's no running from this one. He draws his blade with purpose, ready to meet the challenge head-on. He charges in with a devastating slash, but even mid-swing he's thinking that since this guy isn't the chosen one, winning the fight actually feels like a loss. Only Qin Feng would find a way to be disappointed about winning because the loot table doesn't apply. Their swords collide in a full-blown exchange, blue and silver energy tearing across the landscape. Two first-rate swordsmen going all out against each other, and neither one is giving an inch. The spectators watching the broadcast cannot believe it. Yijian is ranked 53rd on the leaderboard, far above Qin Feng, and they're fighting to a complete draw. Someone's screaming about conspiracy because the math isn't mathing for anyone paying attention. And they turn to Master Ma for his expert opinion, and this man looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. His top 100 ceiling prediction just got obliterated in real time, and the cameras are rolling. Better luck next analysis, Master Ma. Master Ma drops the bombshell that Qin Feng is the Yin Yue Emperor's godson, then immediately shuts down any follow-up questions like a man who values his continued existence, and the crowd eats it up completely. Some guy in the audience is screaming about how he knew it was a conspiracy, because how could a playboy jump 30,000 ranks overnight? And everyone else is nodding along like yes, experts only speak the truth. But the interviewer is not letting him off that easy, asking if his conscience hurts at all. Master Ma starts coughing like a man who just realized he sold his integrity for screen time. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Yi realizes with horror that Qin Feng has reached the first level of Dao realm. The numbers are not adding up for this swordsman and his confidence is cracking in real time. And while Yi is processing that information, the rabbit launches itself directly at his face with its eyes literally glowing red. This tiny mascot just went full berserker mode. The rabbit smacks Yi clean across the face while announcing itself as fast, accurate, and ruthless. A ranked swordsman from famous Sword Villa just got open palm disciplined by a bunny on live broadcast. Yi stumbles back while Qin Feng watches from a comfortable distance with the rabbit perched on his shoulder. The disrespect is layered here, people. The rabbit asks if it did a good job, and Qin Feng praises it while reminding everyone to remember whose rabbit this is. Our boy is literally taking credit for his pet's assault charges. Yi covers his face and tries to play it cool, calling the rabbit's technique a skillful trick of small creatures. But we all saw you flinch, my guy. The replay doesn't lie. And here's where it gets interesting because Yijian's vision is literally blurring. Whatever that rabbit did to his face actually messed with his sight. The tiny furball was running tactical debuffs this whole time. But Yijian is not the type to back down. He grips his sword tight, channeling every ounce of power he has into the blade, and he unleashes an absolutely devastating barrage of golden sword energy that rips through the entire area. This is the kind of attack that reshapes geography. Qin Feng is standing right in the middle of that golden storm, the entire landscape around him being torn apart by the force of it. Even Qin Feng knows this is bad. He shields his face and mutters that this is not good, which coming from our normally unshakable villain protagonist means the danger level just spiked considerably. So he pulls out the ace. His eyes light up with the ancient double pupil ability, and suddenly everything around him shifts into a completely different perception. Time to see what this hidden power can really do. And just like that, those impossibly fast sword strikes start to slow down in his vision. The double pupil is letting him read every single trajectory, turning a death sentence into a dodge puzzle. Qin Feng weaves through the barrage while the rabbit on his shoulder screams about what a terrible temper this swordsman has. The rabbit is genuinely worried about dying again, which is a valid concern at this point. Back in the viewing chambers, a high-ranking figure predicts that Qin Feng is about to lose. He says the swordsmanship is stunning, but once Qin Feng can't end a fight in one strike, he becomes powerless. A reasonable analysis, honestly. And now here is a woman who is absolutely captivating in that red silk, and she's genuinely worried about Qin Feng, saying that putting this child against a Dao realm cultivator is too much. She clearly has a personal stake in his survival. Back on the field, Yijian notices something and asks if Qin Feng is going to use the supreme bone and the double pupil. He's essentially asking if our boy is going to stop holding back. And Qin Feng just smiles and says those words we love to hear. You're not worthy. The sheer audacity of telling a top 50 ranked swordsman he doesn't deserve your full power. Instead of his special abilities, Qin Feng pulls out bottles labeled Mother Pigs Can Go Crazy and tells Yijian they're more suitable for his constitution. He brought novelty weapons to a sword fight. The psychological warfare never stops with this man. Yijian is seething, saying that childishness should have limits. And you can tell he's genuinely struggling to maintain his composure against someone who fights like a troll and talks like a comedian. Qin Feng fires back immediately, saying he's not a good person, so why would he need limits? And then he launches every single one of those bottles at Yijian. Peak moral clarity from our resident menace. He follows up with a storm of ice shards, commanding them forward with pure intent. The bottles were the distraction and this is the real attack. Yijian blocks with a wall of golden sword energy, but you can see the strain on his face. He's spending resources just to survive Qin Feng's trolling tactics. And while Yijian is busy defending, Qin Feng ducks behind a tree and tells the system to use the Sword Intent upgrade card. This man is buffing mid-fight like he's at a checkpoint in an RPG. The system confirms it. Sword Intent has been raised to level 3, matching Yijian's own level. The playing field just got equalized in the most unfair way possible because Qin Feng literally installed an upgrade patch during combat. He launches right back in with the heaven-cutting sword technique, and now the energy behind it is on a completely different level than before. Yijian scoffs and calls it foolish to use the same technique against a swordsman twice. He thinks he already has the counter figured out, but that's exactly what Qin Feng wants him to believe. Their blades connect and the entire landscape erupts with energy. Gold meets blue in a collision that sends shockwaves tearing through the forest. And that's when Yijian realizes this is not the same technique. The sword intent is completely different now. Qin Feng grins and tells him that making Yijian underestimate him was the plan all along. The bait was set 10 panels ago and the trap just closed. A massive blue energy wave rips across the battlefield with enough force to split the ground open. The dust settles and both fighters are still standing, but barely. The aftermath tells the real story of just how much power was exchanged in that final clash. Everyone watching the broadcast is on the edge of their seats, asking the same question. Who actually won that exchange? And the answer is not as clean as anyone hoped because Qin Feng is coughing up blood. He took serious damage from that last exchange and there's no hiding it. Princess Nanfeng is practically glowing with excitement, immediately running to tell Fang Chang that Qin Feng was defeated. She's been waiting for this moment like it's her birthday and Christmas combined. And Fang Chang is absolutely losing his mind, screaming that Qin Feng tarnished his innocence and they're now sworn enemies. The man is shirtless, traumatized, and surrounded by fire energy. The damage from those romance novels clearly runs deeper than anyone thought. But hold on, because Yi-Jan is also coughing up blood. The swordsman from famous Sword Villa didn't walk away clean either. This fight was genuinely mutual destruction. Princess Nanfeng's celebration stops dead in its tracks. That look of pure disbelief says everything. The emperor studies the situation and declares that this little guy is extraordinary. When royalty starts paying you compliments, you know you've transcended the normal power rankings. And the Yinyue Empress just smiles knowingly and says that was only his basic move. She knows exactly what Qin Feng is capable of, and she is utterly unbothered. Also, she is devastatingly gorgeous and clearly enjoying this way too much. But then her mood shifts entirely. She's annoyed that Qin Feng reached third-level sword intent and hid it from her. She raised him from a young age, tended to his every need, and he's still guarding secrets. The maternal betrayal is palpable. Meanwhile, her attendants are radiating pure envy and jealousy in chibi form. Apparently, having the Empress personally invested in your growth is the kind of treatment that makes everyone else green with resentment. The Emperor notices something crucial. Qin Feng took a direct hit from sword energy, but the wound is already healing on its own. This child's body is operating on a different rule set entirely. Qin Feng senses something shifting in the fight. That look of mild confusion means the gears are turning behind those scheming eyes. Yi-Jan is bleeding out and barely standing, but the pride of a top-ranked swordsman won't let him stay down. He can barely get words out. Because Yi-Jan erupts with golden energy and screams that he's not defeated yet. This man is burning through every reserve he has for one more shot. The dedication to proving himself is honestly kind of admirable. Qin Feng looks genuinely annoyed and asks if this is ever going to end. He's fighting a guy with no villain point reward, and the return on investment keeps getting worse. So Qin Feng decides enough is enough and charges up his own attack, telling Yi-Jan to see how he handles this one. Time to end this profitless fight once and for all. The Emperor's eyes widen as he identifies the heavenly tyrant body. He's starting to understand just how many hidden cards Qin Feng has been sitting on this entire tournament. Yi-Jan is absolutely feral at this point, screaming for another round. His eyes have gone wild and his pride as a swordsman has completely overridden his survival instincts. The two of them collide again in an explosion so massive that all you can make out is silhouettes in a sea of golden fire. The entire forest is paying the price for this grudge match. The impact sends a shockwave that obliterates everything in the vicinity. Trees, rocks, the ground itself, nothing survives the blast radius. When the smoke clears, Yi-Jan is standing in the crater clutching his chest, barely alive. Qin Feng watches from the edge, and the power gap is becoming painfully obvious. And here's the truly broken part. Qin Feng's heavenly tyrant body doesn't just resist damage, it gets stronger the longer the battle goes on. He's not tiring out, he's powering up. That is just unfair game design. Qin Feng smirks and says it looks like he doesn't even need to get involved anymore. The rabbit sits on the sideline with the same energy. These two have the audacity to spectate their own fight. The rabbit happily announces it can finally enjoy its carrots in peace, while Qin Feng looks like he's already moved on mentally. One of them is planning strategy and the other is having a snack break. But the peace doesn't last because the rabbit suddenly perks up and warns that someone is approaching. Qin Feng asks who, and the rabbit points toward the direction of the newcomer. Qin Feng draws his blade and says it doesn't matter who's coming because all he needs is one thing, and that smirk tells you everything about what he's planning. Yi-Jan, bleeding and broken, watches Qin Feng's silhouette disappear into the distance and calls him brother, saying they'll meet again down the road. He went from wanting to kill Qin Feng to calling him family in one fight. Swordsmen are built different, but Qin Feng turns around and charges right back, demanding to know who gave Yi-Jan permission to fight him whenever he wants and just leave whenever he wants. The audacity of this man. He's offended that someone tried to walk away from him. Yi-Jan's face goes white with shock. He was ready for a respectful farewell and instead got a counterattack. Nobody warned him that Qin Feng doesn't accept withdrawals, and down goes Yi-Jan, represented by a little chicken spirit ascending to heaven next to a cracked egg. The swordsman from famous Sword Villa has been officially scrambled, but Qin Feng doesn't stop there. He turns to the other cultivators watching from the sidelines and announces they're next. He's standing over Yi-Jan's body wrapped in a menacing red aura, and the bystanders immediately realize they've made a terrible mistake being here. Everyone scatters in absolute panic, screaming that he's a demon and telling each other to run. The tournament participants went from spectators to prey in about 2 seconds flat. Qin Feng raises his hand and summons an entire arsenal of swords into the air. Running from this man was never really an option, was it? He does the math in his head. Over 100 people, each worth 1,000 villain points, totaling 100,000 in one harvest. Then he launches his 9 sword strike technique. This man turned a tournament into a farming simulator. The system notifications are rolling in so fast they're stacking on top of each other. 104 people eliminated, 104,000 villain points earned. The loot drops from this massacre are genuinely staggering. And there's our boy sitting on a pile of defeated cultivators in chibi form, thanking his brothers and celebrating 726,000 villain points with another lottery chance. He's treating this tournament like a rewards program. Oh, and the cherry on top? The system gives him 300,000 points for tormenting the Chosen One's body and mind, plus a bonus lottery chance for inflicting permanent psychological damage on Fang Chang. That romance novel reading session is the gift that keeps on giving. Qin Feng looks down at the carnage below and asks, overwhelming. The question is rhetorical. The answer is written across the entire smoldering landscape. The rabbit asks why Fang Chang is still walking around after they literally destroyed his future lineage. Qin Feng pauses and goes, oh right. The casual acknowledgement that he forgot he mutilated someone is deeply concerning. Qin Feng starts monologuing about his boundless virtue, claiming he broke their eggs just to help them focus on cultivation. The rabbit interrupts to warn that it's getting dark, which is far more useful information. Qin Feng takes off through the sky, admitting he needs to find shelter before all those people he just defeated come looking for revenge. The rabbit sarcastically asks about those boundless merits, and honestly the rabbit deserves a comedy award. They find a cave that's designated as a rest zone for tournament participants. No broadcasting inside, no fighting allowed. Qin Feng finally has a place where he can scheme in peace without cameras rolling. The rabbit immediately curls up outside the cave and says if that's the case, it can sleep peacefully. This little creature has had the longest day of its entire fluffy life. But Qin Feng isn't sleeping. He pulls up his system screen and the numbers are beautiful. Over 1 million villain points and 2 lottery draws remaining. He says it's time to step up the game. He reaches out and taps the lottery draw button. With 1 million points in the bank and 2 chances to spin, the potential power-ups here could be game-changing. The wheel spins past Supreme Bone, True Dragon Art, Heavenly Tyrant Body, and lands on the divine level Great River Sword technique. When your gacha luck is this good, you start to wonder if the system is rigged in your favor. Qin Feng immediately tests it out and the result is spectacular. A massive tidal wave of water energy erupts around him, stretching across the horizon like a divine flood. The water spirals into a colossal vortex that tears apart everything it touches. This is divine-level destruction wrapped in the prettiest shade of blue you've ever seen. Dozens of water swords materialize in the air above him, each one radiating enough killing intent to level a small building. The technique combines sword mastery with elemental control, and the visual alone is terrifying. His eyes go wide as the full scope of the technique registers. Even Qin Feng is impressed by what he just unlocked. Back in the cave, he marvels at the Great River Sword technique. But being Qin Feng, his mind immediately goes to optimization. And there it is. The system asks if he wants to spend 1 million villain points. 1 million. The entire fortune he accumulated today for a single purchase. The yes button is glowing and Qin Feng doesn't even hesitate. He explains his reasoning perfectly. The heaven-cutting sword is his only technique, and if he can't end a fight quickly, he's exposed. Adding the 300,000 Fang Chang contributed makes exactly enough for a full compatibility card. Fang Chang funded his own enemy's upgrade. The irony is surgical. The system confirms that the Great River Sword technique has been elevated to the state of perfection. He went from learning it 5 minutes ago to mastering it completely. Speedrun strats at their absolute finest. The perfected technique manifests as a water dragon towering above him, surrounded by a forest of floating swords. This is no longer just a sword technique. This is a natural disaster with a targeting system. He spins through the swords and water like a dancer of destruction, commanding every blade with perfect precision. The mastery is instant and complete. Qin Feng stands amid the receding waves, casually says not bad, and disperses the technique like he just finished a warm-up stretch. 1 million points well spent. He heads back into the cave and decides to reward himself with one more lottery draw, because apparently mastering a divine-level technique in 5 minutes wasn't enough entertainment for one evening. And the second draw delivers something completely different but equally broken. The Unyielding Will, a divine-level imprint that grants complete immunity to any mental attack in existence. No illusions, no soul attacks, nothing can touch his mind anymore. Qin Feng celebrates, declaring it a genuinely valuable item. For once his excitement feels proportional to what he actually received, because mental immunity in a cultivation world is basically a cheat code within a cheat code. He explains that mental attacks, which are basically soul attacks, are the sneakiest form of combat in cultivation. Invisible, intangible, and devastating if you're unprotected. And wait, who is this absolutely stunning blonde standing next to him? The system's visual tutorial just got significantly more distracting. Qin Feng declares that with the Unyielding Will, he never has to worry about sneaky mental attacks again. Between a perfected divine sword technique and total psychic immunity, our boy just walked into a cave and came out a completely different threat level. Tomorrow's opponents have no idea what's coming. Qin Feng is still awake in the cave and he's already plotting his next move, announcing that the Buddha's relic is up next on the agenda. He starts connecting dots, realizing the great mighty celestial dragon is actually a Buddhist technique, and he's wondering what kind of synergy it might have with the Buddha's relic. So he sits down and starts cultivating, golden fire energy spiraling around his body in massive rings. This man does not take breaks, he just rotates between different types of grinding. But something goes wrong. The energy erupts violently and Qin Feng screams as the power tears through him. Turns out combining ancient Buddhist relics with your body is not a smooth process. The rabbit rushes to the cave entrance asking if his master is okay, and immediately notices that the power inside Qin Feng is spiraling completely out of control. The rabbit gets genuinely concerned and asks if Qin Feng is about to fall into darkness like Fang Chang did, which is a valid concern when your master is currently engulfed in unstable demonic-looking fire energy. The rabbit grabs a little fan and offers it to Qin Feng, hoping it helps him feel better. The gesture is adorable, but fanning someone who is on fire from the inside feels medically insufficient. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a group of cultivators are debating whether to attack Qin Feng. One of them points out he's ranked 51st with the lowest cultivation, so there's no easier target. The other one is sweating bullets, remembering what Qin Feng is capable of. One of them throws an arm around his buddy and declares that comrades are forever and they will remain undefeated. The confidence is genuinely inspiring for someone about to walk into a slaughterhouse. Qin Feng appears and slaps one of them clean across the face, telling them to get lost. The comradeship lasted approximately 4 seconds before reality intervened. Back inside, the rabbit is sitting there nervously asking if his master is feeling any better now, and Qin Feng has figured something out. He's manipulating both fire and water energy simultaneously, explaining that everything in the world follows the law of mutual generation and restraint. The man just discovered elemental synergy in real time. He raises 2 fingers and channels the golden energy into a concentrated technique. Chinese characters blazing across the screen as the power takes form. The energy explodes outward in every direction as Qin Feng sits there looking like a deity who just woke up from a nap. The raw pressure coming off him is shaking the entire cave, and his injuries from the Yijin fight start visibly healing. The wounds close up with glowing sparks of energy, self-regeneration kicking in like a passive skill that never turns off. Qin Feng declares that it's about time to break through to the spiritual martial realm. A fire dragon materializes from his technique as he pushes through the realm barrier. This man entered the cave to rest and is leaving in an entirely different tier of cultivator. The overnight grind is unmatched. The rabbit exhales and cautiously asks if it seems like the breakthrough is finally over. That little bunny has been through more stressful nights than most cultivators experience in a lifetime. But the rabbit's ears perk up and the relief vanishes instantly. Someone is approaching the cave, and Qin Feng is still recovering from his breakthrough. The rabbit looks back at Qin Feng, who is still wrapped in golden energy from the breakthrough. His master is in no condition to fight right now, and that's when this tiny little bunny makes the most heroic decision of the entire tournament. It declares it can only rely on itself. The rabbit stands in front of the approaching shadows and tells them that his master is inside negotiating a business deal and they need to leave immediately. The bluffing energy is off the charts. The cultivators are not buying it whatsoever. They point out that with Qin Feng's reputation, anyone who tried a business deal would get obliterated within seconds. They suggest maybe coming back another time though, which shows at least some survival instinct. More cultivators gather and someone raises the crucial question. Can they even trust Qin Feng's rabbit? The answer should obviously be no. But the rabbit is putting on a convincing show. A red-haired cultivator figures out the truth, saying he thinks Qin Feng is probably inside healing from his injuries, which is close enough to accurate to be dangerous. So the red-haired guy makes the brilliant decision to grab the rabbit, and immediately catches a full-force bite to the midsection for his trouble, and he goes down face-first into the dirt. 1 rabbit versus 1 cultivator, and the cultivator lost. The tournament rankings need a separate category for animal companions. The remaining cultivators are stunned, realizing the rabbit possesses spatial power, which means it can literally teleport attacks and there's no predicting where the next hit comes from. The rabbit strikes a power pose with flames erupting around it and asks who is in favor and who is against. This bunny is running a dictatorship at the cave entrance and nobody voted for it, but a silver-haired cultivator isn't fooled. He points out that if Qin Feng were really negotiating inside, there would be some activity. The rabbit is probably just putting on an act. The rabbit dramatically asks why there can't be more trust between humans and rabbits, then immediately switches to scheming mode, admitting these adults aren't easy to fool, and it needs to go all out. Going all out for this rabbit apparently means launching itself at full speed and drawing blood. Another cultivator goes down screaming while the bunny shows zero mercy. The crowd is bewildered at how shameless this rabbit is, and someone confirms that it's exactly as shameless as Qin Feng. A bald monk in red steps forward and declares the spatial power is nothing but a parlor trick. The rabbit launches at the monk without a second of hesitation. Size means absolutely nothing to this creature. But the monk is a completely different level of opponent. He snatches the rabbit out of the air and grabs it tight, completely overwhelming the little guardian. And the monk doesn't hold back. Blood flies as the rabbit takes a devastating hit, and for the first time you can see genuine pain on that little face. This went from comedy to tragedy real fast. The monk tosses the rabbit aside and declares that Qin Feng is next. He's walking toward the cave with the kind of confidence that usually precedes a very rude awakening. But the rabbit gets back up, beaten, bloody, and barely standing. It tells the monk that as long as it's alive, nobody is entering that cave. The loyalty on this bunny is genuinely moving. And watching all of this unfold are 2 absolutely stunning women who comment that while the rabbit has no restraint normally, it's remarkably reliable when things get serious. They call it Little White, and the concern in their voices is real. The monk laughs and asks if a rabbit really thinks it can protect Qin Feng all by itself. The condescension is thick enough to spread on toast, and the rabbit answers by screaming sword come forth at the top of its tiny lungs. This creature is about to do something absolutely unhinged. A massive sword materializes and the rabbit catches it mid-air, golden energy blazing as it channels Qin Feng's own techniques. This bunny learned from the best and it's about to demonstrate the curriculum. The monk's face drops as he recognizes the technique. 9 swords of the vast sky. Qin Feng's rabbit is wielding his master's signature move and the monk knows exactly what that means. The rabbit launches the attack and sends the monk flying, declaring that the heavens did not give birth to it for nothing. Qin Xiaobai just entered the top 10 most dramatic rabbits in fiction. The rabbit keeps going, screaming that the way of the sword lasts for eternity like the long night. It is delivering a full villain monologue while being a small white bunny and somehow making it work. The Empress watches and notes that the rabbit has learned not only Qin Feng's shamelessness and wit, but also his complete madness. Like owner like pet has never been more accurate. The rabbit launches every sword it has into the air and sends them raining down with a single command. This is Qin Feng's signature move but executed by something that weighs about 3 pounds. The cultivators are in full panic mode, screaming as the sword barrage tears through their formation and sends bodies flying off the cliff edge. The rabbit just turned into a one-bunny airstrike. Even the monk is running now, golden explosions detonating behind him as he scrambles through the forest. The man who called the rabbit's power a deception is currently being chased by that very deception. Bodies are getting launched into the sky as the group scatters in every direction. The rabbit turned a siege into a full evacuation. A massive golden explosion rips through the area, sealing the deal. The cave is officially off limits and the rabbit made that abundantly clear. But then a new player drops in. Someone identifies him as Qianjun, leader of 1,000 troops, and he's at the first level of the Dao realm. The cultivators cheer like reinforcements just arrived in a war movie. The rabbit's eyes go wide as it processes the words first level of Dao realm. That is a massive power gap compared to everything it just fought off, and the bunny knows it. The rabbit admits it was already barely holding on before this guy showed up. It's covered in scratches, bruised up, and running on pure willpower at this point. But inside the cave, something incredible is happening. Qin Feng's heavenly tyrant body has activated to a new level, blue energy spiraling around him as his physical strength undergoes yet another enhancement. The power surge hits its peak and Qin Feng's eyes snap open. He knows exactly what's happening outside, and now his body is finally ready to answer. The cultivators outside see the blue energy erupting from the cave and start debating whether to rush in while they have the Dao realm leader backing them up. They want to sneak attack before Qin Feng comes out on his own terms. Qianjun rallies the mob saying they should gamble and go kill that scoundrel Qin Feng tonight. The others start chanting kill him, but then Qianjun tells everyone to wait a moment. Something is brewing. Qianjun walks toward the cave alone, and the crowd goes wild, declaring their leader mighty and Qin Feng doomed. One cultivator swears he'll tie Qin Feng up and make him taste the bitterness of losing descendants. The revenge fantasies are getting extremely specific. But once inside, the rabbit is completely confused, asking why Qianjun is interrupting its master's business and threatening that he won't live long if he keeps this up. And then the rabbit starts crying, begging that if it dies, please make sure the first batch of products gets sold at a good price. Even facing death, this bunny is thinking about profit margins. The grind set never stops. But then Qianjun does something nobody expected. He drops to his knees in front of the rabbit, and the bunny is so shocked it nearly falls over. Qianjun introduces himself and declares that his admiration for Qin Feng flows like a continuous river, and if Qin Feng doesn't accept him today, he will kneel to his death outside this cave. The plot twist nobody had on their bingo card. The monk and the other cultivators are absolutely dumbfounded. Their Dao realm champion just went inside to destroy Qin Feng and instead pledged eternal loyalty. The betrayal arc speedrun is complete, and then footsteps echo through the cave. Someone is walking out, and every cultivator outside can feel who it is before they see him. Qin Feng steps out of the cave with red energy radiating behind him and calmly asks who attacked his rabbit while he was away. The question is polite. The cultivators immediately start panicking, yelling that Qin Feng has left the cave. The same people who were chanting kill him 30 seconds ago are now reconsidering their entire life trajectory. Now we jump back 15 minutes to see what actually happened. Qianjun was watching other cultivators fighting in the forest when he noticed the chaos erupting near Qin Feng's cave. He dropped down near a group of cultivators to investigate what was going on, landing with the kind of entrance that makes everyone stop and pay attention. He quickly got involved in the fighting, delivering explosive hits that sent cultivators flying. The man earned his title of leader of 1,000 troops through pure overwhelming force. When he finally reached Qin Feng's cave, he found nothing but a small rabbit standing guard and was completely confused. The other cultivators tried to hype him up, saying with his Dao realm power they have nothing to fear and should charge in immediately. But Qianjun is actually sharp. He runs through Qin Feng's entire resume in his head. Supreme Bone, Invincible Double Pupils, Sky-Cutting Sword Art, Top 50 Ranking, Beaten Ancient Records. And he realizes Qin Feng is probably inside, breaking through to an even more terrifying level right now. Then the real calculation begins. Qianjun admits his own strength probably can't win the tournament, so he needs a powerful backer. And Qin Feng, connected to both the Yinmun Empire and the Qin family, is the perfect investment opportunity. He also realizes these other cultivators are just trying to use him as a scapegoat. Back in the present, the monk and his buddy are screaming at everyone to run. The bravado has completely evaporated now that Qin Feng is actually standing there. Qin Feng asks them if they really think they can attack his rabbit and just walk away without paying a price. Swords materialize around him as the exit toll just became extremely expensive. The system starts racking up points as cultivators drop left and right, 1,000 villain points per head, and the notifications are stacking up like a checkout screen at the end of a shopping spree. Qianjun is watching all of this happen and shaking, muttering that Qin Feng is terrifying. Fortunately, he chose the right side. The man who nearly charged in to fight is now extremely grateful for his own strategic thinking. And Qin Feng agrees to accept him, and Qianjun's eyes go wide. But it's not just the acceptance that shocks him, it's a sound, a voice so familiar it stops him in his tracks. And then she descends from the sky. Silver hair flowing, white robes shimmering, butterflies dancing around her like she's walking through her own personal fairy tale. This woman just deleted every other character from the screen by sheer presence alone. Qianjun immediately recognizes her as Princess Yulan, and the way his face flushes tells you everything about the effect this woman has on people. The live broadcast chat explodes. Viewers are gasping at her beauty. Others are explaining that she's the daughter of Blue Demon, one of the 4 great ancient beauties alongside the Moon Goddess. Her bloodline is basically royalty squared. And Qin Feng looks at her with that signature smirk and says, "Who is this? She's so pretty." Even the greatest villain in the tournament isn't immune to proper character design. And that's when the system drops the absolute bombshell notification. Discovered an epic level chosen woman. Qin Feng's eyes light up like he just found a legendary item in a gacha pull. Chosen woman means villain points, and that means this beauty is also a walking ATM. His brain immediately goes into farming mode, asking if her husband has arrived yet and demanding to earn villain points from her right away. The priorities on this man are absolutely unhinged. Beautiful woman appears and his first thought is profit margin. Then he catches himself and has a genuine moment of self-awareness, wondering why his very first reaction to seeing a gorgeous woman was to ask if she has a husband. The introspection is brief but hilarious. He immediately starts defending himself, swearing he doesn't like married women and has never read questionable novels. His computer is only full of mechanics and philosophy books, and everything is purely for the system task. The denial speech is giving maximum suspicious energy. Meanwhile, Princess Yulan is standing right there, furious that Qin Feng is completely ignoring her existence. She demands to know how he dares overlook her, and honestly, she has every right to be offended because this woman is absolutely devastating up close. She asks if he's Qin Feng, then immediately apologizes and says she mistook him for someone else. Qin Feng, Qianjun, and the rabbit are all standing there at the cave entrance while a princess decides they're not worth her time. The disrespect goes both ways apparently. Qin Feng just smirks and corrects her, saying he's not just a junior, he's a junior who surpasses the master. Princess Yulan just tried to walk away from the most dangerous man in this tournament, and something tells me she's going to regret that real soon. The bystanders are trying to process what Qin Feng just said, and honestly the phrase junior surpassing the master sounds weird even to them. But Princess Yulan is not here for wordplay. She steps forward radiating power and declares that killing is unnecessary and there's no need to humiliate these people. She's gorgeous, and she has a moral compass. Keep an eye on how Qin Feng reacts to that combination. And Qin Feng, without missing a single beat, casually asks if he should just kill them all instead. The way he says it with that smile is genuinely unhinged. The remaining cultivators hear that and their survival instincts kick in immediately. These two look like they just saw the checkout counter at a funeral home with their names on the receipt. Yulan turns to him and asks point blank, "Are you strong?" And Qin Feng, being Qin Feng, crosses his arms and fires back with the most loaded question possible. In what aspect? And now his brain is running calculations. He's listing off assets like a portfolio manager. 36 rabbits, snow-capped mountains, mountain ranges. This man is mentally inventorying his entire arsenal. Then he starts theory crafting a fight against her, imagining himself using Lead the Dragon into the sea and return fire to its origin. He's literally running combat simulations in his head against the woman standing right in front of him. And then he starts laughing to himself like a goblin who just found gold. Yulan is watching this man giggle at nothing, and her confusion is completely valid. She immediately concludes that he's exactly as despicable as the rumors say. And honestly, she's only seen about 10% of what this man is capable of. The iceberg goes much deeper. But then the rabbit pops up battered and bruised, excited that its master finally came outside. This little thing nearly died defending the cave, and its first words are pure joy at seeing Qin Feng. And then it immediately pivots to business, saying these people were troublesome, and it almost missed its chance to personally sell Qin Feng for the first time. Even half dead, this rabbit's entrepreneur arc never stops. Qin Feng picks it up gently and tells it to go to sleep, that it worked hard this time. And for just this one moment the villain mask slips and you can see he genuinely cares about this little creature. Qianjun steps forward, holding the sleeping rabbit, and formally introduces himself. "Boss, my name is Qianjun, and from now on I belong to you." This Dao Realm cultivator just pledged fealty to a guy holding a napping bunny. And the system immediately rewards this with something called the Immortal Slave Seal. It lets the subordinates share 50% of the host's power, but if they betray him, they get consumed by hellfire. This is basically an employment contract written by a demon lawyer. Feng is running the numbers and realizes that sharing power means his follower gets a massive boost just from acknowledging him as the boss, and the betrayal clause, death by hellfire. He decides to give it a try since the terms are overwhelmingly in his favor. He asks Qianjun one more time if he's really planning to follow him. And Qianjun, still on his knees, shouts yes without a shred of hesitation. The commitment is almost admirable if it weren't also kind of terrifying. Feng says good and raises his finger, which immediately ignites with blue energy. Whatever he's about to do, the immortal slave seal activates directly on Qianjun's forehead. A glowing sigil burns into place and the binding is complete. There is no going back from this. Blue energy erupts from Feng and flows directly into Qianjun, who receives the power transfer in full. The ancient genius just turned a Dao realm cultivator into a buffed minion with one finger tap. Yulan is watching all of this unfold and she's genuinely shaken. She recognizes this as the power of the #1 ancient genius, noting that just placing a seal boosted Qianjun's battle power by 5 times, and she realizes she's an entire realm below him. The remaining onlookers are losing it. They've never seen a senior voluntarily recognize a junior as the boss before. This is historically unprecedented, and they're witnessing it live. Qianjun looks down at his own hands, blue energy crackling through his body, and asks what just happened. He can feel it. He's significantly stronger than he was 30 seconds ago. Qianjun drops to his knees thanking the boss, and Feng just tells him to get up like he didn't just fundamentally alter this man's existence. The casual power dynamic here is something else entirely. And now the gears are turning again. Feng is already thinking about placing an immortal slave seal on the chosen woman too. He glances at Yulan in the distance and the scheming has officially begun. Would you trust this man with anything? Be honest. Yulan notices him staring and wonders why he keeps looking at her. Meanwhile, the system quietly pings him with +1 favorability and 100 villain points. He hasn't even said anything yet and he's already farming affection passively. This man generates attraction points by breathing. Feng sees the notification and immediately wonders if this woman is a tsundere. The fact that he's categorizing a princess using dating sim terminology tells you everything about where his priorities lie. So he switches into smooth mode, praising Princess Yulan's extraordinary beauty, kind heart, and her willingness to protect others with her immortal magic. The flattery is so thick you could spread it on toast, and every word is calculated to farm more points. Yulan isn't buying it for a second. She draws her sword and tells him to cut the nonsense. If he wants to kill those cultivators, he has to defeat her first. This woman is prepared to throw hands over strangers she has no connection to. The heroine energy is undeniable, and the system goes wild. +3 favorability, 300 villain points. Feng grabs her sword midair and internally celebrates. Every time she gets fired up, his point counter goes up. He's literally profiting from her heroism. Then he proposes something completely unexpected. He suggests they fight bare-handed instead, saying swords might harm the innocent. If she wins, he spares them. If she loses, well, he leaves that hanging. This is textbook manipulation dressed up as chivalry, and Yulan immediately agrees. She says deal without thinking twice about it. The trap has been set and she walked right into it with full confidence. She throws her sword aside and declares they should begin. I need to point out that she is simultaneously combat ready and visually devastating right now. The character design team knew exactly what they were doing here. But before they can start, explosions erupt in the distance. Someone nearby is engaged in a massive fight, and Feng immediately notices. He wonders out loud who's brave enough to be fighting the little dragon. Nearby, a group of cultivators are hearing the commotion too. They start scheming about joining the fight, talking about dragon pearls and points they could earn by killing the little dragon. The loot goblin instinct is strong in this crowd. And just like that, they're sprinting toward the fight, screaming about getting there before the loot runs out. These people are treating a dragon encounter like a limited-time flash sale. Yulan watches everyone charge past her toward the dragon and asks if they're really just leaving. The fight that was about to happen has been completely abandoned because everyone smelled treasure. And then she decides she'll follow too. The chibi art makes it clear she's less interested in the dragon and more in not being left alone. The competitive streak in this princess is adorable. But before she can take off, a hand catches her wrist, and that single grab is about to redirect this entire situation. Feng hits her with the most calculated guilt trip imaginable. He says someone of her caliber surely wouldn't associate with people who bully the weak and enslave small creatures, then privately adds that he's not about to let this chosen woman slip away. This is manipulation at a professional level, and it works. She agrees that she's not going to fight those people. Yulan just got socially engineered by a villain who's holding her hand and she doesn't even realize it. Then the rabbit wakes up crying about being in pain and dramatically begging for a painless death, saying it's nothing more than a worthless beast in everyone's eyes. This creature should be nominated for an Academy Award because it knows exactly how to tug heartstrings. Yulan immediately examines it with healing magic and confirms that Little White is severely injured and could die without treatment. The rabbit went from merchant mode to sympathy mode in record time, and it just secured itself a healer. Feng asks Yulan to come with them, and the rabbit immediately plays up the situation, insisting its life isn't valuable and she shouldn't feel burdened. This dynamic duo of master and pet are running the most effective manipulation playbook in cultivation history. and she falls for it completely. She agrees to go with them, still looking absolutely breathtaking while unknowingly walking into a villain's trap. The audience has front row seats to a masterclass in social engineering. Kyunfeng thanks her graciously and then turns away to give a secret thumbs up. The plan is a success. He just recruited the daughter of the Blue Demon into his party using nothing but an injured rabbit and some well-placed compliments. This might be the most efficient recruit in Manhwa history. They settle into a cave for the night. Qinfeng, Qianjun, and Yulan sit around a campfire, and Qinfeng asks the princess to take care of Little White. The villain has assembled his party, and the campfire scene almost makes you forget none of this happened organically. Yulan cradles the rabbit and says that helping the weak is a cultivator's duty. She's so sincere that it actually makes you feel bad for what Qinfeng is doing to her. This woman deserves better than to be a villain point generator. Qinfeng tells Qianjun to watch over Yulan and Little White while he steps outside. The fact that his new subordinate immediately responds with "Yes, boss" tells you the hierarchy was established instantly. Qinfeng drops in on a group of cultivators like a final boss appearing in the overworld, and they immediately recognize him. The way he lands with that sword tells you he didn't come here to negotiate. One of them demands to know what he wants now. The audacity of asking Qinfeng what he wants when he's standing over you with a sword is genuinely brave, if also genuinely stupid. Qinfeng just smiles and asks if he didn't already let them go earlier. The implication being that mercy was a one-time offer and they just used it up by being in his general vicinity again. They try to bargain, saying they'll hunt him a better spiritual beast after they slay the dragon. They genuinely don't understand what Little White means to him, and that ignorance is about to cost them dearly. Qinfeng's expression drops cold. He tells them Little White is not an ordinary spiritual beast. The way his voice shifts here tells you the conversation phase is over and the violence phase is about to begin. He declares that it's his rabbit, Qinfeng's rabbit, and anyone who harms it has made themselves his enemy, and when there's enmity, retribution is inevitable. This is the most protective pet owner speech in all of cultivation fiction, and he means every syllable. And then the system notification floods in. 121 eggs broken, 121,000 villain points earned in a single sweep. He just turned righteous vengeance for his rabbit into the biggest point haul of the episode. The grind never stops for this man. Qinfeng stands over the wreckage and calls it a day, saying he feels comfortable now. Bodies scattered everywhere, and this man is stretching like he just finished a light workout. The emotional range here is absolutely non-existent. Meanwhile, at the dragon pool, something much bigger is happening. A massive dragon has emerged and cultivators are swarming around it. Remember that fight everyone was rushing toward earlier? This is what they found waiting for them. Cultivators are throwing everything they have at the dragon, attacking with every technique available. The scale of this fight is completely different from the skirmishes we've been seeing. An explosion tears through the battlefield and cultivators are screaming at each other to hide. Whatever just happened, it wasn't the dragon. Something else just entered this fight, and there he is. Fang Chang emerges wreathed in purple demonic energy with glowing red eyes, and he says they've come at just the right time. If you forgot about this guy, the manhwa just reminded you in the most terrifying way possible. Something has gone very wrong with him. He unleashes something called the Buddha's demonic sound, and a wave of purple energy rips through the area. This isn't a cultivation technique anymore. This is full demonic corruption turned into a weapon. The surviving cultivators immediately recognize it as the most despicable spiritual attack in the entire cultivation world. If you get caught in it, you lose your mind entirely. They're screaming at each other to run, and the panic is completely justified. Someone calls out that a magnificent talent of the Great Xia Empire has fallen to using such vile methods. The gap between who Fang Chang was supposed to be and who he's become is genuinely disturbing. And then Fang Chang grabs one of them directly. Eyes hidden in shadow, grinning, hands around this man's collar. The refined gentleman act from before is completely gone. This is what falling into darkness actually looks like. He's draining this person's energy directly, and the close-up makes it visceral. Fang Chang isn't fighting these people anymore. He's consuming them. The villain origin story just completed its final chapter. Purple energy surges through him as he declares his power will be back shortly. Every cultivator he absorbs makes him stronger, and he's standing in a pool full of targets. And watching all of this unfold through the broadcast is Princess Nanfeng. Hands clasped together, whispering his name with an expression that breaks your heart. She still cares about this man even as he transforms into something unrecognizable. The following morning, Qinfeng leads his newly assembled party toward a massive rocky formation. 3 people walking into what is about to become the most ambitious plan this manhwa has seen yet. Qianjun asks what they're doing here, then follows up with the question everyone's thinking. Boss, you don't really want to slay a dragon, do you? The way both he and Yulan are staring at Qinfeng suggests they already know the answer and hate it. Qinfeng just glances back over his shoulder and says, "What do you think?" That's not even a denial. That's a confirmation wrapped in swagger. This man is about to fight an actual dragon. Yulan and Qianjun start listing every reason this is insane. Nobody has ever defeated the little dragon in tournament history, and that was just a sea dragon. Qianfeng wants to fight a real one. They're questioning whether he's a genius or just completely delusional. And then the system hits him with a -1 affection notification, and Qin Feng immediately panics. He starts wondering if he's been too focused on his career and not paying enough attention to her feelings. This man just got relationship debuffed mid-quest and his priorities are crumbling. So he immediately course corrects and tells Yulan that if he slays the big dragon, he'll share all the equipment with her. He's literally offering raid loot drops to win back favorability points. The dating sim mechanics of his villain system are genuinely hilarious. But Yulan is absolutely losing it because he touched her hand during that exchange. She's screaming internally about how disgusting it is, and the affection system just took another critical hit. This princess has a personal space radius measured in miles. The -1 notifications are stacking now, 3 in a row, and Qin Feng is staring at his system in complete bewilderment. Everything he does to increase affection is making it worse. He has somehow reverse-engineered the charm stat into a repulsion field. And in the most Qin Feng response possible, he declares that women can only influence the speed at which he draws his sword, and marches off to slay the dragon anyway. When the Riz fails, resort to violence. Words to live by, apparently. He leaps up the cliff face like gravity is a suggestion, and Qianjun shouts after him to please stay safe. The loyal subordinate energy from this man is genuinely heartwarming, even if his boss is charging headfirst into what should be a suicide mission. Meanwhile, Yulan is having a private moment of doubt. She reflects on how he sought her help to save his rabbit, how he's offering to share treasures with her, and wonders if maybe the rumors about him being heartless were wrong. She's actually considering being gentler with him. The manipulation is working better than Qin Feng even realizes. And right on cue, the system pings +5 favorability and 500 villain points. Qin Feng pauses and asks the system if it's messing with his mindset. First he loses points, now they're flooding in. Even the protagonist doesn't understand his own romantic stat sheet anymore. Back at the Yinyue Imperial Palace, news of Qin Feng's plan has reached the court. An official asks in disbelief whether he really said he wants to slay the real dragon. The fact that this information has reached the palace should tell you how insane this sounds to everyone. Princess Nanfang hesitates, clearly unsure of how to process any of this. Between Fang Chang going full dark side and Qin Feng declaring war on dragons, everyone she knows is making increasingly terrifying decisions. The court official is having a meltdown. He points out that historically it's always the dragon race challenging humans and never the other way around. A human voluntarily picking a fight with a real dragon is historically unprecedented stupidity. Nanfeng adds that he's only at the first level of spiritual martial cultivation. The room goes quiet. Even by Qin Feng's standards of overconfidence, this one is pushing the boundaries of rational thought. Someone in the court wonders aloud if Qin Feng might have hidden cards they don't know about. The Empress says she doesn't know, and that uncertainty is hanging over the entire palace like a thundercloud. And then something shakes the palace. The official flinches and asks what's going on. The broadcast must be showing something nobody expected. Because somewhere in the tournament realm, a real dragon is getting absolutely shredded. Blood, fire, scales flying everywhere. Someone just did the unthinkable, and the question on everyone's mind is who? And the answer is Fang Chang. He stands over the carnage, declaring that art is all about the explosion. This man has gone from refined scholarly genius to full-blown demonic maniac with a flair for theatrics. The villain transformation is complete. He screams for everyone to come and offer this art as a sacrifice. The eyes are wild, the grin is unhinged, and the red lightning behind him confirms that whatever humanity was left in Fang Chang has been completely consumed. Back at the palace, someone shouts that as long as it's not Qin Feng doing this, they're fine. But the Empress watches Fang Chang through the broadcast and quietly notes that this one is quite ruthless too. The Empire now has 2 monsters to worry about instead of 1. Princess Nanfang turns to her elder and asks if all of Fang Chang's refinement, kindness, and good demeanor were just an act. The elder tells her that falling into darkness means releasing desires suppressed within the heart, and that the princess already knows the answer. And with tears threatening to spill, Nanfang asks the question that's been building this entire time. Fang Chang, have you been lying to me all along? That is a cliffhanger that demands you come back for the next episode, because the answer might break her entirely. Deep inside the dragon's lair, the beast is curled up surrounded by purple energy, completely unaware of what's about to walk through its front door. And Qin Feng has already found it, grinning like a man who just located the final boss and brought zero backup. The dragon senses something and cracks one eye open. Keep this reaction in mind because it's about to get so much worse for this overgrown lizard. Qin Feng doesn't even give it time to fully wake up before carving into it. Blood everywhere, and the dragon is screaming its lungs out. The dragon is thrashing around wildly, purple energy erupting from its body as it tries to shake Qin Feng off like a flea it can't reach. And that's when Qin Feng realizes the cave is collapsing around them. Turns out angering a dragon inside its own home has structural consequences. But instead of running, he lands one more devastating sword slash on the dragon while the entire cave crumbles. This man's threat assessment capabilities are genuinely broken. He barely dodges the falling rubble, launching himself out of the collapsing cave at the last possible second. Qianjun spots his boss flying out of the mountain and immediately screams for him. The loyalty in this man's voice could bring a tear to your eye. The entire mountain detonates behind them, the dragon bursts out in a fury, and the party is sprinting for their lives. Just another Tuesday for Qin Feng's crew. Qianjun is covering his ears, screaming about how noisy it is, and Yulan is just standing there looking mildly inconvenienced by the apocalypse happening behind them. And something small is spinning through the air directly at the dragon with absolutely zero fear. The size difference here is genuinely comedic. Qin Feng slams the dragon directly in the face and screams at it to call him father. This might be the single most disrespectful thing anyone has ever said to a mythological creature. The dragon goes crashing through mountain peaks, engulfed in flames, tumbling across the landscape like a ragdoll. The power gap between where Qin Feng started and where he is now is insane. His eyes light up with purple energy and he mutters that now is the moment. Whatever technique he's about to unleash, the dragon should be very concerned. He activates yin and yang dual vital energies, and the dragon is suddenly surrounded by these glowing eye formations. This is a full lockdown technique and the beast has nowhere to go. Qin Feng is riding the dragon like a surfboard while blasting it with purple energy. The visual alone should tell you this fight is completely one-sided at this point. And then he calls out for the heaven-defying sword, and a massive golden slash rips across the dragon's body. The names of these techniques get more dramatic every episode, and I am here for it. The dragon lets out a pained cry, and you can see it in those eyes. This ancient creature just realized it picked a fight with the wrong human. The dragon goes spiraling through the sky, trailing golden fire, and Qianjun watches from below, whispering his boss's name. He is witnessing history being made in real time. And somewhere, a mysterious woman is watching all of this unfold, sighing about how reckless this little guy is. Now who is she and why is she keeping tabs on Qin Feng? Store that question. Qin Feng realizes the sea dragon has already been slaughtered by someone else, which means news is spreading fast. He needs to finish this fight before unwanted company arrives. He rips off what's left of his shirt, golden flames wrapping around his fists, and declares that everything rides on this next move. Life or death, all on one final technique. He starts chanting the great Vajra heavenly dragon mantra, summoning a massive fire serpent beneath him while the real dragon roars in defiance below. This is the final round. But wait, the scene shifts to the dragon's lair where a completely different green dragon appears. Qin Feng is standing in front of this thing like it's just another item on his to-do list. He's absorbing the green dragon's energy directly, purple lightning crackling between his palms, declaring that all of it belongs to him. He's not just slaying dragons, he's farming them for resources. Meanwhile, Fang Chang appears holding a dragon orb with the most punchable smirk in existence, asking what Qin Feng could possibly have to compete with him. Is this guy seriously still talking trash? The narration explains that a disciple of the great Xia dynasty's emperor has been outshining every competitor from the Yin Yue dynasty, and the court is watching very closely. The rankings are up and Qin Feng is currently sitting at 13th place. The question everyone is asking is whether he can overtake the top performer. Spoiler alert, they are not ready for what comes next. The dragon fight continues overhead, and Qianjun is losing his mind with excitement, shouting about how incredible his boss is. The fan club membership is growing by the second, and Qin Feng just smiles through it all, bloodied and shirtless, looking like the cover of a cultivation romance novel that nobody asked for but everyone needed. His sword connects with something massive, and the resulting energy explosion lights up the entire battlefield. The sword arts he's deploying here are on another level entirely. The dragon lets out a desperate roar as light erupts from its chest. This beast is on its last legs and it knows it. But the dragon isn't going down quietly. It dives straight toward the ground where the party is standing, and Qianjun is screaming for everyone to get out of the way. Qin Feng takes a direct hit, and the impact sends him flying through a wall of purple energy. Even dragon slayers have to eat a hit eventually. The resulting explosion shakes the entire mountain range. From a distance, this probably looks like a natural disaster. Up close, it's just Qin Feng having a normal day. They find Qin Feng crashed into a wall of crystal, and Qianjun and Yulan are sprinting toward him, screaming his name. The worry on their faces is genuine. He claims he's fine while bleeding from multiple wounds and missing most of his shirt. The definition of fine is doing some heavy lifting in this sentence. The dragon is still circling above them, coiling through the sky and gathering energy for what looks like a final assault. But Qin Feng isn't focused on the dragon anymore. He realizes that news of the big dragon being slaughtered is about to spread across the battlefield, and that means competitors will come hunting. They need to leave immediately. He tells everyone to hold on to him, and the whole party groups up. Yulan, Qianjun, the rabbit, and one very battered protagonist making their tactical retreat. The party comp is adorable and terrifying, and they vanish in a burst of golden light, disappearing from the battlefield before anyone else can track them down. Now here's where it gets interesting. Back at the dragon's lair, Fang Chang is standing over a dead green dragon clutching his dragon orb, declaring that first place is his and his alone. He's cackling about being the unbeatable genius of the world, and the unhinged energy radiating from this man has gone completely off the charts. The darkness has consumed whatever self-awareness he had left, and then he hears it. Something that stops his celebration dead in its tracks. Who slaughtered the big dragon? Because it certainly was not him. He checks the rankings and there it is in glowing letters. First place, Qin Feng, the self-proclaimed unbeatable genius, just got beaten before the final scores were even tallied, and the meltdown begins. He's screaming that it's impossible, absolutely impossible, and the veins on his forehead are about to burst. This is possibly the most satisfying villain breakdown we've had in this entire series. But then his brain kicks in and he starts calculating. Even if Qin Feng slayed the dragon, he must be seriously injured right now. And an injured target is a vulnerable target. He declares that as long as he finds Qin Feng, both the true dragon and his life belong to him. Bodies are scattered everywhere, and this man is already planning his next murder. Would you trust Fang Chang at this point, or has he crossed a line there's no coming back from? Meanwhile, the system hits Qin Feng with 50,000 villain points for preventing the Chosen One from showing off. Even taking first place counts as villain behavior in this twisted game. Then another 100,000 antagonist points pop up for disturbing the Chosen One's mental state, but Qin Feng pauses and wonders why the system is only giving points related to Fang Chang and not Yulan. Yulan reacts with a soft little exclamation and Qin Feng just stands there deep in thought. The gears in his head are turning, and whenever that happens, someone's about to get played. And then he arrives at possibly the most galaxy-brained romantic conclusion in cultivation history. He decides he'll just be the man she can never have. The hard-to-get strategy is now official policy. Yulan announces she's heading out to find food, and Qianjun tells her to be extra careful. Remember this moment because things are about to go very wrong for the princess very quickly. She tells him not to worry, that nobody can hurt her. And in cultivation stories, saying nobody can hurt you is the verbal equivalent of painting a target on your own forehead. Back inside, Qin Feng opens his villain point shop. He's sitting on nearly 300,000 points and decides to invest 30,000 into a 100-fold enlightenment halo. But then the system offers him something way better. A 10,000-fold enlightenment halo. It multiplies his comprehension by 10,000 times for 12 hours and costs 100,000 points. Qin Feng doesn't even hesitate. He slams that exchange button immediately. Golden energy swirls around his body and he whispers about how incredible it feels. This is basically a cheat code for cultivation speed, and he just entered the Konami code for enlightenment. He immediately drops into meditation and begins mastering the yin-yang dual energy divine art. With 10,000 times comprehension, what would take years is getting compressed into hours. Meanwhile in the forest, Yulan is gathering fruit, while the rabbit complains that it only eats carrots and precious heavenly treasures. This creature's diet requirements are more demanding than a 5-star restaurant critic. And then an arrow comes out of nowhere, streaking directly toward her back. Called it. The death flag from earlier just activated. It hits something with devastating force, the impact tearing through the air. This was no warning shot. Yulan takes the hit directly and gets sent flying, blood spraying from the wound. She went from gathering groceries to fighting for her life in the span of 2 seconds. And hiding in the bushes is someone with the most unnerving grin you've ever seen. This was a planned ambush, and whoever this guy is, he came here specifically to hurt her. The attacker emerges, a skilled archer carrying multiple arrows and moving through the trees with trained precision. This isn't some random bandit. He arrives at the impact site and finds scattered fruit, blood everywhere, but no body. Yulan managed to escape, and the attacker is wondering where she disappeared to. Yulan is hiding deeper in the forest. The arrow still lodged in her shoulder, and she realizes it's poisoned. The rabbit is telling her to hold on because help is coming. The situation just went from bad to critical. Qianjun arrives and finds Yulan collapsed on the ground, and the panic in his voice as he screams her name tells you everything about how bad this looks. Qin Feng examines the wound and immediately notes how unlucky the Chosen One is, getting shot the moment she steps outside. The system triggers a selective mission, and you already know these missions come with the most unhinged options imaginable. The 3 choices are absolutely diabolical. Option 1, abandon her and get a divine staff. Option 2, kill her and get a dragon-slaying sword. Option 3, save her and get poison immunity. He calls the system sly, and honestly that's an understatement. But then his brain starts working overtime. He remembers that Yulan's mother is the Blue Demon, one of the 4 legendary beauties of ancient times. If he saves the daughter now, imagine the gratitude from the mother later. This man is investing in future returns while a woman is literally dying. He removes the arrow and declares that in consideration of Yulan potentially calling him father someday, he'll help detoxify her. The sheer audacity of this man using life-saving medical treatment as a future leverage play is criminal. Yulan lies unconscious with her wound bandaged, and for a moment the comedy pauses. She genuinely almost died out there, and underneath all his scheming, he performs careful acupuncture work on her shoulder, drawing the poison out needle by needle. The precision here suggests he actually knows what he's doing, which makes every dumb thing he says even more frustrating. And the system rewards him with another 100,000 villain points for taking advantage of the Chosen One. He casually suggests she change her greeting to wishing him safe travels, because apparently even medical treatment is a negotiation opportunity. He gets the poison immunity reward, checks his point balance, and immediately asks if he can get some more. The greed stat on this man is maxed out, and he still wants to stack it higher. And then Yulan's eyes flutter open. Those blue eyes catch the light, and honestly the art team knew exactly what they were doing with this close-up. Absolutely devastating. She wakes up and immediately notices something is very wrong with this situation. Both of them are drawn in chibi style, which means whatever's about to happen is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Yulan screams bloody murder and covers her face, and Qin Feng frantically explains he pressed the wrong button. This is supposed to be a tense medical recovery scene, and somehow it turned into a rom-com disaster. She starts hitting him and he's facepalming, wondering if this is really the intelligence level of a chosen one. The mutual disrespect in this duo is operating at championship levels. He tells her she should be thankful he's an upstanding person, otherwise she would have been wiped out ages ago. The word upstanding is doing the heaviest lifting in the history of the cultivation genre right now. He starts lecturing her about prioritizing important matters over urgent ones, and Yulan is actually listening. Those blue eyes are locked onto him, and something in her expression is shifting. And then Qin Feng immediately ruins the moment by declaring he's exhausted and would love a shoulder and leg massage. The man went from wise sage to entitled boss in 0.3 seconds. And Yulan, blushing, tells him to lie down because she can make him comfortable. Is this actually happening right now? The princess who couldn't stand his touch 2 episodes ago is offering a massage voluntarily. She's massaging his shoulders while he lies there saying it feels good. And the vibes in this cave have shifted so dramatically that even the atmosphere is confused. She leans in closer and whispers that she can make him feel even better. The energy in this scene has gone from medical recovery to something that requires a parental advisory warning. Qin Feng's eyes literally sparkle as he wonders if he accidentally unlocks some kind of hidden gacha reward. His brain has completely left the building and moved to a different zip code. And then she cracks his spine with the force of a freight train. That was not a sensual massage, that was a chiropractic adjustment performed by someone with the grip strength of a gorilla. He's embedded in a rock wall and she's standing over him saying she barely used any force. The bait and switch from romantic massage to attempted spinal surgery is genuinely the funniest thing this episode has delivered. Qin Feng starts guilt-tripping her immediately, saying he was already injured from slaying a dragon, then used what energy he had left saving her from poison, and now this is how she repays him. The emotional manipulation playbook is open, and he's reading every page. He leans against her and says he's afraid he won't see the sun tomorrow. And Yulan is genuinely panicking, telling him not to scare her. She went from nearly killing him to cradling him in about 10 seconds flat. And then he looks up at her and asks, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" This man just speedran the entire romance progression from stranger to deathbed confession. And the worst part is that it's absolutely working. See you next episode. Yulan is cradling Qin Feng, desperately asking where he's injured so she can heal him. Remember last episode when he asked about love at first sight? Well, he is absolutely running with it. He tells her not to waste her efforts, that he knows his own condition, but he has one unfulfilled wish, and the Oscar-worthy performance continues. He asks her to kiss him, and Yulan, completely thrown off, stammers back the question in disbelief. This man is weaponizing his own injuries for affection, and it might genuinely be the most shameless tactic in cultivation history. He goes full poetry mode, saying he never believed in love at first sight until he met her, that his heart beats only for her, and he'd willingly die by her hand. The delivery is immaculate. The sincerity is absolutely zero. He asks if she can understand his feelings, and she's actually considering fulfilling his dying wish. The manipulation stat on this man is genuinely terrifying. She actually does it. Yulan kisses him on the forehead, and look at his eye widening in genuine shock. He played the game and somehow won a round he didn't expect to win. She pulls back, face completely red, barely able to form words. The princess who tried to break his spine last episode just kissed him voluntarily. Character development is wild in this manhwa. And of course the system pops up congratulating him for taking advantage of the chosen woman, another 100,000 villain points in the bank. Yulan is stuttering while Qin Feng just cashed in on a kiss. Then he smoothly pivots, noting that she changed her clothes and the color is different from earlier. Is he about to find something he wasn't supposed to see? Keep an eye on this. Yulan lunges to grab whatever he took from her, and the system immediately drops another 100,000 villain points. This man turned a wardrobe inspection into a farming opportunity. She tackles him to the ground trying to get it back, and he has the nerve to ask what she wants to do to him. The roles have fully reversed, and the energy in this cave is profoundly questionable. He says he knows he's handsome and very tempting to her and promises he won't resist. Another 100,000 villain points roll in. The system is basically printing money every time he opens his mouth near this woman. Yulan is absolutely losing her mind, calling him shameless and threatening to tear his mouth apart. The blush on her face is doing the complete opposite of supporting her threat. And Qianjun walks in to find these two wrestling on the cave floor like kindergartners. The poor guy's just standing there trying to process what exactly he interrupted. But then two new faces show up yelling that they finally found Boss Qin. These guys look like they've been searching for a while and they are fired up. Qin Feng immediately switches into gentleman mode, pushing Yulan away and lecturing her about how affairs of the heart require experience with the one you love. He tells her not to force him anymore. This man flipped the narrative so fast it gave me whiplash. Wanma immediately draws his weapon and charges at Yulan, demanding to know which wicked woman corrupted his boss's heart. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is on the ground commenting on what a hot-tempered follower he has. The chaos is incredible. Qian Feng grabs Wan Ma and tells him to calm down and talk it out. He's desperately trying to stop his new recruit from accidentally starting a diplomatic incident with a princess. Wan Ma drops to his knees and pledges absolute loyalty. If Qin Feng says go east, he won't go west. He's literally begging to be accepted as a follower. The devotion is aggressive. Qian Feng is just standing there with the most confused expression, trying to figure out why a random bearded man is pledging his life to him like a samurai. Wan Ma keeps begging, asking if Qin Feng will accept him, and the desperation in those chibi eyes is honestly kind of adorable for a grown man with a full beard. Back inside the cave, Qin Feng tells Wan Ma that with a face like his, maybe he should stop trying to act cute. The roast is casual but devastating. Wan Ma is still at it, asking if he's truly unwilling. And Qin Feng finally caves, saying fine, he accepts, but Wan Ma needs to cover his face first. The entry requirement for this party is apparently a paper bag. And then Qin Feng flicks him on the forehead, but this isn't just a casual flick. There's energy behind this one. Wan Ma's whole body lights up with blue energy, and he's speechless trying to process what just happened to him. Qin Feng just branded him with something powerful. The system announces the Celestial Slave Seal has reached its limit, and the host can only unlock more slots by improving his cultivation. So there's a cap on how many people he can enslave. Good to know there's at least one restriction on this broken system. Qin Feng stands between his two new subordinates and notes the seal has a limit, but fortunately these two guys aren't weak. The party is growing and every member hits different. Wan Ma is grinning ear to ear, genuinely thrilled to serve. The loyalty in this man's eyes borders on concerning, but Qin Feng will take what he can get. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a group of elders are discussing how Wan Ma is actually Qin Wan, son of the leader of the Qin family's 13 guardians. They suspect the Qin family patriarch sent him. The question is whether the Qin family is in trouble and sent him for help, or whether the patriarch is just looking out for his boy. Either way, Qin Feng's family connections are deeper than they seem. Wan Ma rushes in screaming that Fang Zhang is chasing after them, but Qin Feng barely reacts. He casually concludes that the Qin family must be doing fine if they could spare someone to come find him. Priorities, people. But the real concern isn't the family. It's what Fang Zhang might do when he catches up. And honestly, after everything Qin Feng just put him through, the answer is probably something violent. Qin Feng reveals his full upgrade list. The 10,000-fold enlightenment aura let him comprehend the fourth heaven of the 33 days creation technique, fully healed his injuries, and gave him insights into the supreme bone, double pupil, sky-cutting sword art, and great river sword technique. The patch notes on this man are absolutely ridiculous. And then his mind wanders to Fang Zhang. He says Fang Zhang always has perfect timing, and then starts laughing about how if Yulan won't call him dad, he'll make Fang Zhang do it instead. The mental illness is thriving today. His two followers are watching him laugh maniacally from outside the cave, asking each other what's wrong with the boss. Neither of them has an answer. Nobody does. And right on schedule, Fang Zhang arrives floating in the sky surrounded by purple energy, with an entire entourage of followers below him. The protagonist has come for his rematch. Keep an eye on this fight because things are about to escalate way beyond what anyone expects. Qin Feng strolls out and casually comments that the cold is so intense, asking if Fang Zhang isn't afraid of catching one. He's taunting a man who came here to kill him like they're discussing weather. And Fang Zhang absolutely loses it, screaming Qin Feng's name with every ounce of rage in his body. The hatred in this face is real. This is not a sparring match. This is personal. Fang Zhang closes the distance in an instant, and even Qin Feng notes the incredible speed. The Chosen One came strapped this time. Their attacks meet, and the impact sends shockwaves in every direction. The raw power behind this collision is splitting the ground beneath them. Fang Zhang is at the 7th level of spiritual martial arts and absorbed a dragon pearl, and somehow Qin Feng at the 1st level is matching him blow for blow. The math is not mathing, and Fang Zhang's face says it all. Qin Feng sends him crashing down with a devastating kick and calls him weak for an emperor's disciple. 6 levels above him and getting styled on. Is this the most disrespectful gap close in cultivation combat? I think it might be. The impact registers across every inch of Fang Zhang's face. This is not how the Chosen One's rematch was supposed to go. And another clean hit lands, the kind of blow you feel through the screen. Fang Zhang is getting taken apart piece by piece. Qin Feng launches him across the entire battlefield with a burst of purple energy. Fang Zhang is nothing but a ragdoll at this point, but Fang Zhang catches himself grinning through blood, saying the courage of a common man is nothing to fear. He's quoting philosophy while getting demolished. The delusion is impressive, and then Qin Feng multiplies. Shadow clones appear all around Fang Zhang asking what he thinks about this. The toolbox on this villain is bottomless. Fang Zhang fires back with everything he has, declaring that he will determine Qin Feng's fate. The pink and purple energy exploding off him is terrifying, but you can feel the desperation behind it. Qin Feng watches the massive attack hurtle toward him, and he doesn't even flinch. This man has seen dragons. A Chosen One tantrum doesn't move the needle. Qin Feng draws his blade with blue energy surging around him, declaring that if Fang Zhang wants to play tough, then they'll see who's actually tougher. The confidence is clinical. Blue and pink energy slam into each other, and the collision tears the landscape apart. Rocks shatter, the ground splits, and two powerhouses refuse to give an inch. The blue sword energy overwhelms everything, carving through the terrain like it was made of paper. This is what happens when a guy with 7 new techniques fights someone with just raw protagonist energy. Meanwhile, Manhwa and his buddy are running for their lives in chibi form, screaming about whether this is really a spiritual martial realm battle. The sheer scale of this fight is beyond their pay grade. The crowd is going wild, cheering for Fang Zhang, yelling for him to give Qin Feng a good beating. They have no idea their golden boy is getting systematically humiliated up there. Fang Zhang screams that the sky-cutting sword art is used up and Qin Feng is as good as dead now. He's calling for the kill shot, but Wanma and his partner jump in front of the attack, declaring that anyone who wants the young master has to go through them first. The loyalty from a slave seal hit different. A full brawl erupts with bodies and energy attacks flying everywhere. What started as a one-on-one duel just turned into a team fight. Qin Feng watches the chaos unfold and casually compliments his team's work. The whole battlefield is on fire and he's giving performance reviews. And then Qin Feng reveals he's not just skilled in the sky-cutting sword art, he summons a completely different technique, an ocean of blue sword energy swirling around him like a personal hurricane. The drip on this power reveal is unreal. He fires it all at once, a tidal wave of concentrated sword energy crashing toward Fang Zhang with enough force to reshape the geography. Fang Zhang's jaw drops as he realizes what's coming. A river of gathered sword energy. He barely has time to register it before the wave is on top of him. And now Fang Zhang is literally drowning in chibi form, sputtering about how Qin Feng isn't holding back at all. The chosen one of this world is currently treading water made of sword energy. Peak fiction. Even the spectators back in the viewing hall are stunned, admitting they had no idea this technique even existed. Qin Feng just pulled out a move nobody had on their bingo card. The elders start interrogating each other about what they actually know about this disciple. The answer based on those faces is apparently not enough. Now every elder wants to claim Qin Feng as their student. One says his strongest technique is Buddhist, another says it's the supreme bone, and then some random elder starts tracing a family connection to the double pupil through their great-aunt's second aunt's third great-grandmother. The genealogy flex is insane and completely useless. They're all arguing about who gets to train him after the competition. Buddhist arts, supreme bone expertise, swordsmanship, everyone thinks their specialty is the most important. Qin Feng just accidentally started a custody battle among the faculty, and the moon goddess, who was supposed to be in charge of his education for 7 years, is just smiling and saying it's not really her fault for being careless. She had one student and somehow knew nothing about him. She watches his image on the projection and admits the little guy is just too strong. The mix of pride and regret on her face is telling. She slept on a generational talent for 7 years and now everyone else wants to poach him. Back on the battlefield, Fang Zhang is flat on the ground, sword fallen beside him, gasping about how Qin Feng can possibly be this strong. The chosen one has been reduced to a man having an existential crisis in the dirt. The system congratulates him for leaving a psychological shadow on the chosen one's heart. Another 100,000 villain points. And Qin Feng's response? Only 100,000? The man is disappointed by 6 figures. His greed truly has no ceiling, so he activates his double pupil, giant pink eyes appearing all over the sky, and declares that Fang Zhang isn't leaving today until he's farmed 1,000,000 villain points. He's not fighting to win anymore. He's fighting to optimize his point income. A massive eye formation bears down on Fang Zhang from above, and he can only look up in horror at the overwhelming energy descending on him. The eye fires a concentrated beam of destruction straight down. The scale of this attack is genuinely terrifying, and Fang Zhang is at ground zero. And the system notifications start stacking, deepening the psychological shadow. Another 100,000, then another 100,000. The points are rolling in like a slot machine, hitting jackpot after jackpot. Qin Feng has turned this fight into a point factory. Fang Zhang is barely standing, covered in blood, clothes destroyed, and he screams that Qin Feng forced him to this. Even if he has to sell his soul to the devil, he's gonna kill him today. Now that's a flag you should be very concerned about. And he actually does it. Red demonic energy erupts from his body, spiraling around him in a vortex of corrupted power. The chosen one just went dark side in real time. Be honest, would you make that trade to win a fight you were losing? The resulting attack tears the ground apart in a massive red explosion, debris flying everywhere, the shockwave visible from who knows how far away. And Qin Feng is just standing there with that signature smirk, saying things got out of hand and he forgot he's dealing with the chosen one. The art team gave him the most punchable yet captivating expression here. Then he loudly asks if there's anyone in charge around here, because he'd like to report Fang Zhang for hiring someone to fight for him. He just watched a man sell his soul to demonic power and his first instinct is to file a complaint. This protagonist is genuinely unmatched in audacity. The moon goddess puts her hand to her face and sighs that he really hasn't changed a bit. And can we take a moment to appreciate how stunning she looks even while being exasperated? The art team has zero restraint with this woman. But then it gets real. Fang Zhang's eyes have gone fully red, steam pouring off his body, veins darkening across his skin. Whatever entity he invited in is now driving. The The Chosen One is no longer behind the wheel. Qianfeng actually tries to de-escalate, saying a small fight is enjoyable but a big one can be harmful, suggesting they call it quits. But the thing approaching him isn't Fang Jiang anymore, and it doesn't look interested in diplomacy. An energy blast cuts through the sky from out of nowhere, and Qianfeng announces that the savior has arrived. Someone very powerful just entered this fight uninvited. A close-up of a single red eye reveals it's the dark entity possessing Fang Jiang, and it's surprised that the young boy from the Yin Yue dynasty is still alive. This thing has history, and whatever it recognizes is not good news for anyone. Two incredibly powerful figures land on the field. The Six Paths Emperor has arrived, and he calmly points out that this life and death match is supposed to be between the younger generation. An elder getting involved doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? The dark entity wearing Fang Jiang's body grins through the blood and asks what happens if he insists on intervening. The disrespect toward a clearly superior opponent is either brave or terminally foolish. The Six Paths Emperor flares his energy and says simply that he will be offended. The power radiating off this man makes everything else in this fight look like a warm-up. This is an entirely different weight class. The dark entity laughs and taunts that they can't kill him with just that. Whatever ancient thing lives inside Fang Jiang, it genuinely doesn't fear the Six Paths Emperor. That's either bluffing or deeply concerning. The Six Paths Emperor launches a devastating strike, his purple energy colliding with the dark entity's red aura, carving through the sky like two colliding natural disasters. Qianfeng watches and declares it's too late for the dark entity to escape now. For once he's not the one doing the damage, but the satisfaction on his face suggests he's enjoying the show just as much. A pillar of energy shoots straight into the heavens, the clash between these two forces visible for miles in every direction. This is a completely different caliber of combat than anything else today. One man and his partner are piecing it together. The Six Paths Emperor calls the Dark Energy Elder, and the Dark Energy calls the Six Paths Emperor a young kid. These two have history spanning centuries, and also Fang Jiang apparently really did hire outside help. The complaint was legitimate. Their energies collide one final time in a catastrophic explosion above the battlefield, purple and red tearing through each other in a display of pure destruction. The dark entity retreats, cursing the Six Paths Emperor for stripping 1,000 years of its cultivation. 1,000 years gone in one exchange. That's the kind of loss that creates blood feuds across millennia. Fang Jiang flees screaming that he'll definitely come back, and the system goes absolutely wild. 300,000 villain points for severely injuring the Chosen One, plus a lottery chance for weakening his fortune. Qianfeng just turned a fight into the most profitable afternoon of his career. Qianfeng watches him disappear and muses that the Chosen One truly lacks reason. But then a more interesting thought crosses his mind. Will Fang Jiang go behind his back and buy even more powerful cheats next time? Qianfeng spins around in chibi form and demands to know why the Six Paths Emperor just let the dark entity go like that. The Six Paths Emperor stares at him in complete silence. The dynamic between these two is already comedy gold. Qianfeng starts ranting that the Six Paths Emperor let Fang Jiang go, and if Fang Jiang buys cheats to fight him next time, that's poor performance as a protector. He's filing a verbal complaint against an ancient emperor like it's a customer service issue. And then this man pulls out an actual scroll and starts writing a formal compensation claim. The Six Paths Emperor weakened his opponent, preventing him from farming points, and he demands 10 million top-grade spirit stones in damages. He just tried to invoice an emperor for ruining his grind session. See you next episode. Back at the cave entrance, the energy from the battle is finally fading, and the people Qianfeng rescued are starting to realize the danger has actually passed. The survivors are overcome with relief, practically thanking the heavens that they made it through alive. And honestly, given the death rate in this battlefield, their gratitude is fully justified. But somebody just slammed their fist down, and that is not the energy of a grateful survivor. The companion is just standing there trying to figure out what's happening, and honestly, same energy. And then we cut to Wan Ma, his partner, and that little white rabbit sitting behind what appears to be a registration desk. Keep your eye on this rabbit, because what comes out of its mouth next is absolutely unhinged. The rabbit launches into the most absurdly self-aggrandizing speech about Qianfeng, calling him the handsome, unrivaled flower blooming wherever he goes lord. And then it demands men pay protection fees while ladies should devote themselves willingly. Married women get priority. This rabbit is running a whole operation. Even Qianfeng has to question whether this approach is a little too authoritarian. When the villain thinks your methods are extreme, maybe it's time to recalibrate. But then something catches his attention, and you can see the gears turning behind those eyes. Wan Ma draws his blade and asks who disagrees with the arrangement. Diplomacy through intimidation at its finest. And the rabbit crosses its little arms with the most smug expression imaginable, declaring that this is simply how they do things. This creature has zero accountability and maximum confidence. Qianfeng just sighs. He created this monster and now he has to live with it. The crowd is actually lining up around them. Somehow the combination of protection and threats is working exactly as intended. And now we've got women actually asking the rabbit if they have a real chance at becoming Qianfeng's concubine. The application process has officially begun. The rabbit rejects her immediately, saying her chest is too small. Next, This animal has instituted body-based screening criteria and nobody is stopping it. So naturally, the next woman steps up with considerably more to offer in that department, and the art team made absolutely sure we noticed. This Manhwa knows exactly what it's doing. And the rabbit rejects her too, saying they're too big and prone to congestion. This creature is running the most unqualified HR department in cultivation history. And that is when the moon goddess descends looking absolutely furious and devastatingly gorgeous in equal measure. She's screaming about how he stole her first kiss and now he's openly choosing concubines. The jealousy arc just activated and it's glorious. Meanwhile, Qin Feng has moved on to more important matters. He's holding up a glowing blue card from his system, wondering what prize he'll draw this time. The man collects women's anger and loot boxes with equal enthusiasm. The system starts flooding notifications. Chosen one's female favor -1, -2, -3. Every woman the rabbit rejected is apparently a woman who was destined for Fang Chang, and Qin Feng just poached them. The man is stealing the protagonist's harem without even trying. Qin Feng genuinely looks confused about what just happened. He was just standing there and somehow the chosen one's destiny took collateral damage. He's trying to process the situation, but the pieces aren't fitting together yet. Sometimes the system does the heavy lifting and the villain just has to accept the free rewards. And now even more women are stepping up calling for Master Qin. The art team is absolutely feeding the audience with these character designs, and I refuse to believe that's unintentional. The rabbit hops over to Qin Feng and asks if he's satisfied with how things are being handled. This pet thinks it deserves a performance review, and Qin Feng puts it all together. The favor rating has been plummeting because of the rabbit's antics, and he's genuinely grateful. He's thanking his pet for accidentally sabotaging the chosen one's love life. What an era to be alive. But then he immediately pivots to denial mode, insisting they're not familiar and the rabbit shouldn't call him master. The man wants the benefits without the association. The rabbit calls him out, pointing out that he clearly loves wealth and women, so why is he suddenly pretending to be noble? And Qin Feng screams at it to stop telling the truth in public. The dynamic between these two is genuinely top-tier comedy. So Qin Feng decides it's time for damage control. He needs to salvage his image before these women realize who they're actually dealing with. And he launches into the most eloquent, perfectly rehearsed speech about how loving wealth is just ambition and admiring beauty is just appreciation. This man rebranded greed and lust into philosophy in under 30 seconds. Would you buy this explanation? Then he turns to the crowd and apologizes for his rabbit's behavior, calling it free-spirited and asking for their understanding. The women are eating it up, every single one of them. And now he's holding this blonde woman close, telling her their meeting was destined and that he'll protect her on the battlefield. But he says he already has someone in his heart, so they should forget each other afterward. This is the most calculated rejection in romance history because it makes her want him more. The system congratulates him for reasonably taking advantage of the young lady, 200 villain points, and she's over here thinking he's the most righteous man alive. The gap between reality and perception has never been wider, and she's leaning in close with that look in her eyes while Qin Feng has the expression of a man who just discovered a new farming method. She kisses him as a thank you, and the system goes off. 500 villain points for taking advantage of the young lady. He didn't even have to do anything. The points just walked up and deposited themselves. Another woman throws herself at him and the system racks up another 200 points. He's got lipstick marks all over his face now and the villain point counter just keeps climbing. 500 more. He's turned heartbreak and false promises into a repeatable income stream. This is genuinely the most efficient point farming strategy he's discovered yet. The system notifications are stacking so fast they can barely fit on screen. 200 here, 500 there. Qin Feng has essentially built a kissing booth that pays in villain points, and the line wraps around the cave. And the moon goddess is watching all of this from behind a tree, quietly asking herself if she misunderstood him again. Girl, you did not misunderstand. Your instincts were perfect the first time. But here's the twist. The chosen woman's favor toward Qin Feng is actually going up, +3, +5. His noble act convinced the moon goddess that he's secretly a good person. He's farming villain points and heroine favor simultaneously. That should be illegal. With the money made and the image restored, Qin Feng announces there are 2 hours left in the elimination round. Anyone who wants to survive can stay under his protection. Anyone who doesn't like the terms can leave, and the crowd bows before him, thanking Master Qin. He just built a protection racket inside a life-or-death competition, and everyone is grateful for the privilege. Chibi Qin Feng is absolutely glowing, covered in lipstick marks from head to jaw, celebrating that he can take advantage of women, make money, and earn villain points all at once. He calls it a talent. Most people would call it something that warrants an investigation. Still covered in evidence of his schemes, he casually tells the system he wants to draw a prize. Business before hygiene, apparently. He spins the system gotcha and actually pulls something rare. A celestial card. The system announces it like a 5-star drop, and given what this card does, the hype is warranted. The card lets him peek into celestial secrets once and find hidden information. But here's the catch. The system recommends starting with the chosen one for the best results. It's basically a one-use cheat code to peek at the protagonist's strategy guide. Qin Feng starts deliberating on who to use this incredibly rare card on. The fact that he has to choose makes this decision feel like a real-time strategy moment. Who would you pick? Meanwhile, at the palace, the elders are absolutely grilling the moon goddess, asking what she's turned a promising talent into. They're comparing the concubine selection to forced labor, and the moon goddess is defensively insisting she didn't withhold anything from him. The faculty meeting energy is incredible, and then the emperor speaks up, declaring it's time to give Qin Feng his own territory. When the boss makes a decision during the meeting, you know something big just shifted. The emperor officially names Qin Feng the holy son of the Yin Yue dynasty, granting him a top-grade spiritual peak where he can recruit his own subordinates and build his residence. Our villain just got promoted from vagabond to royalty in one decree. The elders immediately start competing over who gets to be Qin Feng's master. The custody battle from last episode never actually ended, it just moved to a more formal venue. But the emperor shuts that down, saying he already has a master candidate picked out, and then drops the real bombshell. He's sending envoys to the Qin family to persuade a reconciliation. Remember, Qin Feng was kicked out of that family. This is about to get political. The woman in red is visibly surprised by the reconciliation plan, and based on her reaction, this move wasn't on anyone's bingo card. But then she starts breaking down the political genius behind it. If they recruit the Qin family through Qin Feng, the Great Xia dynasty loses an entire region, and if it fails, the attempt alone will make the Xia emperor suspicious of the Qin family's loyalty. It's a win-win geopolitical trap. This woman's strategic mind is genuinely terrifying. She pouts in chibi form and calls the emperor an old troublemaker. Even she has to admit the scheme is diabolically clever. Back with Qin Feng, he's running through his list of potential celestial card targets. Second brother, he dismisses him immediately as not much of a threat. Speed running through the roster. Lin San, their relationship is decent, the guy's a bit naive and a few lies should handle him. No need to waste a rare card on someone you can manipulate with words alone. Yulan, he says the more she resists, the more excited he gets. And peeking at her secrets would be boring. The way he said that is genuinely concerning, and I need the audience to acknowledge that. And then his eyes lock in. It has to be Fang Chang. He's using the celestial card on the chosen one himself. This is the optimal play, and Qin Feng knows it. He snaps the card and calls out Fang Chang's name. Golden light erupts around him as the celestial secrets start to reveal themselves. The energy intensifies around him as the card takes effect. Whatever he's about to see, it's going to change everything about how he approaches his rivalry with the Chosen One. And the first vision drops. He sees the Kunlun Secret Realm, a legendary space that only opens once every 1,000 years. The fact that this is connected to Fang Chang's destiny means the Chosen One has some serious loot coming his way. Then he sees someone meditating at something called the Spring of Purity, absorbing insane amounts of golden energy. Qin Feng is shocked that Fang Chang even found this place. The Chosen One's cheat codes run deep. The figure in the vision screams as golden energy consumes them, breaking through to something massive. And then Qin Feng sees the worst part. Fang Chang cultivated the Dao Heart Demon. Qin Feng loses it, screaming about whether there's any justice left. The Chosen One is stacking power-ups like a player who found an exploit. Qin Feng reaches toward the vision, trying to see more, trying to understand just how far ahead the Chosen One is about to get. And then a mysterious figure appears in the vision, grabbing Fang Chang and ranting about a 6 emperors play destiny. It says they can defy fate and achieve the position of a great emperor if they work together. Fang Chang has backers we didn't even know about. Qin Feng covers his eyes and screams about 6 emperors. He can barely process what he just witnessed. His rival isn't just getting stronger. His rival is on a trajectory to become something approaching divine. He sits back and reflects on what he just learned. He thought Bai Ri was just some side character, but turns out the guy's been quietly accumulating fortune in the background. Everyone around Fang Chang is leveling up while Qin Feng grinds for scraps. And the real frustration sets in. Fang Chang is also cheating, so why is the gap so massive? He just peeled off a Buddha's heart, and next month he'll cultivate a Dao heart. Qin Feng feels like the story turned him into an experience bar for the protagonist. He's not wrong, so he makes a declaration. 1 month from now, in the Kunlun Secret Realm, he's getting the Spring of Purity no matter what. Not even divine intervention will stop him. The villain's training arc just officially started, and this might be the most motivated we've ever seen him. But then reality checks in. His current cultivation at Spirit Martial First Stage is nowhere near enough. The Kunlun Secret Realm will be filled with prodigies on Yulan's level. He needs to break through to the Dao Initiation Realm in just 1 month, and that's borderline impossible. And when you see the chart, the gap is ridiculous. He's at the bottom rung. The target is 9 stages above him. Even training around the clock without eating or sleeping, he can only climb 2 levels in a month. The math simply does not work. And there's another problem. Rushing through breakthroughs too fast can destabilize his foundation and literally destroy his body. Speed and safety are mutually exclusive here, and he needs both. But of course the system has a solution. The Spirit Martial Foundation pill can solve the instability problem completely. 1 pill stabilizes 1 grade. The catch? 500,000 villain points each. This system is running the most predatory microtransaction shop in existence. Qin Feng is livid. 500,000 points for a single pill with no brand name and no quality guarantee. He asks the system if its conscience aches. this man will haggle with a cosmic entity over pricing. The system responds by proudly declaring it has no conscience. And Qin Feng calls it ruthless. When even the villain thinks you're heartless, that's a new benchmark of cruelty. He runs the numbers. 9 pills minimum means 4.5 million villain points total. His balance? 597,000. He can barely afford a single pill. The man who was disappointed by 6 figures last episode is now broke. So he does what any sensible person would do. He buys the one he can afford and figures the rest out later. Sometimes you just have to start the grind with what you've got. 500,000 points gone in an instant. He's holding one glowing Spirit Marshall Foundation pill, and his bank account just got obliterated. This pill better be worth 7 figures of effort, and he pops it without hesitation. No prayer, no ritual, just straight into the mouth. The commitment to speed over ceremony is very on brand. Golden energy erupts around him like a hurricane. The pill is ripping through his body, stabilizing everything, reinforcing his foundation at a speed that would normally take years of meditation. And Qin Feng sits there in awe, asking if this is what cheating feels like. 500,000 points just replicated 7 years of foundation refinement. Expensive? Yes. Worth it? He's starting to think so. That system might be a scam artist, but it delivers results. A massive golden bell rings out across the landscape, and that sound means only one thing. The life and death battlefield is officially over. Qin Feng stretches with his fist in the air, declaring it's finally done. He survived, farmed points, kissed women, and bought illegal pills. Back at the main square, the survivors are pouring in. People are crying, thanking their mothers, celebrating being alive. But the real talk is about the death rate jumping from 50 to 80%, and everyone is blaming Fang Chang for making the battlefield a massacre. And Qin Feng strolls through the crowd with the rabbit on his shoulder, casually saying no problem. The man walked through a death tournament and came out with more resources than he entered with. That takes a very specific kind of person. But then someone screams his name with pure rage. That is not a happy reunion voice. That is the voice of someone who's about to make a very bad decision. Qin Feng and the rabbit both turn around with matching confused expressions, and whoever just called his name clearly has a grudge that's about to spill over into next episode. See you then. Remember the end of last episode when someone screamed Qin Feng's name? Well, here's the guy, and he does not look happy to see our boy. But instead of taking the threat seriously, Qin Feng walks right up and greets him like an old college buddy. Sword brother, hello, hello. And the guy immediately shoves him off, screaming at him to get away. Which honestly valid reaction to Qin Feng's friendship. But Qin Feng is persistent. He tells the guy the elimination is over, no more fighting necessary, and that more friends means more paths. The man is selling friendship like a timeshare. And then he sweetens the deal. He offers a massive secret as compensation, but the guy has to promise not to tell anyone. Keep your eye on this, because what he's about to do is peak manipulation. He leans in and whispers to the whole group that he knows a method to quickly achieve the position of Great Emperor. Bystanders are already eavesdropping. Qin Feng has set the trap perfectly. And then the reveal. The incredible secret is just 4 words. The future is long. That's it. That's the whole method. This man built up the hype of a century for a fortune cookie, but the crowd starts trying to decode it, and someone connects it to Fang Chang, the disciple of the great Xia Emperor. And then people are asking how Fang Chang fits into this, and things are spiraling fast, and the white-haired man absolutely loses it. He screams that everyone knows he has nothing to do with Fang Chang, so why is Qin Feng publicly associating them? The humiliation is visible from orbit, and the bystanders are realizing in real time that they just witnessed a verbal assassination disguised as friendly advice. Qin Feng just casually tells him that if he hadn't announced it so loudly, nobody would have known he was lacking. This is psychological warfare at its finest, and I need the audience to appreciate the craftsmanship. And the man can only mutter a single word before his brain short-circuits from anger. Qin Feng just speedran making an enemy, and he's not even slightly concerned about it. But before things can escalate further, 4 massive presences descend from the sky and command everyone to be quiet. The actual authorities have arrived, and they look like they mean business. Every single person in the plaza freezes. When beings that powerful tell you to shut up, you shut up. The official announces that the life and death knockout competition is officially over, and the top 1,000 scorers will enter Tianhong Academy. Everyone else collects their rewards and goes home, and the crowd goes wild. Tianhong Academy is apparently the premier institution of the Yin-Yue dynasty, with hundreds of cultivation techniques, and graduates go straight into high-ranking government positions. This is basically the Ivy League of the cultivation world. But then someone asks the real question. What about first place? What does the top scorer get? And the announcement drops. The top scorer, Qin Feng, has been appointed as the 3rd holy son of the Yin-Yue dynasty. He gets his own residence and the authority to recruit his own subordinates. Our boy just got promoted to royalty tier. The crowd cannot process this. 3rd holy son, his own residence, recruiting subordinates, every jaw in the plaza hits the floor simultaneously. Meanwhile, Qin Feng doesn't even flinch. He's thinking, so the emperor's son gets a house, what's the big deal? But someone explains that the Holy Son title is incredibly rare, only given to once-in-a-generation prodigies, and it basically makes you a political powerhouse overnight. And Qin Feng just closes his eyes and says, isn't this what I deserve? The confidence on this man is so dense it has its own gravitational field. Everyone is staring at him like he just insulted their ancestors, and he genuinely doesn't understand what he said wrong. The disconnect between this man's self-image and social awareness is a medical condition. But then the people he rescued from the battlefield come running up, screaming boss, congratulating him on becoming the third holy son. Qin Feng has somehow built a fan base out of a death tournament. They're calling him amazing, formidable, the whole vocabulary of flattery. And the rabbit is just sitting on his shoulder soaking in the worship like it helped. Which, to be fair, it kind of did. They ask what he's looking for, and Qin Feng drops it with zero hesitation. He says he needs a woman. Specifically, a woman who can help him accumulate 4 million villain points. The mission statement is refreshingly honest, if not deeply concerning. And his followers just stand there processing. A woman? They survived a death tournament for this man, and his first order of business is matchmaking. Is this what being a subordinate to a holy son entails? And then his eyes lock onto a target in the crowd. Found her. Whatever poor woman just caught his attention has no idea her day is about to get infinitely more complicated. Meanwhile, Yulan is across the plaza feeling like something is targeting her. She wonders if it's just her imagination. Spoiler, it is absolutely not her imagination. But Qin Feng isn't actually heading for Yulan. He's pushing through the crowd towards something else entirely. Excuse me, coming through. The man moves through a crowd like he owns the plaza, which technically he kind of does now. And he walks straight into a volatile situation. An angry mob is surrounding someone, demanding they hand over Fang Chang. The Chosen One's absence is creating chaos, and the people he hurt want blood. At the center of it all is a woman insisting she has no idea where Fang Chang is. The crowd doesn't believe her for a second, shouting that he's her person and she must know. She's trapped and the walls are closing in. Qin Feng is watching from the side, and someone in the crowd identifies her as Fang Chang's old sweetheart. And you can practically see the gears turning in his head. This is Princess Nanfeng, and she's connected to the Chosen One. That makes her extremely valuable. Nanfeng screams that she's already said she doesn't know, and she genuinely doesn't. But nobody is listening because mob mentality has fully taken over. They accuse her of lying and order the crowd to seize her, figuring if they take her hostage, Fang Chang will have to show up. The logic is barbaric but not entirely wrong. Swords come out, multiple men advance on her with weapons drawn, and this just went from a heated argument to an actual threat on a foreign princess's life. Qin Feng is thoroughly entertained. His companion asks whether Princess Nanfeng failed to become empress because she went against heavenly destiny, and the information just keeps getting more interesting. Qin Feng is calculating how many villain points this whole situation is worth. He confirms it. Very likely. The celestial card intel from last episode is already paying dividends. He knows things about these people that they don't even know about themselves. And things have already gotten ugly. People are getting knocked down, trampled. The mob has gone fully physical and nobody's stepping in to stop it. An old man is wailing about his child being killed by people connected to the Great Xia dynasty, and his grandson was bullied too. He's asking if there's no justice left. The crowd is eating this up and the rage is spreading like wildfire. And now the mob has a rallying cry. The Great Xia dynasty is arrogant, and it's time to teach them a lesson. Swords are drawn, fists are clenched, and it erupts. The entire plaza descends into a massive brawl. Hundreds of people clashing in the middle of what was supposed to be a celebration. This is what happens when you let Fang Chang's drama spill over into public spaces. Princess Nanfeng is absolutely livid. She's calling this outrageous, and honestly, she's right. She came here as a diplomatic envoy, and she's being treated like a war criminal because of a man she can't even locate. And she's not just gonna stand there and take it. She throws hands herself, and honestly, respect. Is it smart? Absolutely not. But the commitment to violence is admirable. But then a new faction enters the chat. A squad of masked warriors descend on the scene, commanding everyone to stop. These guys look like they mean serious business. Someone identifies them as the Qianyu Guard, and the energy in the plaza shifts immediately. Even the people throwing punches stop mid-swing. Bystanders explain for the newcomers. The Qianyu Guard handles imperial city security and represents the dignity of the 6 emperor deities. Their rank might not be high, but absolutely no one dares disrespect them. Think internal affairs with swords. Princess Nanfeng scoffs and tells her people they're leaving. She clearly doesn't consider these guards her problem. But here's the thing about walking away from authority figures. The guard captain blocks her path and tells her this is the Yin Yue dynasty, not her playground. Her people attacked local citizens, and they need to come with the guards for questioning. The diplomatic immunity card just got declined. Her subordinates start mocking the captain, asking if his brain is broken and whether he knows who they are. Bold strategy, insulting the law enforcement of the country you're currently standing in. One of them even calls the captain a watchdog. And you can see the exact moment this man's patience leaves his body. They just insulted a representative of the 6 emperor deities. That is categorically the worst decision anyone has made this entire episode. The captain gives the order, take them all. And Nanfeng's people immediately start protesting that they belong to Princess Nanfeng, as if name-dropping will save them from the consequences of calling armed soldiers watchdogs. The guards don't hesitate. They move in and start subduing Nanfeng's people with professional efficiency. These soldiers were trained for exactly this kind of situation. Her followers are being dragged away, one of them screaming for the princess to save him. Nanfeng is watching her entire diplomatic team get dismantled in real time, and there's nothing she can do about it. She's seething. A minor guard force daring to be this arrogant with a foreign princess? In her mind, this shouldn't be possible unless someone higher up is pulling strings. She wants to go straight to the 6 emperor deities for justice, but her old advisor stops her. He says she shouldn't go, and the look on his face says he knows something she hasn't figured out yet. He lays it out. If the 6 emperor deities actually cared, the mob wouldn't have attacked the envoy, and the guards wouldn't have arrested imperial disciples. The implication is devastating. The people at the top might be orchestrating this entire humiliation, and the realization hits her. She asks if the 6 emperor deities themselves are behind this. The answer is written all over the advisor's face. Princess Nanfeng just discovered she's not dealing with a mob. She's dealing with a coordinated political takedown. The advisor is panicking now. Fang Chang is missing, her disciples are captured, and the situation is completely against them. He begs her to flee back to the Great Jia dynasty immediately, but she refuses. If she goes back having completed 0 objectives, lost Fang Chang, and abandoned captured prodigies, every noble family back home will be out for her head. Running is not an option. She's trapped between 2 losing scenarios. She declares she wants to save them, and the advisor asks the obvious question. How? They're in unfamiliar territory with no allies and no power. The math doesn't add up no matter how you run it. And then she spots him. Qin Feng is standing right there with that rabbit on his shoulder, looking like the most convenient coincidence in the world. Which, knowing this man, it absolutely isn't. She asks about him, the newly appointed 3rd holy son of the Yin Yue dynasty, the one person in this foreign land who might actually have the influence to help her. The target has been acquired. The advisor immediately objects, saying collaborating with Qin Feng is like asking a tiger for its skin. But Nanfeng has already made up her mind. She tells him to wait at the inn and she'll handle this herself. When a princess decides to negotiate with a villain, everyone should be worried. She approaches and Qin Feng immediately plays hard to get, saying he won't help with that attitude. But the system notification tells the real story. Side quest unlocked. Bully the beloved of the chosen one for 100,000 villain points. He was never gonna say no. Then his brain catches up. Wait, Fang Chang isn't even around? The chosen one is MIA and his woman is here alone asking for help? This isn't just a side quest. This is an all-you-can-eat buffet of villain points with 0 resistance. He tells her he can help, but he never does, losing business. She asks what he wants, and the negotiation between a desperate princess and a shameless villain officially begins. Would you trust Qin Feng with this deal? Be honest. He tells her it's simple. Just come to his house and he'll explain everything. The cherry blossoms behind him are doing overtime trying to make this look romantic, but the energy is giving something far more transactional. And we cut to Kuizhu Peak, Qin Feng's new residence. Mountains, rivers, bamboo forests. The man just got a whole mountainside compound as a bonus reward. Being the 3rd holy son comes with perks. And Princess Nanfeng is standing there in a completely different outfit. A very revealing red dress that is very clearly not her choice. Whatever deal Qin Feng proposed, this was apparently part of the terms, and she does not look happy about it. She does, however, look absolutely devastating, and I need a moment to process that. Qin Feng looks her over and casually says not bad. And the system immediately dings. 100,000 villain points for successfully bullying the beloved of the chosen one. He got paid 6 figures for making a princess change clothes. This might be the most efficient villain grind in the entire series. She asks to confirm. As long as she wears this outfit and stays here for 15 days, he'll save her people. The terms are clear, the price is her dignity, and she's willing to pay it. That's either admirable loyalty or a terrible cost-benefit analysis. Qin Feng extends his hand with the most trustworthy smile a villain has ever faked. He says of course he always keeps his word. The delivery is flawless. The sincerity is entirely manufactured. They sit down for tea, and she asks how he plans to convince the 6 emperor deities. His answer? It's a secret. Because of course it is. This man will never share information without extracting maximum value first. But internally he's thinking about the celestial card he used on Fang Chang. He already knows from the vision that the captured prodigies will be released unconditionally after 15 days. He doesn't need to convince anyone. He just needs to stall for time while farming free villain points from a princess in cosplay. And now she's serving him tea in that outfit while he kicks back and enjoys the view. I'm not going to elaborate on which view he's enjoying because I think the visual speaks for itself. Qin Feng has built the most comfortable villain lair in cultivation fiction. She threatens him, saying he should just wait, and the system rewards him another 1,000 villain points for the interaction. Every time she gets angry, he gets paid. Qin Feng has created a passive income stream out of a princess's frustration. That is genuinely diabolical. But now the scene shifts completely. Lightning cracks over a massive estate belonging to the Qin family of the Great Jia dynasty. Something important is happening at Qin Feng's old home, and the atmosphere is foreboding. Inside, a young man is deep in cultivation, blue energy swirling around his hands while an elder watches over him. This is someone we haven't met before, and based on the location, he's part of Qin Feng's original family. Keep your eye on this guy, and he pushes through a breakthrough, blue energy exploding around him. Whatever he was working toward, he just achieved it with raw willpower and 7 years of grinding. The elder congratulates him. After 7 years of effort, he's broken through to the 7th stage. His physical body is comparable to ancient fierce beasts, and he could kill a spirit martial realm cultivator head-on. That's legitimate power, earned the hard way. And then the young man says something revealing. He mentions his brother is only at the 9th stage, and he's finally catching up. Brother. He means Qin Feng. This is Qin Hao, and he's been training for 7 years to match the man who left the family behind. Then his expression shifts. He says, Lin Ziner, in 3 years, you will regret your decision. Whoever this woman is, she wronged him deeply enough to fuel 7 years of training, and we flash back to 1 month ago. A formal gathering in a grand hall, and someone is shocked about an engagement being cancelled. The Qin family drama runs deep, and we're about to see exactly how deep. And the one doing the cancelling is this woman. Green hair, gold eyes, completely cold expression. Yes, cancel it. No hesitation, no remorse. She's ending the engagement like she's canceling a subscription. She explains why. 7 years ago, her father arranged the marriage because Qin Hao had the supreme bone and was the family head's heir, and his brother had great emperor potential. But now the supreme bone is gone, the family has lost status, and Qin Feng defected to the Yin Yue dynasty. She's basically reading the family's failure report aloud in front of everyone. Then she delivers the killing blow while sipping tea. She says she's the princess of the city of Heavenly Heart and a chosen one herself, so why would she marry someone as useless as Qin Hao? The audacity of this woman is genuinely top-tier villain material. She might be worse than Qin Feng, and that's saying something. Qin Hao's father slams the table so hard the room shakes. Outrageous. He's not just angry about the insult to his son, she just publicly declared his entire family worthless to their faces. But Lin Ziner doesn't even flinch. She asks if he dares to touch her, and her guards immediately step in to protect her. She came prepared to humiliate them and brought enough muscle to walk away untouched. The power dynamics are brutally clear. The father is done talking. He declares that his son will not tolerate these insults, and he charges forward with cultivation energy blazing, ready to teach her a lesson on behalf of his boy. This is either brave or incredibly reckless. But before it can escalate further, Qin Hao himself walks through the door. Father, he says, can I decide my own marriage? And just like that, a brand new player enters the story. Qin Feng's little brother has his own grudge, his own training arc, and his own reasons to become terrifyingly strong. See you next episode. Qin Hao's father is standing there completely blindsided, asking why his son just crashed the negotiation. And this fool walks right up to Lin Ziner and tells her 30 years east, 30 years west, that he may be broken now, but the comeback is absolutely on the schedule. Lin Ziner just tilts her head with those cold green eyes and says, fine, meet me in the capital in 3 years, and if you lose you annul the marriage publicly. She's treating this engagement like a gamble she already knows she'll win. But Qin Hao doesn't take the bait. He just smiles and asks if she wants to annul the engagement. Why go through all this trouble? His bandaged hand reaches for a brush on the table and the entire room goes silent. He starts writing with the intensity of a man who's been rehearsing this moment in his head for weeks. And he holds up a divorce letter. This absolute madman just reversed the entire humiliation by divorcing her first. Lin Ziner's composure shatters instantly because she did not see that coming. You dare to divorce me? The audacity has been returned to sender. He turns his back on her and tells her 3 years from now in the capital. He just stole her power move, flipped the script, and walked away with the last word. 1 month later, and this kid is burning with purpose, swearing Lin Ziner will regret every syllable she ever aimed at his family. The revenge arc has officially begun its speed run. But then something unexpected hits the Qin family compound. Footsteps echo across that massive courtyard and the energy shifts completely. Qin Hao rushes out wondering what the commotion is about, and they both look up to see an entire floating fortress descending from the clouds because apparently the mailman in this world arrives by castle. An imperial messenger flanked by guards announces that by order of the 6 emperor deities, he's here to congratulate Qin Tian, former head of the Qin family. Dad's eyes go wide because nobody from that level has acknowledged this family in years. They crack open a chest and the contents are blinding. Gold, jewels, crystals, the works. This isn't a gift, this is a dragon's hoard delivered by courier. Father and son are standing there with their jaws on the floor watching wealth they've never seen pile up in their own courtyard. The messenger explains, this is to congratulate the former family head for raising a good son. Qin Feng single-handedly suppressed 100,000 warriors, killed a true dragon 4 realms above his level, and got personally appointed 3rd holy son. Dad's standing there like he's hearing a stranger's resume. Father can barely process it. Spirit Marshal 1st stage killed a Dao realm 5th stage dragon. Even Qin Hao next to him can only mutter that his brother's talent is unparalleled while internally recalculating every training goal he ever set. And then Dad catches himself. He's fighting back a smile so hard it looks like it physically hurts, and all he can manage is telling himself not to laugh. He snaps the treasure chest shut with violent speed, then immediately screams at the messengers to get lost, that he has no beastly son, that they should all leave. He's grabbing Qin Hao and putting on the performance of a lifetime because this man is a Sunder father operating at peak denial, and the door gets slammed so hard it nearly splinters. The messengers outside are genuinely confused. One asks what they should do, The lead says the message is delivered so they should go report back, and the other one hesitantly asks about all that gold and jewelry they just left inside. Because behind that closed door, Dad has already belly flopped onto the treasure pile, screaming that it's all his, while Kinhao stares at this grown man with absolute disappointment. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree with this family. Now we cut back to Kuizhu Peak, and Princess Nanfeng is sitting there in that red outfit, looking like she was specifically designed to make me lose focus on the actual plot. The moonlight, the flowers, the outfit, every pixel is a personal attack. Meanwhile, Qinfeng is deep in cultivation with the rabbit knocked out beside him, and blue energy is swirling everywhere because this fool just casually broke through to spirit martial realm. He credits the Buddha's relic he fused earlier, noting it continuously pumps out pure energy. Part feeds his heavenly dragon ability, and the rest just goes straight into powering breakthroughs like a renewable cultivation battery. The Chosen One literally crafted this treasure for him and doesn't even know it. Then he remembers something. He still has an entire dragon stored in his dimensional space that he hasn't dealt with yet, and the way he casually almost forgot about a whole dragon is deeply concerning. He stands up and Nanfeng immediately backs up, clutching herself and insisting she sells her skills, not her body. The way she jumped to that conclusion says everything about how little she trusts this man, and honestly she's right not to. And Qinfeng just leans in with the most menacing smirk imaginable and says, "What if I insist? The villain energy radiating from this single frame could power a small city." She whispers, "No, it's not allowed," and the system immediately rewards him 1,000 villain points for successfully scaring the Chosen One's beloved. This man makes money by breathing in her general direction. He keeps advancing and she keeps retreating, the height difference alone making this scene feel like a wolf cornering a rabbit. The energy in this room right now would get this Manhwa banned in 3 countries. He comments on how dark and windy it is tonight and that they're both single, and Nanfeng's eyes are squeezed shut as the system dings another 1,000 points. Is this a villain scheme or a pickup attempt? With Qinfeng, the answer is always both. Then he just picks up a cup of tea and downs it like nothing happened. He was never going to do anything. The whole performance was just farming villain points from her fear, and I genuinely can't tell if that's better or worse. He casually tells her to go to bed early because tomorrow has new tricks, and the system hands him yet another 1,000 points as he walks out. She's standing there in that red outfit looking genuinely relieved, and the passive income stream continues uninterrupted. Outside, he stretches under the night sky and wonders who he should find to deal with that dragon in his storage space. Most people worry about what to eat for dinner. Qinfeng worries about dragon logistics, and right on cue, someone shows up under the moonlight. It's Ziyuan, the moon goddess's niece, complaining that now that he has his own Kuizhu Peak, he's forgotten all about visiting Moon God Palace. She calls herself Sister Moon Goddess, and the possessiveness is radiating. Qinfeng doesn't miss a beat. He tells her he's been saying since childhood that he wants to repay her life-saving grace with his body. The delivery is so smooth it should be classified as a weapon. Ziyuan calls him mischievous while blushing, then pouts that he's always thinking about her aunt, and doesn't he know she's easy to flirt with too. The niece is fighting for screen time against her own family member, and honestly the competition is fierce on both sides, but she drops the playful act and gets serious. Tomorrow morning he needs to come with her to Tianhong Academy because the 6 emperor deities have personally arranged a master for him. And the way she's drawn right now with those eyes in the moonlight is making it very difficult to focus on the exposition. Qinfeng's interest is immediately piqued. Meet who? She explains this person is the most knowledgeable figure in the entire Yin Yai dynasty. Chess, calligraphy, painting, martial arts, alchemy, artifact forging, runes, even special physiques. Qinfeng guesses Emperor Shu, and the way he figured it out instantly tells you this idiot actually pays attention when it matters. Ziyuan is shocked he guessed correctly, and he just laughs, saying it's because he's also knowledgeable. The narcissism levels on this man are clinically fascinating, but Qinfeng brings up the real question. Emperor Shu is disabled, so why would the 6 emperor deities assign him as a master? Ziyuan wraps herself in a red cloak and explains they see potential in Qinfeng to stimulate Emperor Shu's comeback. So basically he's being assigned as motivational therapy for a washed-up legend. Qinfeng processes this for exactly half a second before asking how exactly he's supposed to stimulate someone. And then his brain takes the worst possible detour as he imagines himself cross-dressing to seduce Emperor Zhu. The mental image he's conjuring with that outfit and pose would absolutely get this scene flagged by content moderation. He screams that if they want him to do that, it'll cost extra, and the sheer panic on his face is the funniest thing this episode has produced so far. But now we flash back 100 years and suddenly Emperor Shu's past unfolds. Back in the day, this man was a bona fide celebrity. Women screaming his name, confessing their love, collecting his poetry. He was the original K-pop idol of the cultivation world. The narration paints him as one of the 4 outstanding figures of the ancient wilderness. Profound knowledge, devastating looks, terrifying power. The complete package, walking around with a fan looking like he was specifically manufactured to make other men feel inadequate. Then he met a woman and they privately pledged eternal love under cherry blossoms because of course they did. She's gorgeous, green dress, gentle smile, and Emperor Shu actually looks happy for the first and probably last time in this story. She gave birth to their son, but the servants took one look and started screaming that it was a monster. Because his wife was a demon with deer antlers, and their kid inherited the non-human features. The fairy tale just smashed headfirst into racism. Emperor Shu shows up with a sword and an entourage, muttering that she shouldn't have lied to him. Whether she hid her demon identity or he knew and is crumbling under pressure isn't clear yet, but his followers have already drawn their blades. She holds up their baby boy and begs him to look at how cute their child is, how peacefully he sleeps, while a sword is literally inches from her face. This is one of the most genuinely heartbreaking panels in this entire series. His followers pile on the pressure. Humans and demons walk different paths. The child is a half-monster who'll be despised by both sides, and Emperor Xu needs to stop persisting in his mistake. They're giving him an ultimatum and the weight of it is crushing him visibly. She pleads with everything she has. Even if the child is half-monster, as long as they stay together as a family they can protect him. The desperation in her voice is the kind that would break anyone with a functioning heart. And Emperor Xu's face tells you everything. Tears streaming, jaw clenched, eyes full of a pain that has no clean answer. This man is being torn apart between the world he belongs to and the family he built. He makes his choice. He uses his power to rip the baby from her arms and she screams for him to stop. This is the worst possible outcome and it's happening in real time. He drives a blade into the red bundle holding his own child and the blood spatters across his white robes. Emperor Xu just did something unforgivable and every single person watching this knows it. The baby's body hits the ground still wrapped in that red cloth, now soaked through with blood. The mother collapses to her knees, reaching for the tiny body. She's trembling over the bloody remains of her child and the image alone is enough to make you want to reach into the screen and end Emperor Xu's entire existence. And something inside her snaps. Her true form erupts, a massive deer spirit blazing behind her with eyes burning green, and the rage pouring off this woman could level a mountain range. You do not touch a mother's child and live to brag about it. But the aftermath is somehow even worse. His followers casually announce the demon has been eliminated and walk away talking about how family matters are difficult. They just watched a man destroy his own family and treated it like a boring errand. She stands before him bleeding, broken, and declares that today they sever all ties. Their paths are irreconcilable from this moment forward. The love story officially ended in the most devastating way possible. She grabs his sword with her bare hands, blood running down the blade, and the fury in her eyes makes it clear she's considering using it on him right here. Emperor Xu closes his eyes and tells her to do it, that this is what he owes her. He's offering his life as payment, and the worst part is he probably means it. She stands there shaking with rage, tears mixing with blood, and every fiber of her being wants to take his head off. The restraint happening in this moment is superhuman. Instead, she says this is the last time she'll love him and drives the sword into the ground at his feet. She chose mercy, and somehow that hits harder than if she'd actually killed him. Emperor Xi watches her walk away into the forest, the sword still vibrating in the earth beside him, and he doesn't move a single muscle to stop her. Word got out fast, and the public turned on him overnight. People calling him heartless, cruel, disgusting scum. The idol who was loved by everyone became the most hated man in the realm. Someone nails him in the head with an egg and screams to look at what he's become. The man who once had women confessing their love now gets pelted with produce. That's the most brutal fall from grace I've seen in this entire series. He walks through the crowd covered in food with dead eyes, eggs still dripping from his hair, and says nothing. This is a man who already killed himself inside. The crowd pelts him with vegetables, and the narration tells us that the once proud Emperor Xu secluded himself after this, drowning in alcohol and wasting away for nearly 100 years. One decision turned a legend into a cautionary tale. Would you feel sorry for him, or does he deserve every rotten tomato? Back in the present at Kuizu Peak, Ziyuan asks if Emperor Xu must be full of regrets. Meanwhile, Qinfeng is internally panicking because as a self-proclaimed anime fan who loves catgirls and fox spirits, being associated with a guy who killed his half-demon son feels like career poison. Then his eyes drift to the window where Nanfeng is sitting inside looking phenomenal in that red outfit, and this degenerate immediately starts thinking about making her cosplay as a catgirl tomorrow. The emotional whiplash from tragic backstory to villain Gunnar planning gave me neck damage. Ziyuan notices he's gone silent and asks why he isn't responding, standing there in the moonlight looking distractingly pretty with that pink hair cascading everywhere. She catches him staring at Nanfeng through the window and immediately erupts. She begged her aunt for half a day to get permission to stay at Kuiju Peak, and this fool is looking at another woman right in front of her face. The jealousy activated at light speed. She swings at him and connects clean. But Qinfeng recovers by pinning her down and asking if she'd prefer he just look at her instead. And the way he's hovering over her right now is making this a very different kind of scene than either of them planned. Ziyuan's face goes completely red as she murmurs you. This guy, and every ounce of anger just evaporated into pure flustered energy. She is not built to resist this man's counterattacks. Then Qinfeng yawns and says he's tired, like he didn't just ruin this girl's entire emotional defense system 3 seconds ago. Ziyuan extends her hand with those gorgeous eyes and says, let's go back and sleep. And between the outfit, the expression, and the pink hair catching the light, I need to file a formal complaint with the art department for what they're doing to me right now. He takes her hand, and the pink sparkles flooding the frame make this look like a romance manga that accidentally wandered into a villain cultivation story. She smiles with her eyes closed and says okay with the purest expression we've seen from anyone in this entire manhwa. Protect this woman at all costs. And then we cut to them actually sharing a bed, tucked under the covers together, and Qinfeng, you lucky, undeserving, scheming degenerate. Having a princess in the guest room and a goddess's niece in your actual bed is a flex that should be mathematically impossible. Ziyuan lies there thinking about how her annoying little brother is really different from her, wondering why her aunt specifically let her stay instead of Nanfeng. She's trying to figure out if she's special or just convenient, and the vulnerability in that thought makes her 10 times more endearing. She drifts off to sleep with the most peaceful expression, pink hair spread across the pillow, and this might genuinely be the softest moment this manhwa has ever given us. Meanwhile, the rabbit is sitting outside sipping tea and commentating that this situation is complicated. Sleeping soundly with a beauty around isn't right. Well, it's not that it's not right, it's just not possible. Even the pet is questioning Qinfeng's restraint, and honestly same. Now the scene shifts to the Blue Demon Palace, specifically Yulan's room. and she's stepping out of her clothes near a wooden bath, and the artist chose this exact moment to remind everyone why Princess Yulan lives rent-free in the audience's collective consciousness. That silver hair alone could stop traffic. Her silhouette through the curtains as she lowers into the water is doing things to the viewer retention rate that analytics teams dream about. She settles into the bath, and the way the water catches the light around her is proof that whoever drew this panel knew exactly what they were doing and did it with zero remorse. I am being fed and I am grateful. She mentions feeling a dull pain in her waist ever since returning from the life and death battlefield and asks her attendant to bring a mirror. Something's off, and given what Qin Feng did to her during that fight, it's probably nothing good. She checks her reflection and examines her back in the mirror while still very much undressed, and I would like to formally volunteer as the mirror in this scenario. She stands up with just a towel barely covering what it needs to cover, water still dripping everywhere, and whatever she found on her body has her full attention. But I'll be honest, she does not have mine. My attention is elsewhere entirely. And then the rage hits. She screams that she won't let Qin Feng get away with whatever he did to her. Whatever mark or injury she discovered, it traces right back to our boy, and she is absolutely livid about it. Meanwhile, at Guizhou Peak, the system casually notifies Qin Feng of 100,000 villain points for successfully humiliating the chosen woman, and this fool lying in bed half asleep just wonders if Yulan has been home long enough to take a bath. He doesn't even know what he did yet, and he's already profiting off it. The passive income villain empire never sleeps. So the next morning, this fool rolls up to Tianheng Academy with his whole entourage and has the nerve to ask if this is really the legendary academy, like he's checking into a hotel. And the interior is genuinely impressive. All golden lattice ceilings and polished wood that screams old money institution. But Qin Feng takes one look around and goes, "It seems similar to other academies, like this ungrateful brat just walked into Harvard and called it community college." The students behind him immediately clock his cultivation level and start whispering, "Spiritual martial realm," because apparently that's unheard of around here. Turns out in the entire history of Tianheng Academy, no student has ever been in the spiritual martial realm, and they identify him as the third holy son, Qin Feng. This idiot walked into the building already over-leveled. Two students exchange glances and say the third holy son is here. Now there's something interesting to watch. And honestly, same, because whenever this man enters a building, chaos follows within 60 seconds. And they didn't even have to wait, because a blade of ice cuts through the air with Yulan's voice screaming his name like a declaration of war. But instead of flinching, this absolute psychopath lights up like Christmas morning, screams her name right back, and starts internally calculating that since he just broke through to second level, he might be able to push for third level tonight. She's trying to kill him, and he's doing XP math. He catches her ice attack barehanded with a spiritual barrier, and the sheer audacity of blocking that with his palm alone has the entire room frozen in place. Ice pillars erupt from the floor around him like the academy just turned into a glacier, and Qin Feng is riding the explosion like it's a warm breeze. He grins and mutters, still the profound yin constitution, because to this maniac her lethal ice attacks aren't a threat. Then he launches himself toward her, screaming, "My precious, I'm here," like a man reuniting with his long-lost soulmate, except his soulmate is actively trying to dismember him. The students watching are losing their minds, asking what kind of monster charges headfirst into an ice attack like that, and one of them taps his own forehead, wondering if Qin Feng is wired differently upstairs. The entire academy hall detonates in a flash of ice and lights so bright even the bystanders are getting frozen into collateral damage. Nanfeng watches in shock, wondering how many trump cards this freak still has hidden, while Ziyuan is just clapping and cheering little brother. Amazing. And even the rabbit looks like it's about to evolve from the sheer pressure. And then this degenerate closes the distance on Yulan and plants one right on her, and her face, going from murderous to completely short-circuited, is the funniest power shift I've witnessed in 34 chapters. The system congratulates him for taking advantage of the chosen woman and deposits another 100,000 villain points. Yulan's soul has visibly left her body as she stares in chibi mode horror at what just happened to her in front of the entire student body. Meanwhile, Xian erupts because she grew up with Qin Feng since childhood, and he never once kissed her, but he's gone and kissed two outsiders, and the jealousy radiating off this girl could melt the ice he just created. The rabbit is literally writing in its diary that in the year whatever, this rabbit endured pain it shouldn't have at its age and demands 20 carats in compensation. Even the pet needs therapy from proximity to Qin Feng. Yulan screams, "Let me go," and the way the artist drew this struggle is doing things to my circulatory system that no medical professional would approve of, because she is beyond stacked, and furious is her best look. Qin Feng exhales like he just finished a spa treatment, standing among the ice pillars while the narration confirms that the profound yin constitution actually strengthened his heavenly tyrant body. She literally powered him up by trying to kill him. Yulan swings her sword at him with actual lethal intent, yelling, "Watch the blade," and the way her outfit flows during combat is criminal. He gets inside her guard effortlessly, and Yulan's face shifts from fury to genuine confusion, because nothing she throws at this man sticks, and he's just smirking the whole time. She stumbles back, clutching her robes together, going, you, and the system casually drops another 100,000 villain points for bullying the chosen woman while she sits there looking like a masterpiece of flustered silver-haired perfection. But then the energy in the academy shifts completely as Emperor Shi walks through the hall carrying his wine jug, ice melting around his feet, and every student stares at this disheveled legend like they're seeing a ghost. And apparently Emperor Xu reeks, because everyone is gagging and running while Nanfeng watches from the side, wondering what exactly she signed up for when she agreed to bring Qin Feng here. Nanfeng, looking absolutely devastating in that red outfit with the plunging neckline, asks Emperor Xu how long he plans to keep messing around while casually blasting him with energy because she's tired of babysitting legends. Chibi Yulan is still seething, swearing she's not done with Qin Feng. while Chibi Qinfeng sheepishly says just a little like he didn't just publicly violate her personal space in front of the whole academy. Qianfeng straightens up and greets Nanfeng as Moon Goddess sister, and her walking alongside him in that red outfit is the kind of visual pairing that makes you forget there's an actual plot happening. He gets his first real look at Emperor Zhu up close, this washed-up legend chugging wine with dead eyes, and wonders aloud if this is really one of the 4 outstanding figures of the ancient wilderness. Nanfeng tells Emperor Zhu the emperor sent her to deliver a message, that he found a promising disciple and wants to know if Zhu is interested, and the Moon Goddess's cleavage in this scene is so distracting that I genuinely missed the dialogue the first time. Emperor Zhu squints through his hangover haze and asks what weapon the disciple uses, because even washed up and covered in booze this man still has standards apparently. Qianfeng clasps his hands politely and tells the senior that the junior uses cheats, and the casual honesty of this confession with that serene smile is the most disrespectful thing anyone said to Emperor Zhu since the egg incident. Emperor Zhu's brain visibly buffers as he mutters twisted melon with the most confused chibi expression because he genuinely cannot process what this kid just said to him. Ziyuan steps in looking gorgeous in that lavender outfit and tells Qinfeng to stop talking nonsense to the senior before he actually blows this whole recruitment. So Ziyuan starts reading off Qinfeng's resume, and it goes level 2 sword breath, invincible sword heart, 2 god level sword techniques, ancient double pupils, supreme bones, god level Buddhist technique, and oh yeah, he killed a dragon. The emperor himself said only the first scholar of the Yin Moon dynasty could handle teaching this walking cheat code. Emperor Xu's eyes sharpen for the first time since we've seen him sober, and you can tell the gears are finally turning behind that hangover. But he just takes another swig of wine and says he hasn't even taught himself well, let alone has the qualifications to teach others, because this man committed to being a failure the same way Qinfeng committed to being a menace. He barks at everyone to go back, and Nanfeng sighs that they'll have to let the emperor find another master for Qinfeng, because Emperor Xu would rather die drunk than pick up responsibility again. But Qinfeng puts his hand on Emperor Xu's chest and tells him to wait because this manipulative genius just got an idea. He tells Emperor Zhu with a straight face that actually he just wants to learn from his life of failure, and the chibi reactions from Nanfeng and Ziyuan in the background tell you everything about how nuclear that statement was. Then this clown starts flexing every single ability he has, explains how he mastered a god-level technique at birth, broke through realms before kindergarten, and now life is just too smooth for him. Can you understand this kind of pain? He's speedrunning the world's most insufferable humble brag. Emperor Xu just stands there clutching his wine jug, unable to form a complete sentence because nobody in 100 years of isolation has ever had the audacity to approach him like this. Qinfeng drops to his knees begging to stay by Emperor Xu's side, drink every day, live aimlessly, and waste his life together, while Nanfeng grabs her own head, realizing her mistake was underestimating this kid's talent for psychological warfare. Chibi Ziyuan and Nanfeng grab each other because they can feel Emperor Xu's rage building, and Nanfeng warns they're about to get launched out of the building. But instead, Emperor Xu just says whatever you say, and Qinfeng immediately responds, "Okay, master," and I genuinely cannot tell if this ancient legend got manipulated or if he's so dead inside he just stopped caring. Qinfeng turns around with the most villainous grin and a thumbs up, declaring the plan is a go, because getting rejected by a hermit legend and turning it into an apprenticeship through pure trolling is honestly the most Qinfeng thing possible. Ziyan and Nanfeng stare with their jaws on the floor, asking if it's really come to this because they just witnessed social engineering at its absolute peak. Back outside, Qinfeng notices people gathering near the academy gates, and something about the commotion catches his attention. Nanfeng announces that the apprenticeship matter is settled, so she's heading back, and tells Qinfeng to study diligently and not neglect his work. She's giving full responsible older sister energy while her outfit is giving anything but responsible. Qinfeng waves goodbye with that carefree smirk, saying he understands. Sister Moon Goddess like a kid whose mom just dropped him off at summer camp. But then Ziwan pipes up telling her aunt she wants to study at Tianhong Academy too. And this girl's motivation is about as academic as a heart-shaped notebook with Qinfeng's name written all over it. Nanfeng drops some surprisingly wise aunt advice about enduring feelings and giving him space, then says her rabbit will keep Zayuan company in her place, and the little furball looks quietly resigned to its fate. Now here's where things get interesting, because as Qinfeng walks through town, he notices a crowd forming around him. Some guy named Chen San from the Chen family introduces himself and offers to serve Qinfeng with the immortal slave seal, then presents his younger sister Kexen like a welcome gift, and she has this cute bashful energy that tells you she was absolutely not consulted about this plan. Qinfeng raises an eyebrow with that predatory smirk and asks, "What's this? Are you giving your sister to me?" because obviously that's the first thing his brain registers. Chen San starts sweating bullets, stammering that if he can serve the Holy Sun and be marked with the slave seal, then his younger sister, and he trails off because even he realizes mid-sentence how this sounds. But Qinfeng shuts it down flat, saying the sister wants to take advantage of him while the brother freeloads off his spiritual power, and this sibling duo thinks way too highly of themselves. The villain system trained his scam detection perfectly. He stands alone in a wide courtyard, suddenly asking where is she, because his brain has already moved on from random NPCs to the main quest target. And there she is. Yulan standing in the distance with that silver hair catching the light, and Qinfeng's face lights up like he just found the last save point before a boss fight. He slides up behind her with a casual "Hi, nice to see you again," and the sheer nerve of approaching a woman who tried to decapitate him 20 minutes ago with small talk energy deserves some kind of award. Yulan immediately flares up, telling him to step aside while Qinfeng is doing mental math because he's only 3,000 villain points away from 500,000, and this woman is basically his ATM with anger issues. She grabs him by the collar demanding to know what he wants, and he has the audacity to ask with those innocent eyes if she'll get angry if he tells her. Would she get angry? This man has a death wish wrapped in a flirting strategy. Yulan's power erupts around her with ice energy swirling everywhere as she starts trembling out the words "I'm in the way this woman looks" while threatening murder should be classified as a controlled substance. Absolutely divine from head to toe. Really angry, she finishes, and she launches at him with enough force to level a building. But he reads her movement perfectly and reaches for her with that calculated composure as her eyes widen because she already knows what's about to happen and she can't stop the momentum. He catches her mid-charge and pulls her into his arms, asking, "Do you like me? Why do you keep bumping into me?" And the system goes absolutely feral. Yulan shoves herself free, snapping, "Who likes you?" while her face is crimson enough to match Nanfang's outfit, and the system casually deposits another 100,000 points. She stumbles backward with her robes swirling, and you can see her composure physically cracking at the foundation level. But even flustered and fuming, she manages to get up close to him with her fist clenched. "And I need to be transparent with you right now." Yulan, looking furious from this angle, with that blush and those eyes, is doing irreversible damage to me personally. He just tilts his head with the softest "really," and that one word with that smirk is doing more emotional damage to Yulan than any sword technique in the entire cultivation world. Half a month later, and Qin Feng is slumped under a tree surrounded by empty wine jugs next to a massive crater in the ground. And this fool looks like he's been living his best degenerate life out here. Emperor Zhu shows up and immediately starts questioning how this kid broke through to spiritual martial 7th level in half a month while simultaneously destroying his own foundation by getting hammered every single day. He tries to wake the kid up, saying he can't go on like this, but Qin Feng is completely passed out against the tree, still clutching his cup like it's more important than any cultivation technique. Qin Feng cracks one eye open and asks, "Go on like what?" while internally noting that Emperor Zhu's homemade wine actually promotes the evolution of his heavenly tyrant body. So this whole drinking binge was a training montage. Genius disguised as alcoholism. Emperor Xu barks, "Stand up," and reaches down to yank this disaster student off the ground, because even a 100-year-old drunk has limits on watching someone waste potential. But Qin Feng grabs his robe with a scheming grin and says, "If you really feel guilty, do me a favor," because every single interaction this man has is a transaction waiting to happen. He opens a spatial portal and casually asks Emperor Zhu to help him deal with the big dragon in his storage, like he's asking someone to take out the trash. And out comes the dragon. A massive purple beast erupting from the portal, with energy shockwaves flattening the landscape and red eyes that say it has been waiting a very long time to express some complaints about its living situation. Emperor Zhu agrees to handle the dragon's body but looks genuinely concerned about Qin Feng's foundation, and it's weirdly touching that this washed-up hermit actually cares about the annoying kid who scammed his way into being his student. Qin Feng has already vanished, leaving behind only a dotted outline in the words "Thanks for the hospitality, goodbye," and Emperor Zhu screams, "My wine," because this brat stole his entire stash. The robbery was the plan the whole time. The dragon looms over Emperor Zhu, who just mutters "this kid," and you can feel the exact moment a legendary figure realizes he got played by a teenager. Back at Tianhong Academy, Yulan is in what appears to be a private room, clutching her outfit together and screaming at Qin Feng to get out, and the view we're getting right now is making me understand on a cellular level why this man keeps coming back for more punishment. Close up on her flustered face and the way she's holding her clothes together with those blue eyes shooting daggers, and I want every single person who designed this character to know they have personally compromised my ability to function. This lunatic is dangling a piece of embroidered cloth on his finger, asking why her craftsmanship is getting worse, and the system rewards another 100,000 villain points because he's been doing this regularly enough to notice quality decline. He's a serial undergarment thief. Yulan goes absolutely ballistic, explaining that those private items are hand-embroidered by the woman herself, and he steals one every single day, so her production line literally cannot keep up with his theft rate. This is the most unhinged villain system grind strategy I have ever witnessed. And Qin Feng, caught red-handed, fires back with "Can the affairs of a scholar be called stealing?" And Yulan's dead-eyed response of "You, a scholar," hits with the comedic timing of a professional comedian. She's absolutely right. Yulan's close-up as she spits out a disgusted "Bah," with that blush creeping across her face, is somehow simultaneously the most hostile and attractive expression this manhwa has produced, and I am being fed at a banquet that never ends. She warns him that if he keeps this up, she won't be polite, and he immediately fires back with "How about that?" daring her to follow through because escalation is his love language. He slams his fist against the wall behind her in a textbook kabadon, and Yulan looks up at him from that angle with those wide blue eyes, and something in her expression shifts from anger to something way more dangerous. Their faces are inches apart, and Qin Feng's internal monologue short-circuits because she's not resisting and the system isn't giving him villain points, and that combination means something that his villain-optimized brain is very slow to process. Then the realization hits him like a truck. Wait, could she be after my beauty? This man just spent the entire scene harassing the strongest chosen woman alive. He pulls back with the coldest expression, declaring trying to take advantage of me without a reward is a fantasy, while Yulan stands behind him with question marks floating over her head. And honestly, is this the biggest fumble or the greatest bait in cultivation history? You tell me. So after that masterclass in romantic self-sabotage, this fool sits down to do some accounting and realizes he's sitting on over 1,000,000 villain points from all that harassment and theft. And without a second of hesitation, he slams that purchase button like he's speedrunning a gacha game. Pops 2 foundation pills into his mouth, and just like that, he's jumping going from 7th layer straight to 9th layer of the spirit martial realm because progress in this world is literally pay to win. The next day rolls around at the academy and this moron's already cooking up his next scheme. Someone knocks on his door and he gives the most unbothered enter you've ever heard from a man who stole an entire wine collection 24 hours ago. And in walks this absolute vision of a woman carrying a plate of jujubes like she's room service at a 5-star establishment, and that red outfit is leaving approximately nothing to the imagination, so I need a second here. She hands him the plate and this idiot doesn't even acknowledge the view, just immediately pivots to business, asking when the Tianzi students captured by the Yin Moon Empire are getting released because the 15-day deadline is up. Then he takes a bite of a jujube, makes a face, and tells her to go wash them because these are dirty. She goes wide-eyed asking what he just said and he repeats it louder like she's hard of hearing. Wash. She snaps that she's the princess of the great Xia Empire and this clown just shrugs like it's just washing some fruit. What's the big deal? And the absolute disrespect differential between these two is astronomical. Now here's the context. This woman was her father's most favored princess, sent to observe the life and death elimination competition, and instead she ended up with her subordinates imprisoned and her top guy Fang Chang missing. And let me tell you, the way this outfit frames every single frustration she has is genuinely criminal. She goes off about how a dignified princess has been treated like a personal maid and the system just casually double dips 1,000 villain points twice for scaring the princess because apparently even her emotional breakdown generates income. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is standing there genuinely confused because the word wash apparently has some other connotation and this fool is just now putting together that she might have misunderstood him spectacularly. He holds up the actual jujube fruit and tells her to stop crying because this is literally what he asked her to wash, and then roasts her for having a filthy mind all day long. He dismisses her back to the inn, and the second she's gone, this con artist mutters to himself that it's time to go extort some money again because the grind never sleeps. Cut to the Yin Moon Empire prison, which honestly looks way too nice for a place that holds captives, but sure. The prison guard asks if he's really releasing the Tianzi students, and this scammer answers yes. Holy son, like he has every right to be here. He smooth talks the keys right out of the guard's hands, claiming the emperor sent him, then internally celebrates that his walking ATMs almost escaped before he could cash them in. He opens the cells and announces their releases thanks to the blessings of Princess Nanfeng, and the prisoners immediately lose their minds with gratitude. These poor dudes are gripping the bars, screaming finally rescued and praising Nanfeng's name without any idea what's about to happen to their bank accounts. Because here it comes, Qin Feng raises one finger and says he never helps for free. 1 million spirit stones per head please, and their faces collectively shatter. He leans in and explains their princess begged him to save them and served him at Kuizu Peak for 15 whole days. So are they really going to be stingy with a measly million stones? The manipulation is so layered it should require a license. The students explode. You took advantage of the princess in her difficult time? How shameless. They're threatening to report everything to the emperor, and honestly their loyalty is admirable even if their leverage is non-existent. But Qin Feng stays calm and flips the entire narrative on them. You acted impulsively, failed to protect her, and the princess had to sacrifice herself to ensure your safety. If word of this gets out, he doesn't even need to finish the sentence. One look at their faces tells you the threat landed perfectly, and just like that they're pledging to keep the million stones a secret and protect the princess's honor with their lives, completely manipulated into thinking they're the noble ones for paying a ransom that shouldn't exist. Qin Feng pats one of them on the shoulder like a proud father and tells them the princess has been waiting, and these fools genuinely think he's a good person right now. He walks away holding a fat bag of spirit stones and muses that information asymmetry works in every era. This man just invented insider trading for the cultivation world. Then this fool stops at a meat bun shop because apparently scamming an entire prison's worth of people works up an appetite. But while he's waiting, he overhears locals gossiping about a string of massacres across several cities, and the prime suspect is apparently Fang Chang, that disciple from Great Xia's Tianzi that the princess was looking for. The locals warn each other to keep it down because those Tianzi disciples have powerful families and one wrong word could start a war. But Qin Feng locks onto that name. A woman in the crowd says even if you can't accept it, you have to endure it because the Great Xia Empire and Yin Moon Empire haven't officially torn each other apart yet, and patience is the real weapon here. Qin Feng chews his meat bun and processes this. Fang Chang, the same guy the princess said was missing, is apparently out there painting entire cities red. One thought becomes a devil, one thought becomes a Buddha. Keep an eye on this thread. He heads back to his place and his servants greet him at the gate like he's been gone for months, instead of a couple hours. But then one of them drops the update he didn't see coming. Miss Ziyuan is here. And this idiot immediately shifts into a full sprint, declaring he's going to see her while his servants trip over themselves trying to keep up because apparently Ziyuan showing up unannounced activates fight or flight in everyone involved. He pauses mid-step and looks back at his servant. The servant gives him the most knowing look imaginable and asks if he's been flirting with unmarried girls again because that is apparently a recurring incident in this household. Chibi Qin Feng goes absolutely ballistic denying it, claiming he inherited some noble legacy of acting without forcing. And the fact that his own staff immediately assumes the worst tells you everything about this man's track record. He straightens up and says he'll go see what she wants while his servants exchange the most skeptical glances in cultivation history. His footsteps hit the ground with purpose as he approaches Ziyuan's room, and he opens the door to find Ziyuan absolutely demolishing the furniture, smashing vases and tossing everything she can grab, and he just stands there like why is she redecorating with violence? She whips around and hurls something at his face, screaming that he actually has the nerve to come back. and the outfit she's wearing while committing property damage is genuinely unfair to my cardiovascular system. He catches the pillow with one hand in the most unbothered expression on earth, because this man fights women trying to murder him on a daily basis, so throne bedding barely registers. She screams at him about his expression, threatens to tell her aunt, and listen, this pink-haired disaster wrapped in that lavender outfit with those blue eyes is serving absolute menace energy while looking like that, which should be federally prohibited. But then Qin Feng's entire demeanor shifts cold, and he says 4 words that freeze the room. You are not Ziyuan. She tries to play dumb, backing up with those wide eyes, claiming she doesn't understand, but the panic is already leaking through the performance. Qin Feng drops a single really and unleashes his aura like he's about to redecorate this room with something other than furniture. The imposter drops the act completely and detonates their own power, blowing the whole house apart with cyan energy that rips through the walls. Close up on her face, and the shock is real because whatever Qin Feng just showed her was way beyond what she expected from a kid at the spirit martial realm. She acknowledges his reputation as the first genius of the ancient times and admits he's formidable, but she's here for the Dragon Core and the Buddha's relics. Qin Feng smirks with the most villainous energy he's ever channeled and says he's always been the one taking treasures from others. Nobody has ever taken anything from him, and that line right there is the hardest thing anyone in this manhwa has ever said. I will die defending that claim. The imposter smiles back with dark energy swirling behind her and says, is that so? Then let me see what cards you're still holding. And the way she looks while issuing a death threat is making my brain fight itself. She demands he reveal his true strength with sparkles in her eyes like she's asking for a present instead of starting a death match. And this absolute fraud of a protagonist turns chibi and starts sprinting away screaming, Moon Goddess save me, because apparently his true strength was cardio all along. The imposter's face goes blank with the most adorable confusion because she was genuinely ready for an epic battle and instead got a man hitting Mach 3 in the opposite direction. His servants see him torpedo past screaming for help, and one of them says it looks like the boss got beaten up and asks what they should do. The other says run with him so he doesn't lose face alone. Now the whole squad is running and screaming help and murder in perfect synchronization because team loyalty in this household apparently means fleeing together. The imposter watches them scatter and scoffs that running when you can't win is actually pretty smart, which is simultaneously a compliment and the most condescending thing you can say to someone retreating at terminal velocity. She sends out a swarm of bats and promises he can run today but he can't hide forever, and honestly this woman standing there surrounded by dark energy and creatures of the night is giving the most unhinged ex-girlfriend aura I've ever witnessed in fiction. 15 minutes later, and this tactical genius is hiding behind a wall with his 2 servants stacked on top of each other asking if the coast is clear like they're playing the world's most pathetic game of hide and seek. One of the servants catches a bat and explains this is the variable demon king, a shapeshifter who can transform into literally anything. They creep back inside and the rabbit is sitting there singing the most disturbing nursery rhyme about cutting arteries and veins while holding a carrot, and if that doesn't set off every alarm in your body, I don't know what will. Qin Feng's eyes narrow because if the variable demon king can transform into anything, then literally nothing around him can be trusted right now. He draws his sword in one fluid motion with killing intent radiating off him like heat off asphalt, and he points the blade directly at the rabbit, asking point blank, confess, are you the variable demon king in disguise? The rabbit freezes mid-carrot and screams that it doesn't even know what a variable demon king is because it's just a regular rabbit from Bougie Dao. Qin Feng isn't buying it. He looms over the rabbit and demands it prove it's actually a rabbit, which is genuinely the most insane interrogation premise I've ever heard. He and his servant crack their knuckles with dark energy boiling behind them saying they advise the rabbit to prove its identity, or else, and this is unquestionably the most threatened a small animal has ever been in cultivation fiction. The rabbit panics so hard it can only repeat the word rabbit over and over while trembling, which honestly could go either way as evidence. But then its eyes light up with actual spiritual energy and it starts reciting ancient poetry about mountains and streams as some kind of identity verification technique. Qin Feng's eyes widen as the rabbit completes the verse and he responds with the counterphrase asking who are you, because apparently these two have a secret code system that only the real rabbit would know. The rabbit goes full main character mode, throws on sunglasses, and delivers the most unnecessarily elaborate introduction complete with address, driving record, and elementary school credentials. Qin Feng slaps his forehead in relief because only his actual rabbit would be this ridiculous, and he's genuinely happy to confirm it's the real one. Then the rabbit immediately pulls out a complaint ledger and starts reading off damages. Year whatever, my rabbit was scared half to death by Qin Feng and demands compensation of 10 carats. But then a burst of purple energy explodes through the bamboo forest outside and the reunion comedy hour is officially over. Both servants catch a whiff of something and immediately get suspicious because whatever just rolled through the air smells way too good for something that might kill you. And then the red scarf servant's face contorts with this intense look that tells you something just hit his system that was not supposed to be there. He stumbles and collapses with his body going unstable, shouting that the air itself is toxic. Qin Feng and the rabbit both repeat the word toxic with genuine confusion because neither of them is feeling anything, which means either they're immune or something very specific just happened. A swarm of bats floods through the window and behind them emerges a masked figure cloaked in black with one visible eye that radiates pure malice because the variable demon king just made a house call. The demon king boasts about the useless to shout loud technique, a poison so potent that even Dao realm cultivators become completely powerless and screaming for help won't save anyone. Qin Feng pauses on that last part. Shouting loud won't help. He repeats it like he's filing a patent application in his head right now, and his servant on the floor confirms it. Indeed, shouting won't do a thing, even if you play around. This poison is the real deal. Chibi Qin Feng turns to the Demon King and with the flattest possible delivery asks, can you at least respect your own potent poison, because the villain is getting more upset about being ignored than the heroes are about being poisoned. The Demon King doubles down, insisting this is the #1 poison in the world and demanding Qin Feng hand over the Buddha's relic and dragon core or watch his people stay crippled permanently. Qin Feng tilts his head and calmly asks if this is really the #1 poison because he's pretty sure he could have both servants back on their feet within minutes. His servant on the ground looks up with absolute terror in his eyes, begging, boss, please don't. And whatever Qin Feng's idea of a cure is, this man has experienced it before and would apparently rather stay poisoned. Qin Feng crouches down next to his paralyzed servant and whispers, don't be afraid, life is short. There must be some experiences, just close your eyes and it'll be over in a blink. And the phrasing here is so catastrophically sus. And then he starts force-feeding the servant some kind of medicine from a glowing bottle, and the noises this man is making should not be allowed in a manhwa rated for general audiences. The rabbit jumps in to help by literally sitting on the servant's face and pouring the antidote directly into his open mouth like a bartender who's lost all professional boundaries. Both servants are writhing on the ground, making sounds that belong in a very different genre of content. And Qin Feng mutters, how could it be useless, because the antidote is apparently working. But the side effects are deeply concerning. He turns to the Demon King with the most calculated grin and admits the useless to shout loud technique is genuinely extraordinary. He'd love to make it his own, and bonus, this villain doesn't seem very smart, so this should be easy. He stands up to full height and drops the single coldest threat of the entire chapter. Even if I give you the dragon core and Buddha's relic, with my talent, how long do you think it takes before I surpass you? And with my personality, do you honestly think I'd let you live? The Demon King snaps, then I'll kill you now before any of that matters. But Qin Feng doesn't flinch. He asks with that trademark smirk whether the Demon King thinks the Moon Goddess would just let this slide. Then he stacks the threat higher. The Six Realms Emperor would hunt the Demon King down for the insult to the Yin Moon Empire alone. Kill him now and enjoy looking over your shoulder for the rest of eternity. The Demon King goes quiet, and this maniac leans forward, pats the variable Demon King on the shoulder and lectures about being less arrogant and thinking before acting, because apparently the experience of old folks like him is never wrong, and the villain's wide-eyed confusion at being lectured by his own hostage might be the funniest power reversal this entire series has produced. And now this absolute con artist pivots from threatening the Demon King to pitching him a business deal, asking how much combat power the relics would even give him, and suggesting they negotiate like adults. The Demon King, who literally broke in to rob this man, is now standing here with his arms crossed, genuinely considering the counteroffer. Qin Feng drops the pitch. Give me the full formula for the useless to shout loud poison and its antidote, and in return, he'll hand over the method to claim the position of Great Emperor. The Demon King nearly chokes. Meanwhile, his two servants are still face down on the floor, muttering that Fang Chang is in danger and everything is over, which Qin Feng is completely ignoring because he's mid-negotiation with a terrorist. The Demon King isn't stupid though. He accuses Qin Feng of stalling for the Moon Goddess to show up and save him, but this lunatic just smiles wider and confirms it with zero hesitation. That's right, the Great Emperor position. Then Qin Feng puts his hand on his chest and swears on his honor as a proper Confucian gentleman that he won't tell a single half lie, and the method is as simple as riding a horse, which is the most dangerous sentence any character in this series has ever spoken. The Demon King repeats it back to himself. As simple as riding a horse? And you can see behind those masked eyes the gears turning, because greed is a powerful motivator. Qin Feng leans in close and asks if the Demon King has ever heard of a very special destiny called the Six Emperors Play, and sparkles literally appear around them like this is a jewelry commercial instead of a hostage negotiation. The Demon King's entire body language shifts from predator to desperate customer as he demands to know who has this destiny. And Qin Feng's eyes go wide with genuine excitement because apparently the Demon King actually knows what the Six Emperors Play is, which means this con job just became significantly easier to pull off. So the deal is struck. Poison formula and antidote for the names of people with the Six Emperors Play destiny. They're literally exchanging papers like this is a real estate closing between a home invader and his victim. Both of them reading their slips of paper under the moonlight with satisfied little smirks, and I genuinely cannot tell who scammed whom harder because they both look like they won the lottery. The Demon King dissolves into a swarm of bats and dips, screaming that the Great Emperor position is his while flying through the door, and Qin Feng just watches him leave like a proud parent at graduation. Then this fool mutters to himself that he often finds it difficult to fit in with other villains because he's simply not crazy enough, and that might be the most delusional piece of self-reflection in the entire cultivation genre. Now keep your eye on this next part. The Demon King lands in the bamboo forest and unfolds the note Qin Feng gave him. And the name on the paper? Fang Chang. The Demon King has absolutely no idea who that is, surrounded by floating question marks like a man who just traded his most prized technique for a sticky note with a stranger's name on it. But here's where things get dark. Because wherever Fang Chang actually is, the entire city around him has been reduced to ash and corpses, and the sky is bleeding red. A demonic shadow is literally growing out of Fang Chang's body, whispering that he's damaged goods now, reminding him that Qin Feng humiliated him, that Princess Nanfeng abandoned him all because he's weak, and Fang Chang is begging himself not to kill again. The demon keeps pushing. Embrace the slaughter, gain endless power, and Fang Chang screams at it to shut up while clutching his own skull because this man is fighting a war inside his own head and losing badly. Footsteps approach the carnage, and the clawed feet hitting the wooden boards belong to exactly one person. The Demon King arrives at the massacre site, staring at the pile of bodies, and wonders aloud if this is the legendary person with the 6 emperors play destiny. Man or woman? He genuinely cannot tell from the wreckage. And here comes the internal crisis. Chibi Demon King is literally sweating, torn between his ambition to become emperor and his moral principles, which is a dilemma I did not expect a character named the variable Demon King to have. But greed wins. He gets that scheming look in his eye and says, how about this? Because apparently even demons have a price. Now we cut to the Blue Demon Palace, and this place is absolutely gorgeous with cyan energy spiraling around it like an enchanted castle from a theme park that could kill you. Inside, a silver-haired woman with elf-like features turns excitedly toward a set of doors because apparently her mother is finally coming out of seclusion, and I need to hold that thought because we are about to meet Mama. And she is absolutely fuming, swearing she'll make her mother teach Qin Feng a lesson, her face flushed with rage in that outfit that was clearly designed by someone who wanted me personally to struggle with where to focus my eyes. Back at Qin Feng's room in Kuju Feng, the whole squad is gathered around a table covered in loot, and someone called Big Dragon has already handled the preparations, and the gear on display is no joke. A golden longbow and a set of dragon-scale armor that's shimmering like it was forged by someone who actually cared about both defense stats and aesthetics. Qin Feng picks up the dragon-scale piece with genuine admiration and asks what part of the dragon went into making this thing because even he can tell it's extraordinary. The craftsman explains it's made from the soft scales of the dragon's abdomen and dragon tendons, enchanted with dragon blood, and wearing it lets you tank a full-force hit from a Dao Realm cultivator. That's not armor, that's a cheat code you can wear. Qin Feng's eyes turn into literal stars as he hugs the armor against his chest, repeating that it can withstand a Dao Realm attack, and this grown man is cradling dragon scale like a kid on Christmas morning. Here's the real kicker. The Kunlun's secret realm only lets prodigies under 30 enter, and basically nobody reaches Dao Realm before 30, meaning with this armor on, not a single person inside can scratch him. That's invincibility with a dress code. He's literally crying happy tears while squeezing the armor and calling it a great item. And the hearts floating around him confirm that Qin Feng's one true love isn't any of these women. He claims the armor for himself, obviously, and tosses the rest of the loot to his servants, who immediately start thanking the boss with the enthusiasm of employees who just got a holiday bonus in a recession. The servants are glowing, calling him the best boss in the world while clutching their new weapons, and Qin Feng drops some line about how a lesson taught them that soldiers without proper gear are just targets with morale. But then his brain pivots to strategy. He wants to save the longbow for someone named Bai Ri, and he's already thinking about recruiting a woman with great emperor qualifications using the immortal slave mark, and the fact that he calls this recruitment is deeply concerning. Problem is, he's out of immortal slave mark slots and needs to break through to Dao Realm to unlock 2 more. And the Kunlun secret realm is about to open, so this fool is on a timer. The white-robed master who crafted everything announces his work is done, and he'll be taking his leave with the quiet dignity of a man who just armed a sociopath and wants plausible deniability. Qin Feng watches as the master vanishes in a pillar of blue light, teleporting out of the room with the kind of exit that says I am too powerful to use a door. Qin Feng waves goodbye with a cheerful thanks, master, looking genuinely appreciative for once, which means he either respects this guy or he's buttering him up for the next order. Now he's getting suited up, fastening the dragon scale armor over his robes, and the detail on this thing is gorgeous enough to make me jealous of a fictional man's wardrobe. And because Qin Feng trusts nothing until it's been stress tested, he tells his servant to stab him with the halberd, full force, just to see if the armor actually works. This man treats his own body like a beta test. The red scarf servant is sweating bullets, asking if the boss is seriously trying to embarrass him because stabbing your employer is not usually in the job description. But before anyone gets impaled, a tiny paw slams down and the rabbit screeches for them to stop. The rabbit bursts in and announces that Big Boob's sister is here with company, and the fact that this animal has assigned nicknames based entirely on chest measurements is the most relatable thing any character in this series has done. The servant just blinks in total confusion, asking who Big Boob's sister is, and honestly, my guy, context clues, the nickname is extremely self-explanatory. From outside, someone is screaming for Qin Feng to come out, and 2 figures are standing in the courtyard looking like they've come to collect a very personal debt. And there she is. Silver hair cascading down, ice blue outfit that was engineered by the artist to personally test my self-control, and a figure that justifies the rabbit's naming convention beyond any reasonable argument. The Blue Demon Princess in full glory, and I am not surviving this panel. The rabbit fills Qin Feng in properly. She brought her whole Blue Demon crew to settle scores, and this idiot just smirks and says understood like he's about to handle customer service. So what does he do? He steps outside and immediately calls her Bao Bao, which means baby, and scolds her for not telling him in advance that her mother was visiting. This man walked into a confrontation and turned it into a domestic dispute. 3 women standing behind her all freeze simultaneously. One repeats the word Bao Bao in complete shock. Another whispers asking when these 2 got together. And this is the most devastating opening move in the history of cultivation arguments. Qin Feng adjusts his collar with his eyes closed and calmly addresses the situation. Moon Goddess, Blue Demon. Like he's taking attendance at a meeting where everyone wants him dead. Then he grabs her hand and gently asks if she's still angry, and the pink background with sparkles appearing around them tells me the artist has completely abandoned the action genre for this page. She snaps back that of course she's angry, her silver hair flying, in her outfit doing things that should require a permit, and even while furious she somehow looks like she was designed to derail every thought I have. Now here's where this absolute menace cranks the shamelessness to 11. He announces that he and Ziyuan are childhood sweethearts, and even if this woman wants to offer herself in gratitude for being saved, she can only be a concubine at best. The audacity of this sentence should be studied in universities. She fires back asking who on earth wants to be his concubine, flustered and indignant in a way that makes the artist's character design feel like a targeted attack on my ability to function. Those eyes, that expression, the way the outfit frames her collarbone. I'm in actual danger. She screams, "Don't drag me," while he physically tries to pull her closer, and he immediately backs off saying, okay, can you stop being angry, like a boyfriend who knows exactly which line not to cross and is tap dancing on it. And then, this man declares he's a responsible person, that he had to remove her clothes to detoxify her, and he'll take responsibility to the end, and that her giving him her belly band as a token of affection will remain their little secret. Every word out of his mouth is a felony disguised as chivalry. The two women in the background are having very different reactions. One is completely stunned and the other is genuinely impressed, murmuring that young people these days have such creative tricks, and this is now a spectator sport. She grabs him by the collar and demands to know who gave him a belly band as a token of affection. Her face inches from his, and the proximity combined with the anger combined with the outfit is testing every boundary this format allows. This degenerate dodges the question entirely by declaring that her love for him is like a surging river, continuous and endless, and she wishes to be with him at all times. He's narrating her emotions for her and she hasn't agreed to any of it. But then he tells her to restrain herself because Sister Moon and her mother are watching, and she's screaming that it's not like that while he looks away bashfully, and this is genuinely the most elaborate gaslighting a cultivation MC has ever performed in front of a live audience. Then this maniac pulls out actual physical belly bands and holds them up, asking then, "What are these?" And the Blue Demon Princess goes absolutely pale because the evidence is right there in his hands, and she has no exit strategy. She tries to brush it off, claiming it's just a necessary gift while looking away, but the woman in the red outfit is gushing about what deep love this represents, and the defense has completely crumbled. She finally explodes. "Nonsense, you clearly stole them." And Qin Feng, without missing a beat, asks, "Do you have any evidence?" holding her underwear like a lawyer holding Exhibit A in a case he's absolutely winning. And then Mama Blue Demon arrives and settles it with the most devastating line possible. "No need to explain, dear. Mothers were young once, we understand." The daughter looks like her soul just evacuated her body, because the mother is running Qin Feng's resume in her head right now. First genius of the ancient times, dragon slayer, Tianzi challenger, third holy son of the six Tao emperors, legitimate eldest son of the Qin family. Those blue eyes are calculating exactly how good of a son-in-law this would be. She lifts her daughter's hand and announces that choosing him as a son-in-law is not a bad choice. And Qin Feng is standing right there grinning because this man just scammed his way into a family approval arc without even proposing. Mama even adds that she's very open-minded, and the system immediately drops a notification. 100,000 villain points for gaining preliminary approval from the heavenly chosen daughter's mother. This idiot is farming points off family dynamics now. Qin Feng catches that system phrase. Heavenly chosen. He's already thinking about the next victim, wondering if the heavenly chosen son is about to appear, and this man treats destiny like a to-do list. The daughter completely loses it, screaming that her mother is talking nonsense without knowing anything, and every inch of her fury is rendered in a panel that the artist clearly spent extra time on. Mama grabs her daughter and pinches her, telling her not to be ungrateful, and that if she'd been born a bit earlier she would have slapped any childhood sweetheart for daring to stand next to the first genius of the ancient times. This woman is her daughter's biggest hater and biggest fan simultaneously. But then Mama's expression goes cold. She declares that her daughter will never be someone's concubine, and for the first time in this whole comedy routine, Qin Feng pauses. That little smirk of his falters for exactly one moment, because the concubine card just got vetoed by someone who can actually enforce it. He calmly deflects, saying they'd have to ask the moon goddess about that arrangement, and meanwhile the woman in red is just sitting there munching on a watermelon like she's watching her favorite drama unfold in real time. The moon goddess's chibi face pops up with the most confused expression because she was perfectly content being a spectator and did not sign up to be involved in custody negotiations. Both mothers lock eyes. Blue Demon explains that Qin Feng just called her daughter his childhood sweetheart, and the moon goddess asks, is that so, with the kind of calm that precedes natural disasters. Blue Demon mother raises one finger with a smirk, and I need everyone to understand what's happening here. This woman is serving menace and curves in equal measure. The outfit is barely containing her energy in multiple senses of the word, and I am once again questioning my priorities as a narrator. She summons a massive white tiger made of pure lightning that fills the entire sky, and this creature is roaring with enough force to flatten mountains. Mama did not come here to negotiate. The white tiger materializes completely with her standing in front of it like a final boss who just entered her second phase, electricity crackling around both of them, and the sheer power coming off this woman makes me understand exactly where her daughter gets it from. She declares she'll keep fighting until they agree that her daughter won't be a concubine, the tiger roaring behind her, and this has escalated from a relationship squabble to a straight-up kaiju battle in about 10 seconds. But the moon goddess is not the type to back down. She summons her own spirit beast, a massive purple-scaled serpent coiling behind her, asking if the blue demon really thinks she's afraid, and she is looking absolutely lethal in that red outfit while doing it. Both of these women are devastating, and I'm choosing violence by acknowledging both. The two spirit beasts collide in the sky, lightning tiger versus pink flame serpent, tearing through the clouds, and the entire landscape is getting painted in blue and purple destruction. Qunfeng is standing below, watching with his hands shielding his eyes, casually remarking that now it's his turn to watch the show, because two of the most powerful women in existence are fighting over seating arrangements for his love life. The system dings again. 10,000 villain points for making the heavenly chosen daughter angry, and this fool immediately starts wondering if he should offer the daughter a massage as a Confucian gentleman, and the scheming never stops even during an aerial warfare event. Energy wraps around Qinfeng from the shockwaves as he calls out to both women, asking if maybe they could dial it back a notch, and his question is completely ignored, because neither mother cares about collateral damage when pride is on the line. Both mothers are screaming at each other now. The moon goddess declares her Zayuan will never back down, and blue demon mother roars that her daughter must stand tall, and this has fully become a proxy war fought through summoned beasts and maternal aggression. Is this the coldest mother-in-law showdown in cultivation history? I genuinely think so. A voice cuts through the chaos commanding both of them to stop because now is not the time for this fight, and even the spirit beasts seem to hesitate mid-clash. Both mothers freeze simultaneously, their expressions shifting from wartime to attention in an instant, and whoever just gave that order has enough authority to park two walking apocalypses mid-swing. The announcement drops. Kunlun's secret realm opens in 5 days. Save your strength. Report to the main hall for a meeting, and both women bow and respond yes. Emperor standing side by side like they weren't just trying to erase each other from existence. They exchange one last glare and come to a silent agreement. Finish the meeting first, then resume trying to kill each other. Priorities. The way both of them are framed here with their outfits catching the wind is genuinely criminal, and I will not be elaborating further because my brain is already compromised. Qinfeng watches the energy beams scatter across the sky and asks, wait, is it actually over already? Sounding almost disappointed that his private gladiator match got cancelled. He turns to the blue demon daughter with a casual, what do you think? And the pink polka dot background combined with the way he's looking at her tells me he's already planning his next move in this romantic chess game where every piece wants to murder the player. She floats away on a beam of light, yelling that she's not done with him, which in cultivation romance language is basically I'll see you tomorrow, and Qinfeng waves goodbye like he's sending off his girlfriend after a date instead of surviving an assassination attempt. The rabbit immediately whips out the complaint ledger again. Apparently Qinfeng instigated a fight between the moon goddess and blue demon mother, preventing the rabbit from watching master-level combat and costing it training opportunities. Compensation demanded 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Also, the fight scared the rabbit. Compensation 10 carats. This animal runs a tighter accounting firm than any human in this world. But before Qinfeng can even respond to the rabbit's invoice, something arrives through the bamboo and the rabbit startles mid-sentence. The variable demon king swoops back in with his bats, and Qinfeng immediately reads the situation. He guesses the Demon King found Fang Chang, took a massive loss, and is now crawling back for help, which is apparently just his standard greeting for repeat customers. The Demon King is genuinely shaken, asking how Qinfeng knew, and the answer is obvious, because Qinfeng sent him there on purpose. That note with Fang Chang's name was never a gift, it was a setup. The Demon King's feet shuffle backward instinctively because he's starting to realize that every single interaction with Qinfeng has been a trap wrapped in a smile. Qinfeng grins and tells the Demon King that he really lives up to his reputation, which coming from the single most manipulative person in this entire world is either a compliment or a death sentence, and probably both. So this shameless con artist puts his hands together like a monk and calmly throws Fang Chang under the bus, explaining that the 100 Transformations Demon Lord wants beef with Fang Chang and that's not his problem. Then he flips it around with that signature grin, asking the Demon King if he actually has a way to settle things with brother Fang Chang, like he's a consultant offering premium services. And there it is. That close-up smirk says everything. He asks what treasure the Demon King is willing to cough up in exchange for his help, because nothing from this man comes free. The Demon King narrows his eyes and asks what Qinfeng wants, already knowing the answer is going to ruin his day. Qinfeng starts with I want you, and the Demon King immediately shuts that down, demanding another option because he knows where that sentence was heading. This manipulative genius scrunches his face like he's genuinely struggling to think of an alternative when we all know he had the backup plan loaded before the first offer left his mouth. He proposes 100 years of servitude in exchange for solving the Fang Chang problem, and the Demon King instantly counters with 3 years max, holding up 3 fingers like he's haggling at a street market. And this absolute clown just goes deal with a thumbs up. No hesitation, no counteroffer, immediate acceptance. The Demon King freezes because he expected more negotiation and somehow landed on 50 years without realizing he just got played harder than a fiddle at a country fair. Qinfeng agrees with that predator smile, and internally he's thinking once the immortal slave mark goes on, it doesn't matter if it's 100 years or a single day because this fool is never getting off the leash. He tells the Demon King to come back tomorrow at the same time and he'll provide the method to break the seal. And the Demon King actually asks why tomorrow, like a student questioning the homework deadline. Because Qinfeng doesn't have an immortal slave mark slot available yet. He needs to break through first, and the method requires the right time, place, and people. This man treats cultivation breakthroughs like scheduled maintenance. The Demon King agrees and turns to leave, clueless that he just signed his own permanent employment contract with a man who considers indentured servitude a networking strategy. And as the bats scatter into the sky, Feng watches him go and mutters that he was so easy to fool, which is genuinely the scariest sentence a protagonist has ever whispered in a cultivation manhwa. Night falls, and this maniac sits down to break through like it's a casual Tuesday evening activity. Golden spiritual energy spiraling around him in a formation circle that looks like it costs more than most people's houses. Outside, two servants are pacing nervously, asking if it's safe for the boss to force a breakthrough like this, wondering if Emperor Zhu was right about him self-destructing his future. But the loyal one shuts it down immediately. He remembers everything. How at 8 years old the young master destroyed his own reputation to protect the Qin family. How he came to the Yin Yue Empire alone to rebuild from nothing. A man like that doesn't self-destruct without a reason. And then the building basically explodes with light, spiritual pressure blasting through the walls, and both servants whip around with sparkles in their eyes because they can feel it. He broke through to the Tao realm. The servant's face says it all. Pure disbelief colliding with pure joy. Qin Feng stands in the aftermath, energy still crackling, noting that Tao realm unexpectedly added 1,000 years to his lifespan and his connection to the divine sword just got significantly deeper. Casual 1,000-year life extension on a weeknight. He calls the sword and it answers, ripping through the room in a blaze of golden fire as he catches it mid-flight like summoning a loyal pet. Then he starts yelling enlarge even more like a kid who just discovered the zoom function, and this grown man is genuinely giddy about his new sword trick. The sword grows massive on the floor in front of him, ornate and glowing, and he's standing over it with the energy of someone who just unboxed the collector's edition of their favorite weapon. He flicks his fingers and commands it to go with enough confidence to make every sword cultivator in a 100-mile radius feel inadequate. The sword rips through the building in a wave of golden destruction, and the servants outside scream young master because they thought this fool just blew himself up. But no, this idiot is riding the sword through the sky screaming that he can finally fly, spiraling through golden energy like a man who just unlocked fast travel in his favorite RPG. The next day rolls around and the compound sits quiet in the morning light, but we all know what's about to happen to one very unfortunate Demon King. Qin Feng holds up a glowing blue mark on his finger in front of the Demon King while his servants watch, and the Demon King asks what it is with the warness of someone who already knows the answer will hurt. The mark slams into the Demon King's forehead, and blue light engulfs his entire face, as the immortal slave mark sinks in, and this poor fool is only now realizing what kind of contract he actually signed. Pain hits him like a truck and he grabs his skull, screaming that his head is splitting, green energy crackling around the mark like his brain is being rewritten in real time. And then something completely unexpected happens. The Demon King splits into two identical cloaked figures, both screaming in agony, and everyone watching has the exact same question on their face. But does Qin Feng care about the screaming? Not even slightly. His chibi face pops up surrounded by baby chicks, and he declares this should be a celebration song for gaining a new little brother. This man's emotional range is genuinely concerning. He hops on his sword and tells the Demon King the first time might hurt a bit, but he'll adapt, then takes off like a man with somewhere extremely important to be while leaving his new servant writhing on the ground. Golden energy wraps around him as he tears through the sky on his divine sword, robes catching the wind, looking like the most dangerous delivery man in cultivation history because he's got a package to deliver. We cut to the Great Jia Empire, busy streets, ornate buildings under a clear sky, and something tells me we're about to meet whoever that package is for. Now here's where it gets genuinely hard to watch. A group of thugs is taunting someone on the ground, waving a chicken leg and telling him to bark like a dog if he wants to eat. This is the kind of scene that makes my blood boil. Flashbacks to being beaten, blood spraying, and underneath it all one single desperate thought repeating. I want to survive, so he does it. He barks. A former prodigy of the Bai family on his hands and knees making dog sounds while remembering the beatings and the starvation, telling himself he must survive no matter what. His voice cracks on the second bark and his face is absolutely shattered, covered in bruises and dirt, and if you feel nothing watching this then check your pulse because you might be medically dead. The thugs lose their minds laughing. The former prodigy of the Bai family learned to bark like a dog, and they're cackling like this is the funniest thing they've ever seen while every single viewer is mentally loading a weapon. Bai Rui looks up through swollen eyes and asks for the chicken leg he was promised, and I genuinely need a moment because this is one of the most gut-wrenching panels in this entire series. They throw it at his feet and bark eat at him like he's an animal, and he actually reaches for it because that's how desperate this man is. But the bald one steps on the food and says he agreed but I didn't, then kicks Bai Rui while he's already face down on the stone. This is the kind of cruelty that earns a character a very specific kind of payback. A full force kick to the gut sends Bai Rui flying. And keep your eye on this scene because what goes around in cultivation manhwa comes back with compound interest. Night falls and the thugs close in again, looming over him in the dark, and this man is still clutching that dirty chicken leg because he hasn't eaten in who knows how long. They kick him while he's down and scream at him to eat, tossing the food like it's garbage, and every ounce of this humiliation is being recorded on the karmic scoreboard. Close up on his bruised face, silent, bleeding, but not broken. He looks up at them and asks one question. Is it funny? And something in those eyes just changed, because standing right behind him, looking down with those red eyes and that cold expression, is Qin Feng. And the atmosphere just shifted from tragedy to reckoning. Bai Rui tries to pull away, saying, "Don't touch me, I'm dirty." And that line alone is enough to make me want to personally enter this manhwa. Qin Feng scoops him up and holds him close, saying, "Bai Rui, I'm late, and for once this scheming lunatic actually looks like he means it." He pulls out a glowing longbow crackling with lightning energy and says, "This is for you." And remember earlier when he said he was saving the longbow for someone named Bai Rui? Bai Rei's battered eyes go wide because he recognizes exactly what he's looking at, and he cannot process that someone just handed him a weapon that could change his entire life. And right on cue, the system dings with strategy accomplished, Chibi Qinfeng popping up with a thumbs up because even his genuine moments of heroism are calculated moves on a chessboard only he can see. He explains this dragonhorn bell was custom crafted specifically for Bai Rei's archery talents, but he never expected Bai Rei would go through this much suffering in the single month it took to forge. Then Qinfeng promises no matter how hard it is, he will restore Bai Rei's cultivation and make him stand again. Is it manipulation? Absolutely. Does it also feel weirdly sincere? Also absolutely. And then his expression hardens as he swears that anyone who bullied Bai Rei will not be let off. That's not a promise, that's a receipt being printed in real time. The thugs suddenly realize who they're looking at. The Qinfeng, third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty. The one who's famous for cutting off people's bloodlines and drugging them. Their confidence just evaporated. Qinfeng waves casually and says it seems like he's quite famous, wearing that menacing smirk against a blood-red backdrop that tells you these men are about to have the worst night of their entire lives. What follows is so brutal the manhwa can only show it through screaming rubber chickens flying across the panel, and honestly that artistic choice might be funnier than any actual violence would have been. He stands over the pile of groaning thugs and drops the coldest line. What's terrifying is not that you don't have it, but that you clearly don't yet you still want it. The bald dude is twitching on the ground and I feel nothing for him. He turns to Bai Rei and extends his hand. Come with me. Full meals, a place to stay, security and dignity. Then he plants his divine sword in the ground like a flag, and Bai Rei grabs that hand like a lifeline. The celestial slave seal activates on contact, boosting Bai Rei's combat power fivefold, and from above you can see the whole scene glowing as Qinfeng collects another soldier for his growing army. Bai Rei feels the spiritual energy flooding his body and his eyes go wide because power he thought was gone forever is suddenly rushing back in like a dam broke inside him. He stares at his own hands in shock, watching the energy crackle between his fingers, because 30 seconds ago he was eating dirt and now he can feel actual cultivation power running through his veins again. Bai Rei drops to his knees and bows, thanking young Master Qin for his kindness, and this poor man has no idea he just willingly put on a collar he'll never take off. Chibi Qinfeng waves it off, saying it's mutually beneficial, and internally he's thinking he's just making an early investment for his own survival. At least he's honest with himself even if he lies to literally everyone else. Bai Rei clenches his fist under the sunlight and declares he has a long way to go, determination burning behind those formerly dead eyes, and the revenge arc just officially loaded. He watches Qinfeng's back as he walks away and something shifts in his expression, going from gratitude to something harder and sharper. Because it's not just Qinfeng he's thinking about. Fang Chang just wait and see. Bai Rei has unfinished business with the Heavenly Chosen and Qinfeng just handed him the tools to collect. Meanwhile, somewhere among misty mountains and ancient forests, someone with long purple hair stands at the edge of a cliff and announces that the Kunlun secret realm is finally about to open. And whoever this person is, they want to know one thing. Will Qinfeng go? That purple hair, those sharp golden eyes. Remember this face. We jump to Flower City where Qinfeng and his expanding crew roll up to the main gate looking like the most mismatched party in RPG history. One con artist, one demon king, two servants, and a freshly recruited archer. The servant asks why they're here when the Kunlun secret realm is about to open, and Qinfeng hits him with the obvious answer. They are going to the Kunlun secret realm. This just happens to be the scenic route. He breaks down the strategy. The Kunlun realm has random entrances, and according to his celestial machine card, Fang Chang will find a secret entrance right here in Flower City that leads to a legendary pure spring. This man knows the protagonist's quest log better than the protagonist does. The Demon King leans in and starts to say more importantly, and Qinfeng glances at him with a look that says he already knows exactly what his newest pet wants. Qinfeng reassures him that he's always been trustworthy, which is the single most blatant lie this series has produced, and adds that Fang Chang happens to be in Flower City so he can handle the Demon King's problem first. The Demon King perks up with genuine excitement and Qinfeng confirms with a cheerful of course, and watching a demon lord get played like a puppy with a treat never gets old. But hold on, because the destination is Flower Street's joyful red house, and the women outside are already calling out to passing young masters offering to relieve their fatigue. This fool dragged his entire squad to a red light district, and two women appear who are designed with such aggressive intent that I need to apologize to my screen in advance. Blonde and orange, purple hair and pink, both wearing approximately 3 inches of fabric total, and my ability to narrate objectively just left the building. The servant's face goes through about 9 emotions in 1 second as he asks if this is the ever-changing Demon Lord's wish, because nobody expected the terrifying villain's deepest desire to be a night out at the pleasure district. Qinfeng is already sandwiched between both women who are complimenting his chest muscles and his face, and this absolute degenerate looks right at home, while the sparkle effects give this panel the energy of a dating sim ending. He tells everyone to follow him inside with the courtesans still draped on his arms, and the servants below just stand there processing the fact that their boss walked into a brothel on a business trip. The scarf servant scrambles after him screaming coming while internally declaring boss is so good, I love boss, while a silver-haired woman already has her hands on him. This squad is splitting along very clear priority lines right now. Meanwhile, the bearded servant is covering his ears in pure disgust, ranting that he doesn't understand what's good about women, and that his twin hammers are cuter. This man is choosing violence over romance, and I respect the commitment. The women try to touch him and he absolutely loses it, screaming don't touch me while they shriek in terror, because apparently the most dangerous thing in this brothel is the guy who just wants to be left alone with his weapons. He storms away calling everyone cowards and insisting his twin hammers have stronger combat power than any woman, while the courtesans huddle together terrified. Is this the most unintentionally hilarious wingman in manhwa history? Inside the main hall, the party settles in among more women with colorful hair and very little fabric, and the bearded servant stands in the corner radiating pure disapproval energy while surrounded by beauty he refuses to acknowledge. A pink-haired girl turns to someone off-screen and announces that guests have arrived while standing next to Qin Feng, and she is serving exactly the kind of design choices that make me forget I'm supposed to be paying attention to the plot. And out comes the madam. Older, elegant, holding a painted fan like a scepter, asking if these are first-time visitors with a kind of smile that says she's already calculating their net worth. She proudly introduces the Joyful Red House as the most famous establishment in Flower City, with 4 top courtesans, and Qin Feng stands among the women looking less like a customer and more like a man on a corporate acquisition tour. Qin Feng starts dropping courtesan names that make the madam's eyes go wide, and the chibi gold coins popping up tell you he's already throwing money around before negotiations even start. The madam hides a grin behind her fan and says the courtesans can be called whatever the young master likes, and Qin Feng's face goes sideways as he realizes this whole place runs on pure customer service and flexible naming conventions. Then this lunatic drops the real bomb. For the next 3 days, the entire Joyful Red House is under his command, including the madam herself. He just bought a whole brothel on a 3-day lease like it's an Airbnb for villains. The madam's eyes light up like slot machines when she sees the top-grade spirit stones, and she immediately agrees that whatever the young master does is law and her girls can tolerate anything. Money really does talk in every dimension. Qin Feng raises one finger and gives his first order. Change the sign. The madam agrees immediately and calls for Dongfeng to get the brush and ink ready, and nobody in this room has any idea what they just signed up for. The madam reads the name he wrote and her expression shifts, zooming into her wide eyes as she mutters young master this name, and whatever Qin Feng picked is clearly not a normal rebrand. The new sign goes up and everyone on the street stares in absolute shock. To lose something is worth losing, and if that name doesn't scream trap designed to psychologically destroy a specific person, then nothing in this series does.